Mana orangnya dah?
Halo, Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bu Zeli.
Iya, Bu.
Assalamualaikum, Mam Kurnia.
Waalaikumsalam, Bu Nur Aisyah.
Kami mau tanya salam. Waalaikumsalam dah.
And we also have Pak Dodi here. Pak Dodi is here already. Right, Bu. Okay, wait a minute. Saya izin ya Bu ya, tukar wifi dulu sebentar.
Oke, Bu Kurnia. Udah sarapan, Bu Sekjur?
Alhamdulillah udah. Udah masak nasi kami jam 6 tadi lah.
Wah, cepat ya.
Om Zali udah sarapan.
Alhamdulillah sudah.
Jadi
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum semua.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak Dodi.
Waalaikumsalam.
Kita pakai MC nih, Bu Zeli jadi MC-nya.
Bu Kurnia.
Oh, Bu Kurnia ya.
Well, Bu Aisyah, Pak Dodi,
Your signal still unstable, Ma'am Kurnia.
can you hear my voice? Suara saya terdengar
Putus-putus, Ma'am.
jelas, Bapak Ibu?
Putus-putus.
Oh, okay, wait. Okay, how about now? Is it clear right now? Bu Aisyah? Masih unstable?
Unstable. Yes.
Masih putus-putus ya?
Putus-putus, Ma'am.
Oke, Bapak Ibu, suara saya sudah terdengar jelas?
Ya, alhamdulillah.
Jelas.
Oke, well kita go ahead saja ini ya.
Yes.
So, because we have 5 speakers today.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to say welcome to Dr. Dodi Setiawan, MPD. Congratulations, Pak Dodi. And then Bu Cut Raudatul Fitri, and we have Bu Roswati.
Yep.
Okay. And then I guess we have a lot of students of English department today. So as long as we have 5 speakers, then we start earlier. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to seek your cooperation before completing this event. Please kindly mute your audio during this training to avoid interruption. Thank you so much for your cooperation and attention. Well, I'd like to say welcome to this great virtual event, August 19, 2021. Alhamdulillah, first of all, thanks to Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful Lord in this universe. Therefore, we can join together in this great event. And then salawat for our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm super excited to have you here. And English Education Department proudly present a great training for you about writing in APA style. And today we are in our second days, okay? We do hope that other participants will join us more and more later on, okay? Since it is perhaps early in the morning, so maybe some of our participants yesterday have activities today, but hopefully they can join us soon. And well, ladies and gentlemen, today we'll have 5 extraordinary speakers. And then as I informed you yesterday that one of them will be from Netherlands, one of our lecturers in English Education Department as well, Mr. Fauzan. and he'll be the last speaker later on. To shorten the time, right now I'd like to invite Dr. Dodi Setiawan MPD to lead the first session. Time is yours. Please, Pak Dodi.
Right. Thank you very much, Bu Kurnia Budianti. And first of all, I would like to say thank you very much for the committee of this event. We are going to have a kind of interesting seminar, that focus on developing the English Education Department writing ability, especially in APA style, which is very important for the students when they are going to write their thesis as well as articles. Okay, so in this session, as already introduced by Mem Kurnia, I would like to explain more details about our agenda for the first session in this second day. In the second day, the first session of the second day, Bu Dr. Nur Aisyah Zulkifli will present about how to display results. Especially, she will provide us with general guidance on displaying our research results on tables and figures. So I believe that all of you, what we call super excited, to listen, to pay attention to the presentation. But firstly, please let me give a short introduction to Bu Nur Aisyah Zulkifli. She is a lecturer, and as well as now she has what we call extra duty, kewajiban extra as the secretary of English Education Department, and she has interesting research focus that is about language assessment. Jadi kalau ingin membahas tentang language assessment, bisa nanti minta bimbingan beliau langsung. And selain dari pedagogy of ELT, she also focuses on research about translation and interpretation. Jadi bagi mahasiswa yang ingin meneliti tentang assessment, tentang pedagogi, tentang bagaimana melaksanakan penelitian terkait translation, ini saya sangat rekomendasikan Bu Dr. Nur Aisyah Zulkifli ya sebagai peneliti. Kemudian educational background, Bu sekretaris jurusan kita ini S1-nya lulusan dari kita sendiri, ya, dari prodi pendidikan bahasa Inggris di UIN Sultan Syarif Qasim Riau. Kemudian beliau melanjutkan studinya di Padang State University pada tahun 2007 sampai 2009. Kemudian beliau lanjut lagi PhD-nya pada tahun 2017 hingga 2021 di Padang State University. Dan saya browsing di Google Scholar beliau dan menemukan beberapa karya ilmiah yang tentunya ada yang sudah terindeks Scopus dan juga sudah banyak disitasi oleh peneliti-peneliti lain. Dan tentunya bagi mahasiswa Universitas Riau, tentunya saya menyarankan nanti Anda melihat di Google Scholar beliau, sehingga nanti Anda menemukan karya tulis yang bisa Anda citasi. Ya, salah satunya saya bilang agak beberapa ya. Ini tulisan yang terkini pada tahun 2019. Di sini beliau menulis bersama Profesor Muhayyar ini yang saya kenal, lalu ada Prof. Rosimela, dan ada lagi mungkin Prof. Sarif. Ini topiknya tentang challenges in assessing students writing for future instruction. Nah, ini terkait dengan assessment khususnya untuk writing. Kemudian pada tahun 2019 beliau juga menulis dan itu dipublish di International Conference on Language, Literature and Education dengan topik atau judul penelitian Trade Measures of Thesis Proposal Assessment to Develop Assessment Criteria. Nah, ini juga termasuk assessment ya dalam hal penulisan akademik, yakni tesis proposal. Dan terakhir ya yang ingin saya sampaikan, ini tulisan beliau tahun 2018 terkait dengan translation and interpretation. Judulnya Teaching with Adult Learners, Peer Assessment Software in Translation and Interpretation. Nah, ini bagus juga nih, tertarik juga kita tentunya untuk membaca artikel ini karena ada integrasi sepertinya nih antara penggunaan teknologi ya, penggunaan teknologi dalam asesmen untuk pembelajaran translation dan interpretation. Baik. Dan ada banyak sekali kegiatan konferensi yang diikuti oleh beliau, dan dalam setahun belakangan sudah ada 3 konferensi yang diikutinya. Pada tahun 2020 itu konferensi tentang International Visual Conference, Second Language Acquisition Research Advance yang diselenggarakan di Philippines. Kemudian pada tahun 2020 juga beliau mengikuti the second Bukit Tinggi International Conference on Education. Dan terakhir yang di 1 tahun belakangan beliau juga mengikuti International Conference on English Language and Teaching. Nah, begitulah mungkin waktu yang saya habiskan ya untuk memperkenalkan beliau. Dan dengan segala hormat tentunya sekarang kita minta kesediaan beliau untuk menyampaikan ide-ide juga guidance ya, arahan ya terkait dengan bagaimana mendisplay results atau hasil penelitian yang sesuai dengan style APA yang sekarang menjadi fokus dari jurusan sepertinya untuk mengimprove ya karya tulis kita di jurusan PBI. Baik, dengan segala hormat kita berikan waktu presentasi kepada Bu Dr. Nur Aisyah Zulkifli selama 30 menit. Bagaimana? Nanti setelah itu kita beri sesi tanya jawab. Baik, silakan Bu Dr. Nur Aisyah.
Oke, terima kasih Dr. Dodi Setiawan. Thank you very much. Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Okay, before I start my presentations, is it okay for all of you to turn on the camera? Cici, Helena, Ikhwanul, oke. Boleh dihidupkan ya. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi rasulillahi ajma'in. Okay, the honorables, the head of English department, and the honorables, the moderator today, Bapak Dr. Dodi Setiawan, the honorables, our MC, Mem Kurnia, and the lecturers of English Education Department, Mem Zeli, Mem Chud, Mr. Siswandi. Thank you. Today is my turn to explain about the topic today. I share my screen. Okay. Okay, this is it clear? Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is my topic for today. Sorry. Displaying. Display. Display. Sorry. Okay. Display. Okay. Displaying result of APA style. Okay, from beginning. Okay, displaying result of APA style. My topic today, talking about the general guides on table and figure. Actually, my topic focus on how we are as a writer or as a student to write a figure to write a table on our paper. Okay, actually, figure and table is part of the thesis or writing that we put on our papers, and we have a procedure how to write a paper, table and figure. Okay, what is the purpose of data display related to the table and figure? The first one, we explore. So we explore about the data, contain a message, and you would like to learn what it is. For example, your topics about the writing activity, and then you put the tables about you explore the data about the writing activity in form of figures or in form of the table. And the second purpose is communication. So what is the communication? What is the purpose for communication? It means that we have to discover the meanings contained in the data and want to tell others about it. And then the second one is calculation. Sorry. Okay, which one is it? Kak Tiha, kecilkan mic kakak nak. Sorry. Which one is it? This one, sorry. The data. The purpose, the third purpose is calculation. We calculate, so the data that we present in the table, it presents about the calculation or display law to estimate some statistic or function of the data. And the fourth one is the store. The store is meant that you can store the data in a display for the trivial letter, include the result of the study for the letter used in a meta-analysis. And the last one, the purpose, why we display the data. The last one is decoration. What is decoration? Is meant that there is a figures that we display, attract the attention, that we choose to use them to make our manuscript more visually appealing. So, for example, when we explains or do the writing about the for the elementary school. So we present the figures about how the teacher activity in teaching learning process using the figure, and then we decorate. The purpose is to decorate the data display, and then beside that, so relate to the table, how to format this one. This is about the table. To format the tables, we have to consistency in the tables. So what does it mean? We limit the content of our table to essential material. So not all of the table, not of the description in the table we describe. So we have to limit. And the table layout should be logical and easily read by the reader. And the standard from using the canonical form. For example, like this. There is a situation of our students, especially for English education department, make it the table. For one table, it can be 2 pages. So based on the formatting of the table, the standard should be canonical forms and table layout should be logical. So for you as a student of English department or as a writer, we have to be considered, make it the tables, limit the content. So what is it? Tidak semua deskripsi dalam tabel itu harus dijelaskan. So we have to limit what should we write. And then, how about the relation of the table and text? Actually, for the table, we do not only put the table, so there is a text. So what should we do for the relation between the table and text? For the tables, we do not write the table above or below or the table on page 23 because the position and page number of the table cannot be determined until the page are typed. Ini contohnya ya. There is a table that we describe on, for example, page 32, 31, for example. You make the explanation on 31 and the table on 33. So it's not allowed in the standard how to write the table. So when you make a description about the table before or after the table, make it in one page. Do not separate. And the second one, how about the relation of table and text? Identical columns or row of data should not appear in 2 or more tables. Column and row of data should not appear in 2 or more table. So make it in one table, but you separate the column and table, but in one topic. And the third one is be consistent in the presentation of all the table within a manuscript to facilitate comprehension. Kalau judulnya satu, berarti tabelnya juga harus satu. Consistent. You explains about the text and then explains about the table. And the last one, use similar format, title, heading, and use the same terminology throughout. If you make a table in form of, for example, you use the type of text, what do you call size time, Arial, for example. Arial with size of 10 or 11, so you should be considered about this one. You may not change, for example, Times New Roman become Arial for the second table, and for the fourth table, you make it in Arial. So there is no consistent between format and title and heading. This is relation between table and text. This is the example. Is it clear enough? This is example. So there is a scale here. This is introversion and emotional. This is the example of the table that we can find on our thesis or in our paper, our writing journal. So make it in one page, and the explanation of the text you may put above of the table. And then the next one, how about the title of the table? So actually for the title, give every table a brief but clear and explanatory title. Clear. And then the basic content of the table should be easily inferred from the title. Let's see, we give the example here. There is a table, okay, this one. This, the example of the name of the table. The first one is relation between college max, major, and performance. This is example. The example is clear. This is unclear what data present in the table. This is the example of the name of the table or table title. And the second one, it's still the same topic. We make it in means performance score on test A, test B, and test C of student with psychological, physical, English, and engineering major. Nah, ini penyakit yang biasanya ditulis oleh mahasiswa di bab 4. Ditulisnya research questionnya, jadi tabel yang dibuat itu, judul, the title of the table, ditulis panjang. Ini tak boleh. Make it clear katanya. An explanatory title. Jadi gimana seharusnya ma'am yang harus dibuatkan? So you have make it in means performance score of student with different college major. It's better than the second and the first title. Jadi kalau nanti di bab 4 itu biasanya tabel itu adanya di bab 4. Nah, kalau bab 4 itu tabelnya tuh make it the title clear. Jangan research questionnya ditulis di sana. Nah, disingkat lagi ya. Next. We come to the table heading. Kan biasanya tabel itu dalam satu tabel tuh like this, the example. Ada eksperimen 1. Ada eksperimen 2, eksperimen 3. 4. Yang eksperimen 1 itu ada 1, 2, 3. Ada 3 sini partnya. Ini cara menulis subheading, nak. Ini cara menulis subheading. Dijorokkan ke depan. So we have a 3 item for experimental. The first experimental. So make it this one. A table classified related to item and enable the reader to compare them. Organize of the data and identify the columns of the data beneath them. And organize of the data and identify the column of data beneath them. And each column of the table must have heading, including the sub column and subheading. This is the example how to make the subheading. Jadi kalau ada dia poinnya boleh seperti ini, Miss. Eksperimen A and B. Nih, poin nomor 4. Eksperimen for A and for B. And we come to the experiment 5. This is the example. Jadi besok kalau buat data analysis atau data presentation on chapter 4, you have to consider about the subheading. This is the example. Biasanya untuk table ini karena sudah menggunakan komputer pakai APA ini, we only make it in. Kalau di Microsoft Word itu ada kan dibuat di apakah dia di tengah, di samping, di kiri, apa namanya itu alignment-nya. Nah, itu saja yang kita atur. Kemudian spasinya, make it in single space. Jangan walaupun tulisan kita dalam spasi 2, but for the table it should be in single space. Ada pengaturannya. And then, how about the table checklist? This is the last activity that we done when we have the table. So what is the question? The first question is the table necessary? Ingat, biasanya penguji itu, sewaktu kalian ujian itu, mahasiswa ujian itu, biasanya ini tabelnya ini, biar tebal aja skripsinya, ya kan? So you have to ask to yourself whether the table necessary or not. Kalau rasanya untuk menebal-nebalkan skripsi, menebal-nebalkan tesis, it's better for you to delete it. Dihapus saja. And then, does it belong in the print version of the article or can it go in an online supplemental file? Biasanya itu mahasiswa itu kita biasa menggunakan SPSS. Kalau menggunakan SPSS, jangan ditulis ulang. klik kanan di SPSS itu ada copy. Kemudian for paste, untuk mempastikannya tuh for paste, bikin paste spesial, paste spesial. Ambil icon untuk copy gambar. Jadi ketika Anda mengcopy paste tabel dari SPSS itu dalam bentuk gambar, jadi ketika menggeser-gesernya tinggal digeser saja, tidak merusak tabel. Oke? Jadi untuk tabel yang ada di SPSS atau tabel mana saja dalam artikel, ketika kalian mengcopy paste-nya itu, karena kita sudah menggunakan digital, jangan dibuat lagi tabel tuh, jangan diketik ulang, maka tulisannya akan membesar ketika di tabel. Kadang ada mahasiswa ya, tabelnya itu diketik ulang dari halaman tulisan yang terakhir itu masih ada separuh halaman lagi, tapi karena dia copy paste jadi panjang, jadi nyambung ke halaman kedua. Jadi solusi yang ingatkan pada training ini, you make it in paste spatial, ada copy paste spatial ya kan, klik kanan kemudian ambil tombol gambar, itu yang di pastekan, jangan copy and then Ctrl V, Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Nah, itu malah berserak nanti di Microsoft Office-nya, Microsoft Word-nya. And then the next question for you, are the comparable table in the manuscript consistent in presentation? Consistent nggak dia? Dari misalkan we have a table on the chapter 4, we have some table. We have, for example, 10 till 15 table. So we have to consider whether that the table is a similar format with the others. Formatnya sama. Kalau ngambil tadi di Google, di SPSS, so you copy paste seperti yang Miss ajarkan tadi. Jangan di copy Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Pasti tabelnya berserak dia tapi Ctrl P spesial dia. Ambil gambar, jadi tinggal ditarik-tarik aja nanti nak. Membesarkan atau mengecilkan hurufnya. Kemudian is the title brief but explanatory. Tabelnya itu judulnya udah pas nggak dengan yang display itu? Jangan terlalu panjang, but it should be display the content of the table. And then what is the next question for you? Does every column have a column head? Displaynya sudah pas nggak? Ada nggak title? Ada headingnya nggak di sana? And then are all abbreviation explained as well as special use of italic, parenthesis, basis, boldface, and special symbol. Ingat di tabel itu biasanya kalau tabelnya itu banyak, displaynya itu pasti kita kasih ada yang pakai italic, ada yang pakai bold. Jadi tidak semuanya dari satu tabel itu jika ya kalau tabelnya itu sedikit ya tidak perlulah menggunakan boldface atau basis atau italic. Tapi kalau ada pembagian-pembagiannya seperti yang Miss katakan tadi ada subheadingnya, lebih baik menggunakan format italic or parenthesis or basis boldface. This is the question that we have to consider related to the how to write a table. Then, so what is the question? The next question. Are the notes in the following order: general note, specific note, probability notes. This one. Sorry. Apakah ordernya sudah betul nggak? Sudah mengurutkan berdasarkan riset question kita itu atau hasil data presentasi itu? Are all vertical rule eliminated? Sudah sesuai nggak? Jangan sampai menjelaskan yang pertama itu tabel yang pertama misalkan for experimental before teaching, after teaching katanya gitu kan, dibuat dulu after teaching baru before teaching. Itu tak bisa ya. Kemudian are confident interval reported for all major point estimates. Is it the confidence level? For example, 95% stated and it the same level confident used for all table and throughout the paper. This is, for example, the table for the experimental research. And then, if statistical significant testing use are all probability level value correctly identified, are as the trick attract to the appropriate table entries. This is the question. Biasanya ini pertanyaan yang ditanyakan oleh penguji 4. Penguji 4 tuh biasanya jelimet ya, melihat tabel-tabelnya. Jadi tidak hanya berupa tabel-tabel begitu saja. This is a table, and then I present the copy paste the table. Rupanya pas penganalisis data di SPSS salah. Jadi ketika kita sudah menggunakan SPSS, for example, for the table, and then we have to analyze whether that procedure that we use to put the data on SPSS is appropriate or correct or not. Sudah betul tidak datanya? Ini dia susun nih tabel udah betul nih. Subheading-nya sudah betul, title-nya sudah betul, formatnya sudah betul, rupanya kontennya salah. Salah kenapa salah? Karena salah dari penginputan data di SPSS. So we have to be consider whether that the data correct or not with the formula. Rumusnya rumus regresi, dibikin rumus yang lain itu kan tidak sama. Nah, jadi kalau sebelumnya kita bercerita tentang how to format the table, but now we have to consider about the content of the table. If all of the part of copyright table is reproduced or adapted to the table note. Nah, jadi tidak hanya betul formatnya, tapi juga kontennya ada betul tidak copyrighted-nya. And then is the table referred to in the text. Nah, ini yang bahaya nih. Judulnya di atasnya deskripsinya berbeda dengan tabel yang didisplaykan. So, when you make a table, you have to be considered about the table itself. This is a tables, this is a description. Ingat, when you write down the tables, tidak mengulang. Ini penyakit mahasiswa S1 nih. Mengulang isi tabel, tidak mengulang. Kalau mengulang isi tabel, the reader, it's better for the reader to read the table. Kita readernya baca table aja kalau gitu. So when you write a table, and then you put the table on your thesis or your paper, on the description, you describe the table, not restatements about the table. Ingat, kalau ada table itu, jangan di copy paste isi table. Nomor 1, hasilnya sekian per, tapi you describe. Based on the tables, sebutkan research questionnya apa, kemudian dikoma-komakan, kemudian titik. Jadi tidak mengulang. No, you may not restatements about the table, but you have to write, you have to describe about the content of the table. This is the explanation about the table. Then we come to the figure. Nah, figure itu apa saja isinya, ma'am? So figure, it can be graphs. Ada grafik-grafik dari hasil kalau kita biasanya pakai hasil SPSS. Jadi ada tabel tadi kan. Biasanya displaying dari SPSS itu ada tables, ada graph di sana. Tinggal copy paste. Ingat kata Miss tadi, di copy-nya pasnya itu spesial. Ada pasti spesial di klik kanan. Jadi tidak ada Ctrl V, Ctrl V. Pasti berserak dia. Nah, jadi copy paste. Graphs itu berupa typically display the relationship between two quantitative indicates or between or continuous quantitative variables, usually display as y-axis and group of subject display along the x-axis. Jadi ada variable x, variable y, atau x1, x2. Nah, itu dia untuk yang graphics. Kalau ada yang menggunakan graphics, tapi sekarang sudah jarang orang-orang mahasiswa kita menggunakan graphics. Padahal graphics itu to describe whether that there is a significance or correlation between variable x and y. Not only we can see from the table, but we can see from the graphs. If you make a graphs in your papers, so this is this conclusion for all of the graphs, not all of the explanation you explain using not all of the point that you explain using the graph. Tidak semua itemnya menggunakan graphs. Misalkan item 1 you display with the table, 2 display with the table, but for the conclusion you combine both graphs and tables. Tadi ada tables, ada graphs, ada grafiknya. Kemudian ada chart juga. Chart generally display non-quantitative information such as flow or subject flow process. For example, flow chart. Nah, jadi ada flow chart. Flow chart ini flow chart ya. Ini biasanya flow chart ini di chapter 3. Misalkan flow chart to display about your operational concept. Biasanya kita sebagai writer ini menulis di penggunaan flowchart ini di chapter 3. Chapter 4 bisa bisa kalau mendeskripsi ada yang chart yang harus didisplaykan. And then ada map. Ada map ini biasanya relate to kalau untuk bahasa ini jarang menggunakan map ya untuk chart ilmu bahasa language pedagogi ini. Tapi map ini displays spatial information. And then drawing, ada drawing juga show information picture. Really, drawing ini boleh nanti digunakan untuk, for example, for research for the elementary school student atau kindergarten student. Kita menggunakan activity. And then the next one, the last one is type of the figure. We discuss about photograph content direct visual representation of information. Jadi Miss, semuanya ini bisa nggak dikerjakan di deskripsi S1? Bisa. For example, for graph, we can use on the chapter 2, chapter 4, misalkan ada grafik-grafik gambar penelitian, misalkan menggunakan riset, R&D, ya kan, ada graphs, ada picture, ada photograph, misalkan ini untuk menggunakan berbasis IT. Kadang-kadang penguji ini bertanya, ini you betul-betul neliti apa tidak nih? Nah, mana buktinya? Nah, ini map, ini ada drawingnya, ini fotographnya, ini chartnya. Tapi biasanya ini diletakkan di appendix. Ya, ini biasanya letak di appendix. Next, this is example of figure. Nah, ini biasanya ini di chapter 3, explains about your operational concept. Atau chapter 4 boleh Miss, boleh. The procedure of your research. Prosedurnya seperti apa? Jadi lebih gampang bagi reader to understand your paper based on the figure. The next one, actually this is a checklist that you have to do. When you put the checklist, you have to be consider the question, is the figure necessary? Jadi tidak semua figure itu di-put di sana. Boleh di-put, Miss, boleh, tapi di appendix. But the question, is it necessary or not? Dibutuhkan apa tidak? Atau hanya untuk menebal-nebalkan skripsi atau tesisnya? And then, is the figure simple, clear, and free extraneous detail? Jangan sampai orang lebih senang membaca teks saking banyaknya figure itu, ini figure atau skripsi, kan gitu. Karena saking banyaknya figure tadi dan the figure is not clear. Is the figure title describe of the content of the figure described or not? And then are all element of the figure clearly labels? Ini dia. Ketika kita menggunakan figure, lebih baik itu memang mendesain sendiri figurnya. Kalau saya pribadi memang lebih senang mengambil apa istilahnya? Mengambil format yang ada, kemudian saya ganti dengan konten yang saya miliki. Konten dari figure itu. Karena kalau saya membuat sendiri itu susah, karena saya bukan dari jurusan teknik, desain grafis misalkan ya. Jadi saya mengambil figure-figure yang ada, kemudian saya edit. Ketika diedit itu, kadang-kadang tulisannya tak jelas. Kalau saya cenderung, kalau menggunakan figure ini, saya editnya di sini, ini PowerPoint. Saya buat desain figurnya itu di PowerPoint, kemudian saya tulis kayak ketik sini, copy paste di Microsoft Word. Nah, itu cara saya untuk membuat figure jika dibutuhkan dalam paper. Jadi kadang-kadang figure itu susah kalau di copy paste dari internet, itu berbahaya. Karena ada tingkat plagiasinya, ini figure orang, kan gitu. Apalagi ditulis untuk jurnal atau artikel internasional. Karena kita harus punya lisensi juga. Jadi lebih baik kita membuat sendiri, walaupun tidak maksimal hasilnya. Kalau maksimal ya berarti kita minta tolong dengan kawan yang ahli. Tapi kalau memang harus dibuat, biasanya itu saya itu membuatnya menggunakan PowerPoint, kemudian saya edit di PowerPoint lebih gampang, kemudian saya copy paste tadi yang menggunakan tadi paste spesial, menggunakan paste gambar. Jadi kita copy paste tidak Ctrl C, Ctrl V, pasti dia berserak nanti di Microsoft Word itu. Saya biasanya copy and paste spesial. Itu solusi yang dapat saya berikan pada training ini. Kemudian, Miss, apa the next question? Are the magnitude, scale, and direction of a grid element clearly labels? Are figure or equally important concept prepared according to the same scale? Jadi semuanya itu harus jelas. Ada figure numbering consecutively with Arabic numerical? Tadi ada poin-poin yang makanya saya katakan lebih bagus kita membuat sendiri daripada mengcopy paste punya orang. Selain 3 plagiasi tadi ya, kalau kita membuat sendiri punya kita itu, jadi poin-poinnya itu jelas. Apakah ada tables, ada figure yang harus ditambahkan atau dikurangkan. So, has written permission, ini kalian penting. Has written permission for print and electronic rows been obtained is probably credit given in the figure caption. Ini yang saya katakan dari bahaya tadi. Jadi buat Ananda mahasiswa atau teman-teman lainnya, ketika kita mengambil copy paste dari internet itu memang lebih bahaya. Jadi itu maka saya katakan lebih baik buat sendiri. Have all substantive modification to photographic image has been disclosed. All the figure being submitted in the file format acceptable to the publisher. Jadi ada publisher itu harus menentukan, misalkan ketika kita mengumpulkan artikel itu ke jurnal internasional, misalkan di situ ada kriterianya, tabel atau figure-nya itu harus jelas. Ketika you mengutip figures atau tables dari sumber lain, sumbernya harus dicantumkan. Itu lebih berat sekali, lebih baik kita membuat sendiri. Itu suggestion. There's the last one. Have the file been produced at sufficiently high resolution to allow for accurate reproduction. Jadi kalau resolution itu biasanya bisa kalau pakai aplikasi lebih baik, karena saya keterbatasan kemampuan menggunakan aplikasi. Saya hanya memanfaatkan aplikasi yang gampang-gampang saja. Sebenarnya aplikasi itu lebih banyak, misalkan pakai Photoshop, pakai yang lain, tapi kan bukan susah sih. Bagi yang mau belajar gampang. Cuman untuk saat ini saya pribadi lebih gampang menggunakan, kalau bisa Photoshop, kalau tidak ya menggunakan edit by using the PowerPoint. Jadi saya untuk figure itu mungkin saya lihat untuk pengideannya itu boleh kita lihat dari sumber-sumber internet, kemudian kita desain ulang. Kemudian karena figure tadi ya, kan ada yang sini template-template dari PowerPoint ini bisa kita manfaatkan untuk figure, kemudian kita edit, kita copy paste. Kemudian resolutionnya itu ada ada iconnya, ada icon yang bisa kita gunakan di Microsoft Word itu. Apakah resolutionnya apakah diterangkan, apa disoftkan. Seperti itu penjelasan dari saya. Kemudian the last one, ada standar for figure. Jadi tidak hanya sembarang figure ya, ada standar. We have to be considered relating to the how to put a figure on our writing. So how about the good figure? The good figure, the first one, we have argument rather than duplicate the text. Ada argumen tadi itu kata saya tadi, kalau penyakit mahasiswa tadi itu untuk table itu di restatementnya bukan ada argumen. Not only for figure but also for a table. And convey only essential fact. Yang penting saja dituliskan. Kalau memang hanya 2 kalimat, it's okay. Just we explain about the figure. Jangan mengulang-ulang kalimat yang ada di chapter 2 atau chapter 1. Ada penyakit mahasiswa itu ya, figurnya ini kalimat itu balik ke chapter 1 dan jadi di copy paste-nya saja. Omit visual descriptive detail. We omit. And then is easy to read its element. Nah, apa yang in line, label, symbols are large enough to be read with easy. Jadi kita juga harus consider kalau pakai picture, disesuaikan picture-nya itu. Jangan ada yang terlalu besar, jangan ada yang terlalu kecil. And then the last one, for a good figure, is easy to understand its purpose, it really a friend, it's consistent with the is consistent with an in the same style as similar figure in the same article, and the last one is carefully planned and prepared. Saya punya pengalaman ketika menulis di artikel itu, artikel sudah disubmit, ternyata ada revisi berikutnya. Nah, revisi berikutnya itu yang diminta oleh publisher itu, ini sudah fix apa belum? Akhirnya saya katakan saya belum, itu pakai surat juga. Jadi ketika kita membuat figure, karena ada penambahan tabel berikutnya, setelah hasil penelitian baru ketemu, ada penambahan berikutnya. Jadi itu dijelaskan nanti pada penelitiannya kalau kita berusaha untuk menulis, membuat figure pada writing kita. Jadi tidak hanya copy paste dari writing atau kita membuat figure, kadang-kadang ada penambah setelah hasil penelitian itu akan terlihat, oh ternyata harus ada di omit atau ada di adding. Nah, itu dia standar for a good figure. And the last explanation, be certain in figure all of the type that line are smooth and soft. Gambarnya itu, jadi line itu ada maknanya. Ketika kita membuat line itu ada line yang putus, ada line yang tipis, ada yang tebal, itu ada maknanya semuanya. Jadi tidak mengcopy paste, kalau kita ambil dari internet kan itu hasil punya orang. Yang punya kita juga harus jelas. Apakah lurus dia atau berbelok dia, ada maknanya. And then the unit or measure are provided. The unit of measure are provided. Ada unitnya or measure. Jadi kata saya ada jelas. Kalau yang tebal itu, misalnya yang tebal, itu bagian atasnya, bagian subheadingnya lebih tipis lagi. Kemudian X are clearly labels. Jelas ada icon-icon yang harus kita gunakan. And then the last one, element within the figure are labeled or explained. Jadi elemen-elemen itu harus dijelaskan dengan baik. Tidak hanya berupa figure itu saja, but you have to explain about the figure that you write on your paper. Okay, thank you. I give this session to Mr. Dodi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. You are unmute, Mr. Dodi. Make it unmute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, it was excellent and clear presentation from Dr. Nur Aisyah Zulkifli. She explains about the tables and figures that we need to consider the differentiation between them, as well as she also provides us with checklist, ya. Jadi ada hal-hal yang perlu kita cek, pastikan gitu ya. Ada beberapa poin untuk memastikan table kita sudah sesuai standar dalam penulisan APA atau belum. Ya. Saya mencatat tadi ada sekitar ada 14 ya, ada 14 checklist yang perlu kita semua ketahui. Jadi ketika kita menulis table, setelah selesai membuat table, ya sangat penting bagi kita untuk berhati-hati dengan cross checknya dengan checklist yang disediakan tadi. Kemudian untuk figure itu ada 12 item yang perlu dikonfirmasi apakah figure kita sudah sesuai standar atau belum. Nah, Itu secara jelas dan gamblang ya dijelaskan oleh narasumber kita, dan tentunya ada pertanyaan-pertanyaan dari peserta. Kita buka sesi tanya jawab, mungkin 2 orang dulu. Silahkan angkat tangan atau silahkan raise your hand. Ada? Silahkan.
Yang udah paham semua masalah table sama
Wah,
figure ya.
ini karena dijelaskan dengan secara
Udah khatam
ringkas,
kajinya.
padat, dan jelas gitu ya. Tadi yang saya catat juga itu bagus pengalaman dari Bu Dr. Nur Aisyah Zulkifli ketika menulis. Dosen saja menulis itu ada masukan dan saran dari reviewer, dan terlebih untuk publikasi ya, publikasi internasional. Jadi bagi Anda yang ingin menulis, ya kalau dikasih saran untuk perbaikan ya itu bagus ya. Karena bagaimanapun dalam hal penulisan kita kemampuan kita dibangun oleh masukan-masukan dari reviewer kalau untuk artikel, dan kalau untuk tulisan skripsi mungkin pembimbing yang memberikan saran, dan juga nanti mungkin penguji. Baik, jadi silakan bagi yang ingin menanyakan terkait dengan menampilkan results dalam bentuk tables ataupun figures di dalam tesis Anda ataupun artikel Anda, karena saya lihat ada beberapa juga mahasiswa yang ditugaskan oleh dosennya untuk menulis artikel ya, berlatih-latih menulis artikel ya, sebelum mereka menulis tesis. Silakan dibuka sesi tanya jawab. Mungkin bukan hanya mahasiswa yang ingin bertanya, kepada rekan sejawat juga dipersilahkan. Mem ini hadir bersama kita, aktif kameranya on. Mem Cup Raudatul Miski. Fresh sekali pagi ini, kelihatannya dari sini, Bu Cut. Alhamdulillah ya.
Unmute kakak.
Oh ya, maaf Bu Cut. Ya, oke.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Dodi dan Bu Aisyah. That was a great presentation from Bu Dr. Nuraisa Zulkifli ya, Pak Dodi ya.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree lah, Bu Aisyah. There is so many errors that our students have done in their thesis ya. Memang banyak banget itu kesalahannya. Bukan banyak sih, beberapa saja yang melakukan kesalahan because kita tidak punya pengetahuan yang cukup untuk memberikannya, mana tahu ketika bimbingan itu ya. Jadi inilah masanya kita mendapatkan penjelasan dari Bu Aisyah. Jadi kepada mahasiswa semua, jika ada yang merasa masih ingin bertanya ya, masih ada yang harus ditanyakan karena sesuatu dan lain halnya, silakan gitu. Alhamdulillah, ditunggu partisipasi aktifnya dari para mahasiswa kita.
Baik, ya betul sekali. Silakan bagi mahasiswa yang ingin bertanya, atau paling tidak merequest boleh juga. Pokoknya request dong mem atau sir itu file presentasinya gitu ya. Terlebih untuk tabel checklistnya umpamanya.
Boleh.
Berarti boleh ya, sudah saya wakilkan tadi itu.
Boleh, boleh.
Jadi itu penting ya.
Iya.
Jadi ngomong-ngomong ini itu hal yang wajar kan kalau kita dikasih saran perbaikan terkait table kan, Bu Dokter?
Iya, biasanya itu ya Bu Cut, Bu Kurnia, dan Bu Zali, Pak Dodi, biasanya kan mahasiswa itu menambah-nambah tabel di bab 4. Niatnya tuh biar tebal skripsinya, kan gitu. Jadi kadang-kadang spasi tabel itu sampai dua single space. Seharusnya kan single jadi di double space. Jadi satu halaman itu kadang 2 halaman jadi satu tabel. Padahal kalau dia bisa membuatnya satu halaman, why not? Kan gitu. Penjelasan pun kadang-kadang penjelasannya di mana, tabelnya di mana, ya.
Betul. Dan tadi juga sudah jelaskan itu figure itu berbeda-beda macamnya, ada yang graphs, ada yang charts, kan? Ada yang berbentuk drawings, photographs, gitu ya. Dan ternyata ada banyak jenis dari figure yang bisa kita tampilkan di skripsi ataupun di artikel kita. Itu saya tertarik tadi tentang menampilkan charts yang disampaikan dalam presentasi tadi, bahwasanya chart juga bagus ya, menampilkan untuk yang non quantitative information ya.
Iya, betul.
Jadi tidak harus kita membuat charts itu dalam bentuk yang tabel batang lalu yang ada angka-angkanya gitu. Malahan ini disarankan sekali kalau dalam APA, kalau charts itu diupayakan fokusnya kepada menyampaikan proses, flow of flow charts, ya kan?
Apalagi untuk yang masa pandemi sekarang ini, diusahakan untuk mahasiswa kan, kadang bukan kita ya, kadang beberapa penguji itu mempertanyakan keabsahan ini betul neliti apa tidak, kan gitu. Kita kadang butuh yang figure-figure seperti itu. Iya. Kadang kan kita butuh penelitian yang figure-figure seperti itu yang dipresentasikan pada appendix. Penelitiannya cuman menyampaikan menggunakan angket, contohnya. Ini betul apa tidak nih, kan gitu idenya. Untuk yang penelitian yang kuali, misalkan itu tadi katanya kan.
Betul.
Atau kita berikutnya.
Gimana ini? Apakah saya todong satu-satu pesertanya atau hanya mengangkat tangan ini? Ini ada fitur reaction, ditinggal aja raise hand sehingga bisa saya tunjuk. Baik, sepertinya sudah alhamdulillah sudah clear terkait dengan bagaimana mendisplay atau menampilkan hasil di dalam artikel ataupun dalam skripsi terkait dengan panduan yang diberikan oleh narasumber kita hari ini pada sesi pertama. Dan ingat bahwasanya konteks yang disampaikan oleh narasumber tadi itu akan diterapkan oleh Anda ketika menulis nantinya penugasan perkuliahan ataupun juga skripsi-skripsi yang Anda yang akan Anda kerjakan gitu ya. Baik, sepertinya Iftita mau bertanya nih atau Novinda, silakan. Mana yang duluan? Iftita dulu atau Novinda dulu?
Boleh, Novinda dulu, Sir.
Oke, Novinda, thank you. Silakan Novinda.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Halo, Sir, Ma'am. Semoga sehat selalu. Jadi, Novinda dari EED 15 ingin bertanya masalah tabel, figure, sama chart tadi, Ma'am. Kalau untuk, kata Ma'am tadi kan setiap line yang kita buat dalam figure atau tabel kita itu ada maknanya. Nah, bagaimana dengan color-nya, Ma'am? Boleh nggak kita itu memberi warna untuk tabel atau figure kita itu sesuai dengan yang kita mau, atau ada aturannya, Ma'am? Terima kasih.
Oke, langsung dijawab apa pertanyaan berikutnya Pak Dodi?
Ya, sepertinya pertanyaannya bagus dan menarik sekali ini dan
Iya.
penting nih kita jawab dulu ya sebelum nanti yang lain bertanya. Silakan, Bu
Oke,
narasumber.
baik. Terima kasih Novinda. Rosayanti terus pertanyaannya. Jadi pertanyaannya bagus. Jadi pengalaman saya itu waktu nulis disertasi itu ada Bapak apa ya namanya? Beliau tamat S3 itu di semester 4. Jadi 2 tahun. Ketika saya membaca disertasinya itu simple, tapi dengan chart dan figurnya itu, tadi yang kata Novinda tadi, warnanya cantik ya Novinda, penjelasannya padat. Jadi kayaknya lebih senang, apalagi dia FMIPA, anak FMIPA. Jadi anak FMIPA itu berbeda dengan anak bahasa nulisnya. Kalau anak bahasa kayak kita berbicara, misalnya kayak Memcut berbicara dengan temannya terlalu banyak deskripsi ya, Memcut tidak langsung pada to the point-nya. Nah, itu beda anak bahasa dengan FMIPA. Kalau FMIPA itu tak langsung dia ada figure, ada penjelasannya. Jadi kalau saya pribadi lebih senang membaca tulisan anak FMIPA daripada tulisan anak bahasa, karena saya sendiri anak bahasa memang berputar-putar, intinya satu juga ya. Nah, jadi kalau ditanyakan boleh apa tidak, boleh. Selama itu tidak berlebihan. Ya. Misalkan untuk chart itu saja, kalau tabelnya itu misalkan untuk chart untuk membeda kelas A, B dan C, misalkan untuk kelas A dikasih warna merah ya kan, B kuning, C hijau for example. Nah, itu kan lebih bagus untuk bisa membedakan, ya kan? Cuman di saat ini saya lebih senang karena untuk yang skripsi ini kadang mahasiswa di fotokopinya, ya kan? Kalau seandainya di print lebih bagus, ya kan? Kalau di print skripsinya itu boleh deh di fotokopi besok skripsinya boleh. Tapi khusus untuk chart itu di print warna, di fotokopi ya, itu lebih bagus, jadi lebih menarik. Jadi kalau saran saya boleh Miss, boleh, tapi tidak berlebihan. Itu saja. Thank you, Novinda.
Thank you, ma'am.
Baik, ya jelas sepertinya. Jadi Novinda pun langsung thank you senyum-senyum gitu ya. Oh tidak terjawab sudah lah pertanyaannya.
Kita
Betul
tunggu
sekali.
skripsi Novinda
Ya.
ya Pak Dodi, apakah berwarna-warni juga atau hitam
Betul.
putih di fotokopi nanti?
Nanti khusus untuk halaman yang ada grades-nya atau chart-nya itu di print ya. Mantap, luar biasa. Baik, selanjutnya terima kasih Novinda dan juga Bu narasumber. Kita lanjutkan pertanyaan berikutnya dari Iftita. Silakan.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Saya Sita Rahmi dari IID Angkatan 2015.
Oke.
Saya sudah menyelesaikan skripsi, alhamdulillah sudah wisuda, tapi saya agak lupa soal validasi. Jadi misalnya kan kita menggunakan SPSS untuk mengukur validasi suatu tes. Jadi kalau misalnya tes itu tidak valid, apakah masih bisa digunakan atau kami membuat tes baru? Soalnya di antara angkatan saya dulu, kalau memikirkan buat tes lagi itu agak ribet. Lalu mereka berpikir untuk menvalidkan sendiri, jadi menukar-nukar angkanya. Apakah itu diperbolehkan? Terima kasih.
Ya baik, terima kasih banyak Iftita Rahmi. Wah ini juga alumni kita ya, luar biasa. Selamat ya, congratulations for your graduation. Dan memang sih kepada Bu narasumber kita topiknya tentang displaying results, akan tetapi sepertinya para peserta juga tertarik dengan bidang assessment ya, yang mana interest dari keahlian narasumber kita pada pagi ini adalah bidang assessment. Memang agak luar dari topik, tetapi terkait dengan bidangnya, dan tentunya ini juga berhubungan ya dengan pembahasan kita. Terlebih untuk yang belum selesai ini, masalah valid menvalidkan gitu ya. Baik, silakan Bu Dr. Nur Aisyah.
Saya senyum-senyum aja. Ini pertanyaan menjebak nih Iftita ya. Ini tidak bisa dijawab dengan online ini. Karena ada track recordnya di sini ya Mem Zeli. Tidak bisa dijawab online. Tapi pada dasarnya ketika tes itu tidak valid, maka harus direvisi. Oke? Karena untuk validitas tes itu harus divalidasi dan dilakukan divalidasi oleh validator namanya. Seorang validator itu at least S3. Karena ahli pada bidangnya. Seseorang yang ahli pada bidangnya itu untuk yang di Indonesia itu mungkin juga di luar negeri ya. Itu yang memvalidasi itu tingkat doktor. Jadi kalau doktor tadi kayak Pak Dodi juga assessment ini IC ya, assessment juga. Saya di IC, kami berdua sudah doktor assessment di sini ya, Iftita. Jadi ketika teman ataupun sahabat-sahabat kita datanya tidak valid, berarti penelitian belum bisa dilanjutkan. Itu saran dari saya.
Terima kasih, Ma'am.
Oke, iya nak.
Baik, luar biasa. Ini tegas tapi juga tentunya menjadi perhatian bagi semua. Jadi ketika nanti sebelum tindak lanjut mengolah data, pastikan dulu ini diuji dulu validitas dari instrumennya ya kan, sehingga data yang dikumpulkan juga bisa dipertanggungjawabkan itu valid. Baik, terima kasih banyak Iftitah pertanyaannya, bisa menginspirasi adik-adik yang belum selesai ataupun teman setingkat yang belum selesai untuk berhati-hati terkait dengan masalah valid tadi. Jangan menvalidkan saja, ya, tapi sesuai dengan prosedur. Tegas itu jawaban dari Bu narasumber. Oke, terima kasih banyak Iftitah Rahmi. Selanjutnya, saya rasa juga waktu yang membatasi presentasi kita ya. Apakah benar kemudian Ibu Kurnia? Oh, baik. Bagaimana dengan Bu narasumber? Apakah waktu kita sudah
Sudah kayaknya presentasi sudah dilakukan ya Bu Kurnia. Pertanyaan dari peserta sudah ada, mungkin kita lanjutkan ke sesi berikutnya ya Bu Kurnia.
Benar.
Bu Kurnia masih unmute.
Oke.
Baik, kalau begitu saya sebagai moderator mengucapkan terima kasih banyak atas guidance, arahan, dan juga wawasan yang terbaru disampaikan oleh narasumber, dan juga partisipasi dari peserta yang luar biasa terkait dengan pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang tadi bermanfaat sekali ya, baik di sisi konten maupun nanti di sisi praktis untuk penulisan. Berarti mohon maaf saya sebagai moderator atas kekurangan, dan saya kembalikan kepada Bu Kurnia sebagai pembawa atau mengarahkan acara kita ini. Terima kasih. Silakan Bu Kurnia.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Dodi Setiawan and Bu Nur Aisyah Zulkifli. Ini suara saya terdengar jelas, Bu Zeli?
Yes, very clear. Mantap.
Dengar Ibu.
Okay, well, before we come to the second session, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to the head of our committee, Mr. Muhammad Shafi as the head of committee. And then I'd like to say welcome as well to Pak Dedi Wahyudi, and then Pak Siswandi, and also we have the head of our English Education Department, Bu Faurina. Okay. Well, hopefully you are getting well, Bu Faurina. And then welcome to Bu Harum Natasha. And also we have Bu Nurdiana here.
Ibu Roswati juga ada, itu Bu Kurnia.
Okay, welcome for all. Bu Roswati, yes, right. and especially for all of English department student of Winsus Karyau. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to here explanation from our second speaker. And our second speaker today will be Bu Zeli Putriani, MPD. Okay, let me lead this session for her. Right. Bu Zeli is one of the young lecturers in our English department, right? And then, but if you read her CV, okay, then you can find out that she got more than 25 rewards and achievement, and also she has joined more than 100 training conferences and seminar that I cannot mention one by one, and also more than 20 education, right? But shortly, I'm going to introduce you about Bu Zeli Putriani, MPD, a little of Winsus Karyau for bachelor and master degree. And then she experienced non-degree education in University of South Carolina, USA. And also she got full scholarship for bachelor degree from International Test Center, Educational Testing Service, Princeton, USA, and also scholarship award for non-degree scholarship of English program for international in USA. Right. And then is one of them is being a TOEIC ambassador, Duta TOEIC for Indonesia, and it is awarded by International Testing Center, ETS Princeton, not BTS, right? But ETS Princeton. Yes. And now she is one of the lecturers of English Education Department of Winsus Karyau. Right now, we are pleased to have Bu Zeli Putriani, MPD, as the second speaker with the title Italics and numbers. Okay, please, it's yours, Bu Zeli.
Well, thank you so much, Bu Kurnia. What about my voice? Can you hear my voice clearly?
Clearly.
Yes.
I'm having a cough, so my voice is not like a normal voice that I have.
Not like normal.
Yes, hopefully I can finish my presentation. And I would like to say thank you so much for Ibu Kurnia for such a good and brilliant introduction. Especially for me, I'm not really that good actually. That's just stated in my curriculum vitae. And I'm sure that all of us here have incredible achievements and also incredible experiences in our own expertise. Well, my topic for today is a little bit boring, to be honest. But before that, I'm sorry, I forgot to warn the head of the committee for this training, that is Pak Shafi'i. And I also like to send my regards to all of my college the lecturers of English Education Department, Pak Dedi, Pak Dodi, Bu Faurina, Bu Harum, and Bu Roswati, and also Pak Siswandi. Okay, I'll start my slide. Yeah, without further ado and wasting our time, and also to save my energy to speak, hopefully I can finish my presentation. Well, here it is. Well, this is it. Well, this is the topic actually gathered from our department, and it has been decided and also determined for each of the lecturers actually. So my part today is about APA writing styles in specific topic, the mechanics of style, spelling, capitalization, italics, and numbers. And as I said to you before, that it's going to be boring because I'm pretty sure that all of us here had already known about these topics, what spelling is, what capitalization, italics, and numbers are. But over here, I'd like to give maybe some information. Maybe this is new information or maybe not, and it's going to be old school and very basic things, and this is very classical, but I have to underline that this topic is going to be very important in your writing, because without having good mechanics of writing, your good sentence, your good narrations in your thesis or in your articles maybe will affect a little bit. So people will see, oh, this is your writing is good, but this person is lack of mechanics. So it's going to ruin the cohesion and also the coherence also for your writing. And for this topic, I'll start with spelling. And I hope all of the participants, my students joining us today, I hope you can follow my presentation, and hopefully I can present it clearly. Okay, I'll start with preferred spelling. So spelling is actually very basic, and this is one of the mechanics. So the thing that I've taught you, or the stuff I mentioned to you before, like spelling, capitalization, italics, and also number, these are only 4 of the mechanics in writing. So we have more than mechanics of writing. And if I'm not mistaken, the next speaker will also talk about the mechanics of style. It is Bu Chut, I think, will also continue the mechanics of style in FPA writing, what the mechanics of the styles looks like. And here it is, preferred spelling. So if we talk about spelling, maybe you will think about letters, right? The way you combine or group every letter into a word, or combination of, or we can say a combinations of words. So in APA style, we use American style, of course, because the APA writing style refers to the American style, so publication manual of the American Psychological Association. And how to have preferred spelling. Preferred spelling here means that the spelling that you have to follow based on the dictionary. Okay, so the standard of this spelling is your dictionary. And what is dictionary? This is not British dictionary if you use APA style. So you're going to use American dictionary. So the example maybe could be like Merriam-Webster College's dictionary, or you can also use American Longman Dictionary. And I suggest you not to follow British Longman Dictionary, because of what? Because APA style, once again, this kind of style, this kind of writing style is not British style, but American style. So you've got to follow the dictionary that also follow the APA, that is American style. And this is the example of the preferred spelling. And I hope all of the students in English Education Department there is no excuse actually if you sit for an exam or the final exam or munakosah in our department, and then by the time the examiners read yours, I mean your writing, you have some misspelling or miswriting like that. So actually that should not be an excuse for us, because nowadays we have computers. So computer also help us actually for correcting our spelling. So if you mistype words, if you activate the button for checking the spelling, maka nanti di komputernya itu biasanya merah-merah garis biru. Kadang ada yang biru, kadang ada yang merah, ada yang hijau gitu. So if you have that kind of marks, it means that you have to correct your spelling. So that's very easy. So once again, I hope that after this training, there will be no excuse for students when you sit on exam or in munakosa or in postal examination, and then you just state to the examiner, oh, that's misspelling. I'm sorry, that's misspelling, mistyping, and whatever the reason is. You have to be ready before sitting or before submitting your articles. And you can also use actually free sites for checking spellings. You can also consult the free sites like grammarly.com, or you can also visit prowriting.com. Okay, those two sites I recommend for you. So for the basic spellings, it will help a lot. I myself also often visit those two sites for checking my spelling for my article. So it really helps actually. And over here you may see the example. So the first column is edging. So if we want to write edging, so it should not be written like this. So there is a misspelling over here. So that's not A-D and then E-I-N-G, but it should be like edging. A-D-I-N-G. So this is correct one. And also cancel. So this is wrong. We see over here that this is not a correct spelling of cancel, but the second one is correct, cancel. So once again, how do we know that our spelling is correct? By using APA style, you have to refer to a dictionary, okay, American dictionary. And next, these are also still examples on how we have preferred spelling in our writing. So in singular and plural. In singular and plural, if we refer to APA styles of writing, so there are differences by writing the singulars and also plurals. So you may see over here my examples, appendix. So if you write appendix by X, look at here. So the last letter is X. So if you want to have it in plural form, it should be like this, yeah, appendices. So by using CES, so this is American one, okay? In student tests, when I test some of students' paper, I still find this kind of mistake. So yeah, they write the plural noun of appendix by using ES, but still using, but they still use X, not C, not CES like this, but X and then plus ES. So that's not correct. So the correct one is like this, appendices. And cannula should be in cannulas by S. Datum, this is for your data. So if you have only one date, satu data saja, itu harusnya nulisnya bukan data, but it should be written like datum. Datum for singular and data for plural. And phenomenon, so this word is really frequent or very often occur in the first chapter of students writing, right? So in background of the problem, chapter 1, background of the problem, and in section background of the problem. So most of students, they tend to write this phenomenon for showing the problems or the symptoms of the problems they have in their research. So if you have only one or singular phenomenon, so you should write like phenomenon. But if you have it in plural, you will write phenomenon. Hopefully you still have spirit to listen to me, everyone. I know that this is kind of boring, but I have to do my
It's
job
nice
for today.
explanation, ma'am.
I have to finish my job for today, so help me. Preferred spellings. This is for us, okay? I also believe that you have learned this in grammar class. Start from maybe junior high school, senior high school, and also in our department. We also have grammar class for the singular and plural. So if we want to write the possessive or something that belongs to someone or things, we have to add the apostrophe and then s, apostrophe and then s. Look at here, my examples are the names of people. So if you want to see that something belongs to Fred, so you have to add the apostrophe and also s at the end. So like this first. But if you want to say it in plural, it means that sometimes this is also used for family, right? So the fruits like that. So it means that the fruits, maybe the first family, for example, like that. So the fruit and also the fruit, maybe the wife and also the children, you may say the fruits, okay? But the way you have it, because plural form, if it has already has an s, you don't have to put double s at the end to show it plural, but you just need to have the apostrophe. So like this, the fruits and then apostrophe without s after the apostrophe. And James, Watsons and the Watsons, Skinner's operant conditioning. So that's one of the theory in psychology. Skinner's, if you want to say Skinner's theory, you have to write like this, Skinner's, the first one. And if you want to refer to Skinner's, which belongs to the, which refer to the person itself, we have to write like this, the Skinners. So more than one Skinner. Well, we come to the next mechanics of writing in APA style, that is hyphenation. So we've done with spelling. So for everyone, if you have questions about spelling, the previous topic that mentions, you may write questions from now. Hyphenation is the second one. Hyphenation, do you know what hyphenation is? No one?
No, ma'am.
Hyphenation. Maybe you know, but, and also maybe you are brave enough to speak or lazy to speak. Hyphenation is like the mark of minus, minus, kata kalau kita nulis minus gitu kan. Kalau dash, kalau slash dia itu kan di, not slash, the dash, itu kan dia di bawah. Tapi kalau hyphenation ini, hyphen mark ini dia yang seperti tanda minus, tapi dia hanya sekali saja gitu. Nanti ada contohnya. Ini contohnya di sini. So this is the examples of the hyphenation. Follow up, and then follow up. So the second form. So the second form of follow up ini menggunakan hyphen, ya, hyphenation. Hyphenation. That's hyphenation. That's it. So I have no more definition for hyphenation. So the hyphenation is the mark like this, and the use for hyphenation it varies actually. You may have the definition. If you have definition, you can also have the hyphen. Yeah. For example, you want to say hyphenation, and then you have the symbol of hyphenation, and then you explain what hyphenation is. So that's also one of the functions of having hyphenation in your writing. So it's not monotone actually. It should not be monotone actually in your writing. So in your writing, if you want to define something, you should not only say that the definition of this is blah, 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 blah. Sometimes you could also have hyphen in your hyphenation. Wait. Julaila Sari, I think. Julaila Sari. Today, not only a speaker, but I'm also let
I
me.
can mute Julaila. I can mute.
I did it. I did it. I did mute Julaila. I'm sorry, Julaila. It's my turn. You may talk after me. Hyphenation, I'll continue. So in hyphenation, another functions of hyphenation is not only for mentioning the definition of something, but hyphenation is also frequently used in compound words. And we may have that hyphenation created by ourselves, or we can also refer to dictionary again. So over here on the top, on the right side, compound words are two kinds of compound words. The first is permanent compound, and the second one is temporary compound. Permanent compound is the compound words. Compound words ini maksudnya combination of words. A combination of words, usually it followed by preposition, and sometimes not only preposition but also word by words. So the combination of those words, and then you put it together and it becomes one phrase or one word. So it is compound words. And if you want to know variations of that compound words using hyphenation, you have to consult your dictionary again. So there's no more ways. So my suggestion, if you are writing something, for example, you're writing an article or you're writing your thesis or proposal research, please also open the dictionary. The dictionaries actually appear or exist in Microsoft Word. Jadi di Microsoft Word kita itu sebetulnya sudah ada dictionary, and also thesaurus. You may activate the American one. Or if you do not know how to activate your dictionary in Microsoft, please open your online dictionary and then you consult it one by one. Whether you have to use hyphen or not, you've got to check your dictionary. So that's permanent compound. And for the second one, temporary compound. Temporary compound ini dia adalah a combination of words that is created by ourselves. It depends on the function of that compound word. So sometimes I can say pre, and then the symbol of hyphen, mean study, pre, and then hyphen, and then service English teacher. So pre-service English teacher. So it means that I have to have an emphasis on the pre and the teacher, which is not yet teacher, but they are only pre-service teacher or student teacher. So I can actually use the hyphen for that. So pre and then hyphen and then service teacher. But in some other case, hyphen is not needed. Jadi di sini you can also see my points. So the compound words, the first is two separated words, and the second is a hyphenated words, and the third is a broken or solid words. And the example for each is on the below. So you may see over there on the very below of my presentation. So follow up without hyphen, that is two separated words, and the second one is follow up by having hyphen, so that's hyphenated words, and the third is follow up, that is solid word. So in APA books, when I refer to this book, so I have this kind of books, I'm pretty sure that you also have one, and all of students, our students have this, and lecturers also have this. So you don't have to open it again because I'm presenting it to you. So in this book, it says that the compound words in IPA, it consists of three. Okay, consists of three: the solid one, the hyphen one, and also the separated words. And which one is correct, ma'am? So maybe that's in your mind. Which one is correct? Which one should I use in my writing? Which one is in active style? Those three are correct. So there is no one is incorrect in this example. But it depends on the function of that words, okay? By the time you want to have the hyphen one in hyphenated words, follow up. So you're going to have it in one phrase and then it refers to something and follow up. So which one of the function you have to consult your dictionary again. So for checking the compound words and also for checking your spelling, once again, the main source for you is the standard dictionary. So you've got to have the standard dictionary, that is American dictionary, Longman American dictionary, or you may also consult Merriam-Webster. So in this book, it doesn't say that you've got to use American Longman, but it says over here, you've got to use Merriam-Webster. So this book recommends us for having Merriam-Webster. Okay, I also have Merriam-Webster dictionary in my computer, so I cannot remember all of the words in English, so I just use the frequent words. So do not wait until you have all of the words in dictionary and then you start writing. Just use the facility for helping you to write better. So we have dictionary. Okay, so don't worry if you do not know the words, just check your dictionary, consult your dictionary, and the problem solved. Okay, I speak too long for this, guys. I think I need to move this one. This is the example, okay? Database, 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 and with the separated one, database, lifestyle, lifestyle. So there are two forms of each of the compound words: lifestyle, caregiver, caregiver, self-esteem, self-esteem, high school, and then high school. Which one is which one should you use in your writing? So it depends on you. So every single word, every single compound here, it has different meaning. So by the time you have data and then space base, jadi ada spasinya, data space base, itu artinya different with database, lifestyle with hyphen, and lifestyle without hyphen. So in APA book, if you refer again to our Holly book from department, so it is different. It is different, so you've got to check them in your dictionary again. So I cannot, to be honest, I cannot tell you all of the examples of hyphenation and each of the meaning of that. Just consult the dictionary that you're going to use for your writing. This is the example. You have to do hyphenate. Please hyphenate of this. Number one, a compound with a participle when it precedes the term it modifies. For example, role-playing technique, anxiety arousing, water-deprived animals. So you've got to have the hyphen here, role-playing. Because of what? Because when you have a participle, when it precedes the term it modifies, jadi dia menerangkan, it precedes the term it modifies. For example, playing, what kind of playing technique? So if you want to explain this kind of noun, so jadi ini kan ada modifiersnya. Role playing, by the time you have to explain a participle when it precedes the term it modifies, please use hyphen. Jadi kalau dalam case ini kita boleh menggunakan temporary hyphenation, namanya temporary hyphenation atau temporary compound words itu adalah yang kita bikin sendiri. Jadi kalau mau menerangkan misalnya ada dua kata dan yang kata pertama itu menerangkan kata selanjutnya itu, kita boleh diperbolehkan di dalam APA style, please use the hyphenation. And the second principle is a phrase used as an adjective when it precedes the term it modifies. So this is very clear, I think. Trial with prior analysis to be recall items. And number three, an adjective and noun compound when it precedes the term it modifies. Once again, if you want to explain the noun after your first word of compound itu boleh dipakai hyphen. Ini contohnya high anxiety group. So high anxiety is 1/3. Jadi terminologinya one. Ada satu high anxiety group. And middle class families, this is also the example. I got this actually from our APA book. A compound with a number as the first element when the compound precedes the term it modifies. So the 12th grade, the 6th trial problem, 16th interval. So each of them, each of the compound precedes the term it modifies. So we have to use the hyphenation over there. A fraction used as an adjective, 2/3 majority. So if you want to explain the majority, so for example over here, the example is majority, and what majority is, I mean the majority that this person is trying to explain to us is the 2/3 majority. So the emphasis is on the numbers that we have in hyphen. So which one of the majority? The 2/3 majority, the answer. And here, please do not hyphenate a compound including an adverb ending in ly. So widely used tags. So if you want to have temporary compound words, as I said to you before, that we may create our own, right? We may create our own compound words by using hyphen, but please do not, okay? Please do not do hyphenation when you have the ly ending or in adverb. Usually it has ly ending or in ly suffix. Please do not hyphenate. So it is prohibited. A compound including a comparative or superlative adjective, better written paper, less informed viewers, higher scoring students, higher order learning. Chemical terms, sodium chloride solution. And this is also one term, sodium chloride solution. So even though that this is a kind of compound, but you may not have the hyphen because of what? Because it says like that. Because the rule of FEA is like that. We may not do hyphenation if it is in chemical terms. Foreign phrases used as adjectives or adverbs, that's number 4. So post-territoritas and post-hostile comparison. So those are the examples. And number 5, a modifier including letter or numeral. So you may see over here, type 2 error, trial 1 performance. You should not have the hyphen or the minus there because it is clear already and there's nothing to have in. Nothing to do with the hyphenation. 6, common fractions used as nouns. 1/3 of the participants. So I hope this is clear. We still have more principles. Okay. Principle number 1, everyone. General principle to hyphenate. Principle number 1 is if a compound adjectives can be misread and then use hyphen. So if you write the term in your writing in your article, if you think that the people or the reader will misunderstand or misread your writing, then you may have the hyphen. Okay, so please use hyphen to make the readers clear about what you are writing. And the second, if the term expresses a single thought in the temporary compound, you may have the hyphen. 2 parent homes. 2 parent homes. 2 parent homes doesn't mean that the homes belongs of sorry. The 2 parent homes and the homes belongs to more than 1 parent. Does it mean with this? Yeah. So if you have 2 and then hyphen parent homes, it means that the homes which is in a plural form belongs to these 2 parents. 2 parents. So that's not only 1 parent but 2 parents. 2 parents homes. So in every homes they will have 2 people. General principle to hyphen number 3. Most compound adjective rules are applicable only when compound adjective precedes the term it modifies. If a compound adjective follows the term, do not use a hyphen. because the relationships are sufficiently clear without one. So I think this is very clear. So this is the example. These are the example. The counseling was client-centered, so there is no unclear information over here. So we may understand that the counseling was client-centered. Even client-centered, could be in hyphen, could be in hyphenation writing, but here we do not need to have that kind of hyphen. T-test results, then we have the hyphen here, right? T-test result, to make clear, okay, to make the readers clear that the thing that we use for t-test, if we do not have the hyphen, maybe the people will misunderstand, or they will think that we have miswriting or whatever it is. But if you write like this, like in t-test result with hyphen, so it gives information for readers. Oh, this is kind of test. Okay, kind of test. What kind of test? Oh, this is t-test. So the results of t-test result, not misspelling of t double t. No. So this is the importance of having hyphen over here. And results from t-test, same-sex children of the same sex. So they are different. Same-sex children, it has same meaning with children of the same sex. Children of the same sex or same-sex children. Principle number 4, write most words formed with prefixes as one word. So these are the example. By the time you have able, retrievable, affectable, and antisocial, bilingual, interested, co-workers, and other kind of prefix. By the time you have the prefixes and then you have the suffix also, combine them in one without having hyphen. Yeah, without hyphenation. These are also still the examples, but I'll just skip this, okay? It takes too long. I still have a lot of slides. Principle number 5. When 2 or more compound modifiers have a common base, that base is sometimes omitted and all except the last modifier, but hyphens are retained. Okay, I think this is also clear. So sometimes it is omitted. So hyphen is not a must in your compound words. So that's the key information of my presentations. Okay. Sometimes if you think that you need a hyphen to make the reader clear about what you are going to say in your term or in your words, then you may have the hyphen. But if you do not, if you think that your writing is good, your writing is clear, your writing will not be misunderstood by people, and then you do not break the rules or the principle that I mentioned before, then just do not, okay? Just do not use the hyphen. Well, almost done. So this is the third point, the third topic for today, capitalization using uppercase letter. So capitalization is, what is capitalization? Itu bahasa Indonesianya huruf besar ya biasanya. Capitalization, so using uppercase letter, uppercase itu huruf besar. And how to do the capitalization with APA styles? Right, this is the rules. What to capitalize? Actually, what I'm going to present to you in capitalization, I also just got a new information from this book, IPA book. So what I have known before reading this books, I just think that what I have in mind, my knowledge about capitalization is not too complicated, but actually in IPA book, it says more rules for having capitalization and how to capitalize our writing. And here I'll try to tell you too about what I have read, what I have learned with APA styles in capitalization. So number 1 is words beginning a sentence. The first word in a complete sentence. Okay, the first word in a complete sentence. So you may see over here my example. The walls concluded the following analysis. The wall concluded the following analysis. You may see here that I have the asterisk mark atau tanda bintang. Let us read. Do not begin a sentence with the statistical terms. And if name that begins with a lowercase letter begins a sentence, then it should be capitalized. In some other languages, not Indonesian language, people tend to have their name written in lowercase. Jadi ada di beberapa negara yang bahasanya bukan bahasa Indonesia, itu ada nama orang yang memang namanya itu bukan ditulis dengan huruf besar, tapi dengan huruf kecil. Contohnya ini, seperti the wall ini. But in APA style, kalau di APA style, whatever the case, as long as you write that name in the first, the first word in your sentence, it should be in capital. So you have to capitalize that name. So they won't, so this is incorrect. We still need to capitalize. So if you find later on, jika kalian menemukan nantinya nama orang yang memang ditulis dengan huruf kecil, tapi kalau ditulis di awal kalimat tetap harus ditulis huruf besar. The first word in after a colon that begins a complete sentence. The first word in after a colon. Nah, biasanya kalau setelah titik 2 itu banyak yang lupa ya. Saya kadang juga lupa. Tapi biasanya di Microsoft Word, if you write after the colon, if you activate the spelling checks and other kinds of mechanics in your writing and in your computer, it will automatically be in capital letter or in uppercase. But if it doesn't help you, if your computer, your computer do not, if your computer doesn't have that kind of settings, then you have to write it manual. Jadi kalau kita udah nulis nih, bla 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 bla, terus titik 2. After titik 2 itu, after colon itu, you have to have capital over there. So this is the example. The other main point, and then colon. No expression. So no over here. Look at no here. No. So N is in capital. Well, I think this is clear. If you do not understand or you have questions, just type a question in the chat box. Then maybe I will. If I have time and we have time, I will answer that. What to capitalize the next? Major words in titles and headings. So major words in titles of books and articles within the body of the paper. Look at here. Conjunctions, articles, short preposition are not considered major words. Ya, jadi ini banyak juga. Saya juga kadang lupa, kadang nggak tertulis juga seperti ini. Ya, tapi ini perlu diingat. Major words in titles of books and articles. Jadi kalau kita nulis, gitu ya, ada major words. Yang dikatakan dengan major words itu tidak termasuk conjunction seperti and, itu conjunction. Articles, artikel itu seperti the, ya, the itu ya, itu articles. Short preposition ini yang maksudnya apa? Tidak, ternyata this is also new information for me. Jadi kalau biasanya ini setiap preposition itu nggak perlu di huruf besarkan, yang kata the first letternya. Tapi ternyata menurut buku APA ini, in APA book, the preposition itu tetap akan dibuat capital if we do not have short preposition. Short preposition ini maksudnya dia yang lebih dari 4 ya, 4 ke atas. Jadi kalau seperti from itu kan ada 4, from ada 4 kata, from, F-R-O-M. Jadi kalau in this case from, so this from should be in capital if you write it as the titles of the headings, ya. Jadi itu harus. Tapi kalau gimana kalau yang kurang dari 4, seperti in gitu. In itu kan cuma 2, on itu 2. Ya, jadi kalau dia tidak in the very first word in your writing, jadi kalau dia di tengah seperti ini contohnya ya, memory in hearing, in-nya ini kan it should not be in capital, jadi should be in lowercase. But look at here, we have 2 words over here. Attitudes towards, how many letters? Ini berapa huruf? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it has more than 4. letters, then you have to do capital in that preposition. Jadi maksudnya conjunction artikel short preposition ini yang harus digarisbawahi. Untuk saya sendiri juga ini ya, karena awalnya saya hanya menyangka preposition. Ternyata di buku APA ini yang shortnya saja yang tidak di capital, tapi yang lebih dari 4 kata itu dia harus dikapitalkan. It says like that here in APA manual. And also linking verb. Capitalize all verbs. Jadi semua kata kerja harus dikapitalkan kalau dia titles or headings. Ya. Linking verbs. Linking verbs ini apa? Is, am, are, was, were gitu ya. Itu namanya linking verb atau been gitu. Nah, ini juga mungkin terlupakan di dalam penulisan mahasiswa. Jadi saat nulis judul itu yang linking verbnya itu huruf kecil. Ternyata dalam buku APA, linking verb is, am, are, was, were, been itu harus ditulis dengan huruf capital. Ya. Kecuali conjunction, artikel sama short preposition. Short preposition. Jadi kalau dia nggak short, seperti toward, from, itu tetap harus capital. When a capitalized word is hyphenated compound, capitalize both words. Also capitalize the first word after colon or dash in the title. So I think that's quite clear, right? I hope it is clear for you. Okay, let's go to next. Exception. In title of books and articles in reference list, capitalize only the first word. Nah, ini beda kalau dia di references, ya references. Di daftar pustaka. Ini kan di dalam citation, maksudnya di dalam tulisan kita ya, bukan yang di dalam daftar pustaka yang tadi saya sebutkan. Kalau di dalam references, itu hanya first word-nya saja. Contohnya, lihat nih judul bukunya apa. Tadi kan kasusnya judul buku ya. Theory of Mind Development. Nah, di sini, the letter that we need to capitalize is only T. Theory. T in theory. And mind development and children, meta-analysis, false belief, understanding across cultures and languages, those words should not be in capital. Jadi APA itu hanya the first letter-nya saja. APA 6th edition from this group, it says like that. And I also think that there will be another speaker atau lecturers yang lain akan menjelaskan lebih detail tentang references ini. If I see an on schedule, it should be tomorrow. So if you want to know more about how to do references, please do not miss the next training tomorrow. Here, what to capitalize, major words in article headings and subheadings. Exception in indented paragraph levels 3, 4, and 5, capitalize only the first word and proper nouns. And this kind of principle ini juga sudah dijelaskan oleh Pak Samsi on the first day of our training. But maybe for me, the thing that you need to take concern is only on the levels number 3 and number 4. 3, 4, and then 5. Yeah. So you need to capitalize only the first word and the proper nouns. What do we have here? I'm sorry. How many more minutes do I have, Bu Kurnia? Hello, Bu Kurnia.
Oh.
Do I still have time?
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Major words in table, titles, and figure legends. And it looks very tiny things. Jadi mechanics ini suka dilupakan, ya. Mungkin tidak dilupakan, tapi dia terlupakan, ya. Kadang saya juga melupakan atau saya terlupa. Banyak di tulisan kita, bukan hanya tulisan mahasiswa, karena tulisan dosen juga begitu. Ya, kadang biasa ya manusia, kadang terlupa. Jadi untuk tables, major words in table titles and figure legends itu. In table headings and figure caption, capitalize only the first word and proper nouns. Look at here. Saya sampai nulis ini supaya nggak kelupaan nih. Section 5 tadi halaman 133. di dalam buku panduannya. So you may see over here the example. This is too general. Table 1, relation between college majors and performance. So it is unclear what data are presented in the table. Relation between college majors and performances. So this is one of the example of the name. Jadi nama atau memberi judul table itu ya. Jadi ada yang clear, ada not clear, ada yang too general, ada yang too detail, ada yang good. Ini contohnya. Ini yang tadi itu adalah too general, and but for too detailed, you may see over here. Mean performance scores on Task A, Task B, and Task C of students with psychology, physics, English, engineering 2. Engineering and then majors. Oh God, this is so detailed. Okay, this is too detailed, and please do not make such this kind of too detailed information for your table. I mean the label of your table or the title of your table. So what should we do with that? Look at here. The mean performance scores of students with different college majors. So just write in so I mean not too general and not too detailed, but the people can figure out what the table contain will be by reading the title of the table. So if you write like that, so it means that you have good writing for your title of table. So I think you have to bear this in mind too. Not only you, me too. References to title sections within the same articles. And here, look at this. If you have to write, jadi kalau saat kita mau menjelaskan di dalam tulisan kita, and then you want to say something about the section, for example, itu ada bab 3, bab 4. Itu bab 3 itu methods, bab 3 methods. Lalu di dalam isi bab 3 yang methods judulnya tadi, you ngomong, in this method section, I will explain about blah, blah, blah. By the time you have the word method, jadi saat kalian menulis the word method, itu M-nya itu harus di capital. Kenapa? Karena the thing that you are mentioning is the title of the section. So by the time and every time you mention the section or the heading or the subheading of the heading or the section of your writing, please do it in capital letter. For example, yang seperti as the example I mentioned you before. And this is the second example, which is discussed in the data analysis. Data analysis ini kan bagian dari section atau subsection. Nah, kalau dia bagian atau part of your sections, then you have to make it in capital. So you need to capitalize it. Okay, we're done with this. We go to this. Proper noun and table names. Proper nouns and adjectives and words used as proper nouns and proper nouns adjectives that have acquired common meaning are not capitalized. So the things that you have known in general, everything that you have known in general, and you think that the readers will also know that term, then you don't have, not you don't have, you have to. You have to write it in capital. Look at here, Freudian slip, Wills, lambda. Ya, ini contoh-contohnya. But look at here. So there's no exceptions. Ngomongin huruf kapital aja lama ya. Semoga masih bisa bertahan mendengarkan saya. Proper nouns and trade names. So this is another sections for the capitalization. So if you write the names of university departments, and if they refer to a specific department within a specific university, and complete names of academic courses, if they refer to a specific course, then you have to capitalize that, okay? For example, the name of our university, UIN Suskaryau. So you've got to capitalize every single letter in every word. UIN, U-nya besar, Universitas, I, Islam, I-nya besar, Negeri, N-nya besar, Sultan, S-nya besar, Kasim, K-nya besar, Riau, ya, Riau, R-nya itu besar juga. Tidak peduli di mana it takes position. So whenever you write that, whether it is in chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4, chapter 5, chapter 7, page 25, page 100, for example, whenever it is, you have to be consistent. Please use capital letter for each of the letter in the first, the first letter of that word. English Education Department or Department of English Education, you have to have those first letter in every word in capital. Psychology, developmental, these are other examples. Proper nouns and trade names. Trade and brand names of drugs, equipment, and food. These are the names, and people knows this. Okay, like Xerox. Do you have Xerox at home? I have. Okay, so everyone knows that Xerox is a name. It's a name of a brand, a name of a brand names of equipment like Xerox. So we have computer name Xerox. We have computer name Canon. We have computer name. What else? I don't know. I forgot the names of the computer. So by the time you have the trade and the brand names of something like drugs, equipment, and fruit, as long as those are the trade or the brain of something, then you have to do it in capital letter for the first letter in that word. And please do not capitalize names of law theories, but all statistical procedures or hypotheses. So this is the example. We don't have to use capital. The empirical law of effect. So this is one of the laws. Okay, the empirical law of effect. Parallel distributed processing model. So this is one of the models. So we don't have to have a capital letter over here. And then associative learning model still, this is a model. A two-group t-test. But please use the capital if you find like this. Treasury theory of illusion. So written uppercase in personal name. So this is the personal names. If you have the theory and the theory says the name of the owner or the name of the founder of that theory, jadi kan ada yang penemunya, ada expertnya. If you got the name of that person in the theory, itu makanya jadi exception. So you still have to write the name of people in capital. Whenever it is like this example, George's theory of illusion or Skinner's theory of operational concept. Yeah. Itu teori Skinner's ya, Skinner's operant conditioning. Itu Skinner's-nya tetap harus huruf besar. Noun followed by numerals or letters. So these are on day 2. Capitals noun before numbers or letters, they not a specific place in number series. Jadi boleh kita on day 2. Jadi kalau di tulisan research-nya itu ada siklus, misalnya siklus gitu ya, atau procedure dari langkah-langkah yang dimiliki di dalam penelitian itu. Jadi ada day 1-nya apa, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Then when you narrate the things that you have in your thesis or in your writing, then you may have the capital letter there. For example, it's like this. On day 2 of experiment 4. So it is used for, the capital use is for telling people that we have this as a specific place or number series of the things that we have in our research or in our writing. So you may have that kind of capital letter there. During trial 5, table 2, kalau menjelaskan table 2, based on table 2, so table 2, misalnya kalian jelaskan table, and then you refer to that table above or the table previously mentioned on previous pages, for example, then you may say, you may write the table, the T in table in capital. Figure, F-nya besar. Chapter, okay, tulis besar. I've got more things to say. And then what to capitalize next? Bu Kurnia, I hope you can remind me if my time has stopped, or I mean, I have no more time for telling people about my presentation. Just let me know. That's okay. Just do interruption. Thank you. So the next thing is, if we have noun followed by a number also letters, capitalized nouns followed by number also letters that denote a specific place in a number series. So ini sudah tadi ya. And the next is noun followed by number also letters. Capitalized nouns followed by number also letters that denote a specific place in a number series. But please, I have an exceptions over here that we have to know all. Do not capitalize nouns that denote common parts of groups or tables followed by number also letters. So if you find, or if you want to write in your article or in your thesis or in your paper, in your writing, if you have the things that denote common parts of groups or tables, and followed by numbers, then you don't have to capitalize those things. So this is the example, page 4, row 3, column 5. So these are the examples, the common things or the common parts that we have in our groups or tables. So if you don't have to capitalize every first single letter here. Just do it in lowercase. And here, do not capitalize nouns that precede a variable. Here it is. This is not only student mistakes, but also my mistakes. And I think everyone could have a mistakes like this. But maybe because we do not know and we think that the variables is very important in our research. And then we just make the X, for example, X variable, and then we drew it in capital. But actually, I found from this book again, IPA manual publication that we got from department, that if we if we have the variable or the nouns that present a variable, then we should not have it in capital. And this is the example. Trial and, so the and should not be in capital. And the item X, for example, this is only named as item, but you may change that. But the thing or the point is, again, please don't have it in capital if you have a noun that precedes a variable in your writing. And here is the next. I hope you are still listening to my boring presentation today. I almost done. Okay, don't worry. Titles of tasks. Capitalize exact complete titles of published or unpublished tasks, and words such as task or skill are not capitalized if they refer to subskills of tasks. And I think this is clear, right? So if we got titles of published and unpublished tests, and you've got the word task or skill, so we don't have to capitalize that. For example, it's like this, advanced vocabulary tasks. And here we've got to have it in capital because of what? Because it is the name of the task, right? The name of the test. And Minnesota Stroop color word atau bisa jadi yang sering muncul di English Education Department, the scale is just like a scale task, like a scale itu mungkin bisa juga di capitalize. Karena di sini it says from this principles from APA book, it says like that. But please do not, in here, I have one of the examples for scale. We have the word scale over here, but the scale here is not capitalized. What is the reason? Because they refer to subscales of the task itself. And because it refers to the subscale of the task itself, we don't need to have it in capital. But if the scale or the task word atau kata-kata task and scale ini refer to the name, or it belongs to the name of the nouns that coming before the word task or the scale, and it is in one in one combination of words or in compound words, the name of that task or scale, then we have to do it in capital letter. You have to have uppercase in every single letter of each word. And here, the next principle for having capital in APA style is do not capitalize shorten and exact or generic titles of tasks, a vocabulary task. So This is also one of the example of the generic titles of the task. So this is not really a name of the task that we mentioned, that we have talked before in this, not as the titles of the task itself, but it's only the generic titles of the task. And the second, strip color task. This is also the example. And why did I have capital letter here in strip, as in strip word? Because the as of here is it's supposed to be actually this is a cut version of the example. So the strip color task, I still have the follow. I still have more words. So this is the beginning of the sentence. So if you have it in the beginning of the sentence, just ignore the rules that I mentioned before, and you have to do it in capital, because the first principle in having capital is you have to do uppercase, to have uppercase in the first letter of the first word in your sentence or in your complete sentence. And here, the next principle, do not capitalize names of conditional groups in an experiment. For example, experimental and control groups. And here, even we have two different groups, and then we want to make the people or the readers understand that in our research or in our writing that we have two groups to be researched. But here it says from FPA book that if we have it, we have the names of the groups that we are researching for, we don't have to use capital letter. It says like that in API books. So by the time you write experiment groups or control group in your chapter 4 or chapter 3, in your thesis or in your articles, then you may not have the capital letter there. But if you have this a condition like this, condition A and B, then you may have the capital letter here. Why should be capitalized? It is because of the reason from the previous principle that I mentioned before this number. And here, names of factors, variables, and effects. Capitalize names of derived variables within a factor of principles component analysis. And the words factor and component are not capitalized unless followed by a number. Then here we've got to underline that if we have the word factor and component and then followed by a number, then the word factor and component itself, themselves are not capitalized. Yeah, kecuali dia memang followed by a number. So this is the example. Factors 6 and 7. Factors, so you may see that the factor over here is in capital letter. The first letter is in capital. The reason is for having it capitalized is because it is followed by 6. 6, okay, so we've got a number over here. So by the time you have the word factor and components in your research or in your writing, and then they are followed by number, then please, you have to do it in capital. Component 1, yeah, big 5 personality factors. And over here, we don't have to have the capital in factors in the word factors. So F in word factors here is not capitalized. The reason is because the factor itself or the component itself is not followed by numbers. So that's the principle that we have to follow. Oh, how many more? Oh, I still have one more big topics to explain. Okay, names of factors, variables, and effects. Do not capitalize effects of variables unless they appear within multiplication signs. And please take care that you do not use the term factor and when you mean effect. So when you use factor word, when you write factor word, when you mean effect of variable, for example, in an interaction or analysis of variance, we do not use capital. So these are the examples. A small h effect, the sex, age, and weight variables. But here, the sex, so as the as in sex over here is in uppercase. So H over here is also H. The word H, we got the capital letter A here, letter way. But over here, you may see that A2 methods and 2 italics types. So I think this is clear enough. Well, finally, I come to italics. If you feel confused or you don't understand with my presentation, you may ask me later on through the chat box. Okay. Now I come to italics. The things for italics, I think I do not have a lot of slides for italics. I will start with number 1. So for titles of books, periodicals, films, videos, TV shows, and microfilm publication, then we have to make italics in our writing. So this is the example. The elements of style, American psychologists. And what is the exception? If words within the title of a book in text that would normally be italicized should be set in Roman type. This is referred to as a reverse italicization. So if we have it like this condition, then the italics will be exception. So this is the example. Dreaming by the book, first the interpretation of dreams. So you may see over here, there are 2 different ways of writing. So the first writing here is in italic form and the interpretation of dreams. And here you may see this is not in italic, this is in normal way of writing. The interpretations of dreams and the history of psychoanalytic movement. So this is the exceptions for having italic. So if you got a title, once again, titles of books, periodicals, films, videos, and microfilms publication in your writing, then you have to do italics. The next is genre, species, and varieties. If you have in your writing, if you have the species name in your writing, then you have to write that in italic. What is the reason? Because the first reason is because that's the rule in the IPA book, and the second, I think, because to make the readers understand. So this is, if you write in English, for example, and the name of the species is in Latin, for example. So if you got 2 different versions of languages that you use in your writing, then you may have one minor language use in italic. So the main language you use in your writing, for example, in our department, we use English in students' thesis, then the English word should not be in italic. But if you have other languages to use in your writing, then you have to do it in italic. For example, you have the transcriptions of your data, transcriptions of your interview data, for example. You have the English versions, and then you also have Indonesian versions. Then for Indonesian version, you may have it in italic, and you still need to write in normal way, the English one, because the English is the main language that you use in our writing. I think that's clear. This is number 3. Introduction of a new technical, or I'm sorry, this is in capital. Saya salah tulis ini ya. I'm sorry for this. It should not be in capital. It should, and this is not, it's not period actually. It should be in comma. Introduction of a new technical or key term or label after a term has been used once. Do not italize. And here are the examples. The term backward masking, box label empty. And then backward masking. So you may see that this is the introduction of a new term. So the term backward masking, or if you introduce something new in your writing, from this IPA manual says that we may have the italics. So if you haven't mentioned it before and you think that the readers do not understand too, and will make the readers confused for the things that you're going to say or the things that you're going to narrate to the readers, then I suggest you to have the italic, have it in italic. That's okay. And IPA say that okay too. That's okay too. And a letter, a word phrase cited as a linguistic example. So it frequently appears in our department on how the students researchers are about linguistic things, like interference, and example of the study of words, the study of pronouns, the study of other kinds of linguistic fields. And by the time you have the linguistic example, and you want to focus on that example, for example, that linguistic example in your writing, or maybe it appears in your chapter 4 discussion, for example, and then you try to explain that example to readers, then you may have it in italic. So these are the example, but this is not a complete one. I mean, this is only this is incomplete example. Actually, I just got the example. Words such as big and little, and the word big and also little up here refers to the examples that the writer is trying to explain to readers. And then by the time you have this kind of example or linguistic example like this, you may have it in italic. The second example, the letter A. Why should we have the A over here in italic? Because we don't want the readers misunderstand that we just want that we just talk about the letter A, but the letter A. So we've got to make the emphasis of the thing that we are going to say. So if you have the emphasis of the thing or the examples in your example in your writing, then once again, say you may have it in italic. Okay, I think that's enough for number 4. This is number 5. Words that could be misread. I taught you this before. Okay, I taught you this before, that if you have something that you think will create misunderstanding for the readers, then you may have it in italic. 6, letters used as statistical symbols or algebraic variables. We may also have italic. So Cohen's D refers to delta or whatever it stands for. So if you got like this, the statistical terms or the symbol of mathematics equations or variables, then you may have it also in italic. Some test scores and scales. So yeah, it looks complicated, right? I don't even understand what F plus person and then colon C. So the symbol or the scales that that the people write over here. I took this example from APA book, so I don't really understand actually. Sorry. So some test scores and scale, if we have the scales of something from the task or the score of the task that we are going to explain to readers, then it says that we may also have the italic things like this. Periodical volume numbers in reference lists. So this is actually part of the reference explanation that will be presented by the next speaker, not me, but this is also a little bit part of my job today. That if we have the volume number in our reference list, for example, this American Psychologist is the name of a name of a journal, and case of that, in our reference list, we've got to have it in italic. So this is the volume, 26 is the volume, and 46 until 67, this is the page number, okay, the page number of that article. Anchors of a scale. Anchors of a scale here means that if we have like Likert scale, it has 1 until 5 scales, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. And for every single scale, it has name. For example, very strong or very disagree, uncertain or poor, excellent, or like that, or other kind of scales that you have. In your writing, if you have like that, and then you have the number, or the word before that name of the scale, then you may have the second name of that in italic like this. So the range, so this is the range, this is number 1, and then this is the poor, this is the level or the scale of that number. So number 1, it means that it has poor scale. And 5, excellent. So you've got to have it in italic. So you may see over here 2 different examples. Okay, do not use italic for abbreviation which are common in English or phrases that are common in English. A priori, ini kan very common ya. Atau ada juga yang tulisannya vice versa gitu. Vice versa itu juga common, I think. Then if you have that kind of abbreviation which is common in English, then you should not write those abbreviation in italic. Or in my previous research, in my thesis, in my master degree thesis, Pak Hadi is my supervisor. I see Pak Hadi over here. Hello, Pak Hadi. I have an abbreviation for my variable, that is L2. So I use L2. L2 refers to second language or foreign language. So in the very first writing of my thesis, which is in chapter 1, I wrote second language or foreign language, and then I opened the bracket, and then I wrote L2 for its abbreviation. And after that, I do not need to write the complete name of that term again. So I just used an abbreviation for that. And for that abbreviation, which I think that is also common in my major, my disciplines, then I don't have, okay? I don't have to do it in italic. I don't have to write it in italic. So I just wrote L2. It is the same case with this. So if you find a common abbreviation in English or the common abbreviation in your disciplines, in your writing or in your thesis or in your articles, then APA book says that we don't have to do it in italic. Chemical terms, we may have it, and do not have chemical terms in italics. Trigonometric terms, also no italics for that. Non-statistical subscript to statistical symbols. Sama ya. And here, Greek letters. Do not use italics for Greek letters. Greek letters ini kayak simbol gini ya. Tetap tidak usah digunakan jika ada di dalam tulisan kita. Katanya tidak usah, khusus untuk Greek. Ya, itu saya dapat informasi. I got that information from this book. Okay, from APA Manual 6th edition from our department. So if we have Greek letters in our writing, then we should not have it in italic. Just write it like a normal way of writing. Mere emphasis. I told this before. I also had told this before that if you have the things that you think important to be noticed by the readers, then you may have those words in italic form. Look at here. It is important. So it is important. Maybe the writer wants to let the readers know that this is really important. Then she or he wrote like this. It is important to bear in mind that this process is not proposed. But it looks like not really important, right? But if you really find in your writing specific examples of your writing and you think that it really needs to get a notice from the readers, then that's okay. APA says that's okay. If you do not, if you have it in italics, yeah. Do not use italics for letter use as abbreviation. I taught this before. Okay, this is the last topic. Numbers. I'm pretty sorry if you feel confused or you feel bored of my explanation, because my topic decided to deliver today is a little bit classic or old school, that you had already known this before maybe, but this is the last. Okay, I hope you're still following. There are special rules for numbers in APA books. Okay, I got several sites for this, and the first is for numbers 10 and above. So in APA manual, I found that we have to use numbers to express number 10 above. Jadi kalau 10 above itu 10, 11, 12, dan selanjutnya. Jadi minimalnya itu dia di angka 10. Nah, kalau di bawah angka 10 kita nggak usah ditulis, ya. We don't have to write numbers, tapi kita harus menuliskannya itu secara hurufnya. Jadi hurufnya yang ditulis, ya. We have to do it in words. If it belows 10, APA book says like that. So if you have numbers 10 and above, then you may use number. This is the example. 12 centimeter wide, the training 10%. Jadi from all of the examples I provided to you here, they are above 10 and above, okay, 10 and above. Numbers that immediately precede a unit of measurement. This is also for numerals. If you find this condition, then you may write that number, okay? Even though it is below 10. Jadi walaupun dia di bawah 10, kalau tadi itu kan katanya numbers 10 and above, itu kita tulis. Kalau dia di bawah, itu tidak ditulis. Dituliskan angkanya. Jadi kalau 1 itu 1, one, ya. 1. Kalau 2 itu 2. Nah, kalau untuk kondisi seperti ini, for this condition, numbers that immediately precede a unit of the measurement. So the numbers and also measurement. If you have the number and also its measurement in that writing, then you may have it written. The numbers should be written. Ya, harus dituliskan. A 5 milligram dose. So we've got a number and we also have the measurement of that 5. So 5 is okay to be written, even though it is below 10. With 10.54 centimeters of, we also have the measurement that is centimeters over there. And this is the rules, the third rule for having number. Numbers that represent statistical or mathematical function, fractional or decimal quantities, percentages, ratio, and percentiles and quartiles, multiplied by 5. Okay, here. So my conclusion after having these 3 principles of having number in our writing, as long as the number doesn't exist alone, yeah, we may have it. We may have the number written in our writing. Jadi walaupun dia di bawah 10, selagi dia nggak sendirian, nggak ada measurement, nggak ada mathematical functionnya, nggak ada statistical things yang mengikutinya, itu boleh ditulis walaupun dia di bawah 10. But kalau nggak ada dia temannya atau embel-embelnya yang lain, dan it should be written in words, in letters. Lettersnya itu ditulis jadi 1, 2, 3. And here you can see my examples, that all of the examples over here, they have the things below, yeah, like mathematical functions and also the measurements of that. So 5% of the sample. So this is also mathematical function. Numbers that represent time, days, ages, scores, points, and a scale is a sum of many numerals. So 1 hour 34 minutes. It could be written like this because it represents time. Jadi kalau ada time, dates, ages, scores, itu boleh dituliskan walaupun dia di bawah 10. Tapi yang harus diingat, maybe, the things that you have to bear in mind is that when you follow a sentence, when you start a sentence by having a number, that is not good. Jadi contohnya, 1 dari 5 orang, atau 10 dari 5 orang gitu. 10 dari 5 orang yang berpartisipasi dalam penelitian ini. 10 dari 5. Jadi 10 itu kan the first word in your sentence. If you have that kind of condition, please do not. I suggest you not to write the 10, but you have to write it in letters. So T-E-N. So you have to write the letters or the words because it starts your sentence. So it is not good for starting a sentence with numbers. I found that also in our book, APA book. Okay, this is the next principle, numbers that denote a specific place in number series. Jadi kalau ada series numbernya, grade 7, grade 8, table 3, row 5, then here you may have the number. But if you do not write like grade 8 with number, I have another option for writing that, the 8th grade. So you have to write like this. If you do not have the grade, then you may also write like this, the 8th grade, okay? Numbers expressed in words. Use words to express any number that begins a sentence, title, or text heading. Jadi kalau ada text heading and then it begins a sentence, title, then you reword the sentence to avoid beginning of a number. This is the example. 48% of the sample shown an increase. 2% show no change. So over here, 48%. This is also the thing that I mentioned you before, that if you begin a sentence with number, please just do not write that number, but just write it in letter like this, 48%, not number 40 and then percent, but you write it in letters, okay? Hurufnya yang ditulis, kata-katanya yang ditulis, bukan numbernya. Kalau kita memulai a sentence. Common fractions. Common fractions juga bisa ya, 1/5 of the class. Ini numbers expressed in words, jadi dia dituliskan words, ya. Jadi kalau common fraction itu 1/5 of the class. Jadi atau 1/3 dari partisipan. Jadi jangan tulis 1 garis miring 3, tapi it would be better if you write a 1 and 1/3 of the participants, 2/3 majority. So you've got to express that in words. Universally accepted usage. So the 12 apostles, 5 pillars of Islam. So this is the accepted usage, or this is universal that people know in general, that 5 pillars in Islam. So this is known by Muslims, right? So if you got a term like this, or the places that it has been common or universally accepted, I mean, the usage of that term is accepted by the people in common, you should not write number, but please express that by words. Combining numerals and words to express numbers. This is a combination of numerals and words to express back-to-back modifiers. Here we can combine, okay? We can combine. So we can combine numbers and also words in one condition like this. If it has numerals and also words to express back-to-back modifier, two-way interactions. One of the reasons why we have to combine number and also words is to what? Is to let the readers know that this is to guide the readers to clear understanding, so they will not misunderstand. If we write two-way, it looks not good and not pretty, not beautiful. And another reason is to make the things that we are going to say clear to the reader. And here 10, 7-point scales. So if you got double things like this, I mean the numbers, please use one number, or one expressed in number and one expressed in words. It doesn't matter if it starts with number first or word first, so it depends on the things that you're going to say, the things and the condition or the terms that you use in your writing. And for ordinal numbers, treat ordinal numbers as you would treat cardinal numbers. So second order factor, 2 orders, the 4th graders. So we have almost the same thing, the same way for treating this. I think this is clear. Decimal fraction. And here it is. I decided this is the last slide for today. Decimal fraction. So in our students' thesis, I also found that there is an inconsistency in using 0 and also comma in decimal fractions in their discussion in chapter 4 or even in chapter 3 and chapter 5 sometimes. Sometimes it changes the position, sometimes itu tertukar, ya, kadang tertukar. Ada yang nggak pakai koma, ada yang nggak pakai zero. Sometimes you have zero, sometimes you don't have zero. And should we have the consistent 0 and then comma, the answer is no. Okay, so there is part of place that we have to notice that sometimes we need to have 0, sometimes we don't have 0. And here they are. Use 0 before the decimal point with numbers that are less than 1 when the statistic exceed 1. So this is the example. 0, jadi dituliskan 0-nya, ya. Jadi tidak hanya titik lalu 2-3 cm, tapi dituliskan 0.23 cm. And here the second. Do not use a 0 before a decimal fraction when the statistic cannot be greater than 1. Correlation, proportions, and levels of statistical significance. Then here, if you got the results of the statistics from SPSS, for example, you do an analysis of correlation with product moment correlation, for example, and you got the result, the R determinant here. So over here, you should not have the 0. APA says like that. Okay, I don't say that, but this book says like that. So we should not write the 0, okay, on the results of our correlation, on the results or the levels of statistical significance. So if you had already obtained the level of significance and the numbers of the significance that you have, itu juga kasusnya tidak harus ditulis 0, tapi hanya titik saja, titik and then the decimal fractionnya itu. Well, I think that's all for today, everyone. That's a long presentation and maybe it is boring, I'm sorry, because this is very technical actually, very basic things. So I have to provide some examples to make you understand, and I hope that the things that I mentioned before will be useful for you. I think that's all, Bu Kurnia. Thank you. Hello, Bu Kurnia.
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Zeli. Yeah, thank you so much, Bu Zeli Putriani. Can you hear my voice, Bu Zeli?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. It seems that you really enjoy presenting your topics, okay? So thank you so much. It is very clear and very detailed, okay? And I do believe Bu Zeli's presentation may bring up a number of questions from you, the participants. So I want to let you know that Bu Zeli is here with us, okay, to share information and experience, okay, for all of you. Okay, so for those who want to give question, you may unmute your audio, right? Or you can chat the question on the chat room. Okay. So it is very interesting, Bu Zeli.
Thank you, Ibu. I think there is no questions.
Well, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. You are mute, Ibu Kurnia.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well. Okay, please. So totally we are 36 right now. And I think there are some questions from audiences today. And firstly, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Abdul Hadi and also Pak Robi, I guess. Yeah, Homie English. So it must be Mr. Robi, right? Okay, for the next speaker. Okay, we are still waiting. Honestly, I cannot re-explain, okay, one by one what Bu Zeli explained before, right? It is very detailed but fortunately, she mentioned or give information to us about the sources she used. Bu Zeli, would you display the book, please, again?
Oh, okay. This one. I got
The
this
blue
book
one.
Yeah, from our department.
Okay. All right, that's great.
APA manual.
Thank you so much, Bu Zeli.
You're welcome. I think that's okay. If there is no question, then we can listen to.
Okay, well, Bu Zeli, while waiting for others' questions.
Boleh ini Ibu, so can I?
Yeah, sure.
Hello.
Pak Abdul Hadi, please.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you,
Waalaikumsalam.
Zeli, for that wonderful presentation. And as Bu Kurnia said, that was very detailed presentation about numbers and everything else, capitalization. We might have heard that in some jobs we need to have good attention to details. And so when you talk about capitalization, numbers, etc., then that means when we write, we need to have good attention to details. So I think this is not a question, just probably sharing from experience. It's very hard to remember everything from that thick book, blue thick book.
Yes.
It's a lot of things to remember about numbers, about capitalization, etc. I think one way to do this, if you are students, is to see from examples. So if you have examples of scripture, thesis, or dissertation, or journal articles, how they write numbers. So I wasn't aware of how we should write numbers. So as the presenter mentioned, if it's below 10, you have to write the numbers. If it's 10 and above, you can just not write. I mean, you have to spell the numbers if it's below 10. Not spell in orally, but in writing. So that's something new, yeah, something new. Then I was I was reminded by my supervisor, you don't have to write the numbers she mentioned. You just have to write it, yeah, something like that. But I didn't know that there is a kind of rule. It should be if it's between 0 and 10, you have to write it, and then if it's 10 and above, you have just to take the numbers. That's something new. So I think that was very important, especially if you write report result of a quantitative research, yeah, which involves a lot of numbers. Yeah? So I think if your research is quantitative, this is a very useful presentation, information from Roseli about how to use numbers, and especially, and of course, it was not only about numbers, it was also about capitalization and everything else. I joined the presentation late, yeah, maybe half to the end. Yeah? So I didn't know what the first half was. Okay, I just want to say that, and thank you for that wonderful presentation. And we see Pak Robi is ready, and I don't want to take his time for presentation. Thank you, Kurnia and
Thank you so much, Pak Adi.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Abdul Hadi. Okay, we are still waiting for your question. Yeah, you may ask Bu Zeli directly, or you can type in on the chat room. Okay.
Alhamdulillah, there is no question
All
for
right.
me, Bu Kurnia. Pak Robi sudah menunggu nggak sabar lagi itu Pak Robinya.
All right. Okay. Well, Bu Zeli, maybe it will be the last from me, right? What can you conclude or suggest, okay, for all of English department student in this Zoom room? From your explanation, please, Bu Zeli.
Oh, I'll give the conclusion. Actually, I had taught a lot about the mechanics of styles from IP and manual books, starting from spelling, capitalization, numbers, and also hyphenation. Yes, hyphenation. So the conclusion is, actually, it's very hard to give conclusion because it takes their own details for each of the subsection I mentioned before. Just learn and do the writing and make your writing as your habit. Even you don't like writing, but I think you'll have that kind of writing at least at the end of your study. So if you do not remember the things that I mentioned before, just go directly to this book, the book that we got from the department. So it is a very good book. I think I got some new information too from this book about how to do the mechanics of our writing. And for hyphenation, capitalization, italics, and also spelling, the main source is your dictionary. If you want to check the compound words, please use your dictionary. That's okay if you write by using dictionary beside you, or you consult the dictionary, online dictionary for checking your spelling, or you ask some help from some sites, online sites or online websites for writing correction, editing, or proofreading. That's also okay if you cannot remember them all. So just make it easy and have a happy writing with any helps. I think that's all.
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Zeli, for the brilliant presentation today. And I think it is very helpful. It's not only for students, but also for all of lecturers or maybe teachers who join us this morning. Thank you so much, Bu Zeli. Have a nice day. and get well soon. Amin.
Thank you, Bu Kurnia.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's the time for the third speaker, and Mr. Robbie is joining us right now, and also Pak Taufik. Pak Taufik, can you hear me?
Pak Taufik is studying this work. He's joining us. Yeah.
All right. Okay, please, Pak Taufik.
He's on the way, still loading, I think. Masih loading.
All right. I
Us.
think so.
There he is, our designer.
Okay, I invite you. Yeah, I invite you, Pak Taufik, for the third session. Time is
Okay.
yours.
Yeah. Okay, hello everybody. Sorry, I lost my connections. Is it? Oh, hello, Pak Robi already.
Hello, hello, Pak Taufik. How are you?
Yeah. Thank you very much for waiting.
No, no, you're not late actually. You're not late. You're just on time.
Okay. So directly continue for the next session, Pak Robi ya.
Yes, sure.
Okay, actually, thank you very much. And let's Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. First of all, say Basmalah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Okay, this is the search session for today. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, the search session for today. The material is the mechanic of cell, abbreviations, metrications, statistical and mathematical copy equations will be delivered by our speaker today is Mr. Robi Kurniawan, MA. Yeah, actually we know that he is one of the our lecturers from Chicago, Pak Robi.
Michigan.
Michigan, sorry, Michigan. He graduated from Michigan University. Yeah, I should know that. Yeah, or my brothers have that the dreams came true. Yeah, and then all of the what you call that material can be we have from Mr. Robi that we know that how the specific writing from the Michigans also used for us is as universal of apostyle. So we need you to deliver some material about the mechanic of this. Okay, are you ready, Mr. Robi?
Yes, Mr. Taufik.
Yeah, okay. Give applause for Mr. Robi.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Taufik, for the introduction. It was an impressive introduction, actually. Um, so I'd like to start by saying Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning to every
Waalaikumsalam.
yes, honorable lecturers, the head of department, honorable the secretary of department, and honorable my fellow lecturers at Winsuska Riau. My seniors, Mr. Hadi, is there. Actually, I felt very insecure sitting over here because, looking at Manzeli's presentation, for example, it was so good.
Oh,
I don't know if I could do the same. Maybe a lot worse. And thank you again to Mr. Taufik Ihsan, one of my college at university. We started our career the same year, the same time. And sometimes I became the moderator for him. Sometimes he becomes the moderator for me. So yeah, we exchange roles many times. So today is my chance, my time to share about. Oh, my voice is double. What should I do? Okay, test. Is it better? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So today, I'm just going to give some continuation on what Memzeli has presented, which is still related to the mechanics of style and abbreviations. But maybe we should go back and see why we have to choose certain styles in our writing. So there are many reasons for learning certain styles, or sometimes this is just like the business on the way. So when we write something, we will have to look at the purpose, the motives for our writing, and sometimes we are asked to write in APA style. APA stands for American Psychological Association, which I don't know why psychology are related with the writing, but whatever it is, that is the rule. And related to Mr. Taufik's questions, and he wanted to ask me to share what I did in Michigan, for example. And in many situations, we have the APA style too. And the same as in Indonesia, what we need to do that is how we do that should be consistent. So we have to consistently use. Sorry, I didn't understand. Sorry about that. All right. So like in the US, I use APA style, but mostly in APA style is used for writing the essay. So we started from the essay, and the styles is something very, very important to pay attention to. But when I come back to Indonesia, I think like the style is not, it's like style is important, but the argument is more important. The way to create the sentences, the way to write paragraphs, the way to write, sentences like compound sentence, complex sentences. And the argument itself is the most important thing for the students of Winsuska specifically. So sometimes I don't worry about the styles a lot, rather than to see the ability of the students to write. So that's why the style is like very secondary. It's secondary rather than writing. However, style is also important because we cannot just write whatever we want, whatever the way we want. because we have to have the reference, and one of the references is APA style. There are many kinds of style. Maybe if you follow from Mr. Hadi's presentation until today, you have known a lot that the styles are various among the writers. Okay, now let's go to my topic, which is, I'm sharing the screen right now. I hope you can see it. Oh yeah, and all of the participants, I would like to say welcome to this presentation. Maybe I forget to address many students in this room, and also maybe our guests from outside that watch this presentation. And like I said, there's nothing much that I can do today because we have already had the references, and we can always refer to the references APA style anytime we want, anytime we have the trouble. Like Ms. Zeli said, you can always check your dictionary, you can always check your references, you can always check the book. And maybe today I'm just gonna read through or read together with everyone in this room. So actually I'm just taking it from one source, and the thing about it is we never read it through. That's the thing about the APA style. Kita jarang baca tuh, we baca detail-detail gitu ya. Karena biasa kita cek APA style itu when we need it, ketika kita butuh, ketika kita ragu biasanya, ketika kita dapat feedback. Nah, tapi sebenarnya itu that's the best practice sebenarnya, karena kita nggak butuh semuanya kan. That's the best practice. Tapi ya this is also important. Kapan lagi kita baca-baca kan? For me, this is for me actually. Yang jarang baca. Yes. Okay. Now the mechanics of style. We talk about abbreviations, and then metrication, statistical and mathematical copy, and equations too.
Abbreviation.
Jadi ini adalah hal-hal yang bisa dibilang basic, bisa dibilang sesuatu yang baru, bisa juga depending on how often you write. Masalahnya kan kita jarang nulis kan, jadi jarang juga menghadapi situasi di mana harus abbreviate. Cuma something that I always see itu kadang-kadang kebanyakan dari kita and the students too itu nulis singkatannya dulu baru diartikan panjangnya gitu. Ada juga yang seperti itu. Kalau di APA nggak bisa, di APA panjangnya dulu baru disingkat gitu. So when do we need to abbreviate? Yang pertama, important for long technical and familiar terms gitu. Kalau dia panjang, sifatnya teknis dan familiar dengan kita semua, di field kita itu bisa kita abbreviate. Jadi nggak semuanya harus di abbreviate. And then usually use in scientific writing. Untuk abbreviation, menyingkat-nyingkat ini biasanya di scientific writing. Penting gitu, tapi di casual writing juga nggak apa-apa sih sebenarnya. You can always abbreviate. Cuma kalau di non-academic itu kita bisa nyingkat terserah kita, bahkan ada yang informal, misalnya LOL, terus banyak lagi ya, BRB, be right back. Kalau LOL stands for laugh out loud, yang seperti itu kan terserah kita kadang-kadang menyingkatnya. And then kalau di scientific writing ada aturannya, apa yang perlu disingkat, bagaimana cara menyingkatnya. And then do not overuse the abbreviations. Kita nggak bisa overuse dan kita juga tidak bisa underuse gitu. Kalau overuse sering-sering disingkat itu susah gitu ya. Seharusnya ada satu dalam setiap halaman itu, satu yang panjangnya, terus baru kita udah pakai abbreviation seterusnya. Terus di halaman berikutnya, kalau misalnya mau nunjukin ada satu yang panjang, baru yang di abbreviate. Jadi tidak boleh terus-terusan di abbreviate, atau cuma di awal kita kasih tahu yang panjangnya, terus seterusnya di bab berikutnya itu udah abbreviate, itu kadang-kadang kan membingungkan kan. Di chapter 2 itu abbreviation lagi, padahal kita cuma ngasih tahunya di awal dan itu tidak boleh. Jadi harus tidak boleh overuse dan tidak boleh juga underuse gitu. Oke, ini contoh overuse abbreviation. Jadi kalau overuse abbreviation itu kayak gini ya. The advantage of the LH was clear from the RT data, which reflected high FP and FN rates for the RH. Okay. Jadi di sini terlalu banyak yang disingkat sehingga membingungkan kita sendiri. Karena LH itu disingkat jadi left hand, itu nggak perlu seperti itu. Karena original sentence-nya, the advantage of the left hand was clear from the reaction time data, which reflected high false positive and false negative rates for the right hand. Jadi di situ sudah kita lihat itu nggak boleh overuse gitu, dan juga tidak boleh underuse gitu. Jadi sangat jarang kita selalu pakai yang singkat-singkat gitu. Selalu pakai yang tidak singkatannya, itu juga tidak bagus dalam tulisan sebenarnya. Okay, now let's go to deciding whether to abbreviate. Jadi kita memutuskan apakah kita harus atau kapan kita harus mengabbreviate atau bagaimana gitu ya. So we must decide whether A, to spell out a given expression every time it is used in an article gitu. Jadi kita bisa putuskan antara dua nih, bisa kita spell out, kita nggak usah abbreviate, atau kita spell out pertama, tulis yang lengkapnya, and abbreviate it thereafter, lalu baru kita abbreviate gitu. Jadi contohnya, for example, the abbreviation L for large and S for small in a paper discussing different sequence of reward. Jadi kita bisa bilang LL, SS, karena kita udah tahu L for large gitu. Tapi tidak semuanya. Jadi misalnya kalau kita bikin left, kita bikin L, dan right kita bikin R gitu, sedangkan dia tidak terlalu familiar, itu tidak boleh gitu. Kalau L and S for the measurement itu masih boleh. Terus in general use the abbreviation only. Jadi secara umum gunakan singkatan itu if it is conventional. Kalau abbreviations itu conventional, if the reader is more familiar with abbreviation with the complete form. Gitu. Yang kedua, if considerable space can be saved and cumbersome repetition avoided. Jadi kadang-kadang di dalam tulisan itu ada tugas itu mengharuskan kita menulis, misalnya IELTS lah ya, itu mengharuskan kita menulis dalam 150 kata. Kalaupun lebih itu 170 kata misalnya. Jadi kan terlalu banyak kata yang kita pakai, lebih bagus kita menyingkat beberapa kata gitu. Karena itu kalau misalnya space bisa disimpan, bisa dikurangi dengan cara menyingkat itu lebih bagus gitu. Dan pengulangan-pengulangan yang reluctant atau cumbersome itu bisa dihindari gitu ya. Jadi kadang-kadang ada kebutuhan tertentu kita harus mengabbreviate sebuah kata gitu. Tapi nggak semuanya bisa diabbreviate. Seperti contoh tadi, nggak semuanya bisa diabbreviate gitu. Okay. Now, nanti ada contoh-contoh abbreviation. Sekarang explanation of abbreviations first. Jadi a term to be abbreviated must, on its first appearance, be written out completely and followed immediately by its abbreviation in parentheses. Jadi artinya kalau kita mau menyingkat sesuatu, kita tulis dulu, itu versi PA ya. Kita tulis dulu yang lengkapnya, baru kita singkat di dalam kurung. Gitu. Nanti selanjutnya kita tinggal pakai yang singkatannya saja, gitu ya. Lalu kita gunakan abbreviation, katanya tinggal pakai singkatannya aja. Terus do not switch between the abbreviated and written out forms of a term. Jangan campur gitu. Ada yang di abbreviate, ada enggak, ada enggak. Kalau misalnya kita udah abbreviate dan kita jelaskan dalam kurung, maaf kalau udah kita spell out dan kita masukkan dalam kurung abbreviationnya, itu udah bisa dipakai, nggak perlu dijelaskan lagi. Okay. The result of is simple reaction time. Jadi misalnya simple reaction time RT di sini disingkat reaction time-nya itu. As if you notice here, walaupun simple reaction time-nya itu dalam bentuk lowercase, walaupun dalam bentuknya itu kayak huruf kecil, tetapi di dalam kurungnya itu huruf besar, RT-nya. Jadi singkatannya itu selalu besar. To visual target have shown a strong negative relation between RT and luminance. Jadi RT-nya sudah bisa dilepas dari kurungnya dan bisa dipakai untuk selanjutnya, gitu ya. Selanjutnya. Okay. That's the first thing that you need to do, how to abbreviate in APA style. Gitu ya. Now, sekarang kita masuk ke explanation-nya, penjelasannya. Jadi, explain abbreviations that appear in the figure. Kalau di dalam figure atau di dalam caption, ya di sebuah figure atau gambar itu, kita harus menjelaskan singkatannya itu apa. Explain abbreviations that appear there. Terus kita harus menjelaskan, kapan kita harus menjelaskan abbreviation ketika dia itu menjadi bagian dari table gitu ya. Contohnya jadi title, jadi judul sebuah table itu kita harus jelaskan. Jelaskan maksudnya kita tuliskan yang lengkapnya. And then explain abbreviation is used in several figures or tables in each figure or table in which the abbreviation is used. Juga kalau di setiap figuresnya itu dijelaskan apa maksud singkatan itu. Terus katanya avoid introducing abbreviations into figure captions or table notes if they do not appear in the figure or table. Jadi hindari untuk menyingkat atau menjelaskan abbreviations itu di captions gitu. Kalau udah nggak ada di sana, gitu. Jadi nggak usah dijelaskan di caption tersebut. Oke, sekarang standard abbreviation for units of measurement do need to be written out on first use. Jadi ada standard abbreviations, contohnya seperti ini. Standard abbreviation yang ini itu dijelaskan karena dia sudah masuk di dalam register di Webster's Collegiate Dictionary atau Merriam-Webster's. Jadi kita sebut seperti itu. Contohnya IQ. Jadi IQ itu nggak perlu kita tulis dulu intelligent quotient gitu. Nggak perlu. IQ itu udah dua kata. REM, ESP, AIDS misalnya, penyakit, HIV, virus, PDP, ACTH itu sudah dianggap sebagai bagian dari kata gitu, jadi nggak perlu dijelaskan. Walaupun ditulis tetap I besar, Q besar dan seterusnya, AIDS itu tetap seperti biasa, karena pokoknya nggak perlu dijelaskan AIDS itu seperti apa gitu ya. Jadi karena ini udah termasuk dan semuanya bisa dicek di Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary ini, yang mana yang kita tidak perlu tidak perlu jelaskan. Jadi IQ, RAM, ESP, AIDS, HIP, NADP, ACTH yang sudah common juga di bidangnya masing-masing. And then abbreviation used often in APA journals.
Oh, membaca harus tetap dijelaskan ada kegunaan.
All right, now, sorry about that. Now, abbreviation used often in APA journals, gitu ya. Jadi yang biasa digunakan di APA journals, although probably well understood many readers. Jadi walaupun dimengerti, this abbreviation should still be explained when first used. Itu yang pertama kali digunakan. Beda dengan yang tadi ya. AIDS itu, ya setiap orang udah tahu that AIDS, HIV itu kayaknya udah hampir semua orang tahu, terutama di dunia tulis menulis. And over here, some of things that happen in APA journal itu misalnya Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory atau MMPI, and then conditional stimulus interior interval or ITI, consonant vowel consonant CVC. Ini kalau belajar di English literature juga bisa, short term memory STM, sama reaction time itu biasanya tetap harus dijelaskan di awal. Jadi dijelaskan itu maksudnya adalah menulis yang lengkap ya, spell out gitu. And then jangan gunakan katanya untuk subjek, experimenter sama observer itu disingkat jadi SEO karena dia lebih dekat kepada subjek, predikat, objek jadinya. Jadi kalau misalnya subjek, experimenter, observer itu nggak usah disingkat jadi SEO. Dan nggak perlu disingkat juga. Okay, so that's abbreviations yang biasa digunakan di APA Journal. Now, ada lagi Latin abbreviations. Gitu. Jadi misalnya, I'm not sure about compare. Ini yang sering kita gunakan E.G itu ya, EG. Yang artinya for example. Jadi kapan kita gunakan yang di awal? Di sini kan ada CF. Di sini ada CF, ada EG, ada ETC, ada IE, ada FIS, ada VS atau versus. Nah, jadi kapan kita gunakan? Bisa nggak kita gunakan ketika kita nulis? Bisa. Jawabannya bisa. Terus kapan kita gunakan EG dan kapan kita gunakan for example? Misalnya, ini yang paling sering di tulisan-tulisan ya. So EG katanya di sini, kalau kita pakai yang Latin, yang EG ini, karena EG itu kalau nggak salah singkatan dari exemplary gratia. Jadi gunanya itu adalah, caranya adalah kita harus menggunakannya di parenthetical material. Parenthetical ini diambil dari kata parenthesis yang artinya dalam kurung ya. Beda dengan in brackets. Bracket itu kurungnya yang beda lagi. Kalau parenthetical ini diambil dari parenthesis. Jadi kalau kita mau nulis misalnya EG, kita dalam kurung dulu. Misalnya education gitu ya. Misalnya. Jadi kita harus tulisnya dalam seperti ini, education. Sorry for my writing, karena pakai mouse. Jadi misalnya kita buat sebuah statement di sini, terus kita contohnya adalah EG, education. Jadi harus seperti itu. Sama juga dengan IE. Apa beda EG dengan IE? That's a good question juga sih sebenarnya. Kalau EG ini kan for example ya, atau for instance. Sedangkan IE ini dia lebih menjelaskan, dia itu seperti pengganti dari titik dua gitu, pengganti dari colon. Jadi kita pakai IE gitu. Jadi dia menjelaskan lagi apa itu definisi terhadap sesuatu. Jadi kita pakai IE. So the point of this Latin and English abbreviation is that kalau di Latin ini kita pakai parenthetical, kita pakai kurung yang seperti ini. Sedangkan in English, kita nggak perlu gitu. Jadi for example, langsung aja gitu, sebagai contoh. Gitu. Something like that. Terus ada exception. Untuk at all, ini sering juga ini misalnya penulis buku, itu bisa pakai di dalam kurung atau tidak gitu ya. Jadi bisa dua-duanya. Untuk at all. Dan and others, yang artinya and others. Jadi at all ini bisa. Sedangkan seperti yang tadi EG, ETC, IE gitu. Cuma kan seringan kita kan ETC itu kita anggap itu dan lain-lain, dan itu tidak kita masukkan ke dalam kurung, itu sih sebenarnya bukan kesalahan, tapi mungkin tidak sesuai dengan APA style. Kalau misalnya I like to eat rice, fruit, and meat, etc. Itu suka nulisnya seperti itu. Nah, sebenarnya itu kalau di dalam APA style itu kurang tepat karena lebih baik di dalam kurung. Gitu. Kalau kita mau menjelaskan tentang list tersebut, ya. I hope you don't have much question karena nggak tahu jawab apa nanti. Masalahnya juga contoh barangnya kita nggak punya. Okay, now Scientific abbreviation sekarang secara scientific itu banyak sekali ya. Yang sering itu misalnya 30 cm itu perlu nggak 30 cms gitu kan? 30 cm gitu. Jadi sedangkan kilometer itu boleh, tapi sentimeter itu enggak. Jadi kira-kira gitu. Jadi ada beda-bedanya. Units of measurement, kita lihat yang pertama, use abbreviation and symbols for metric and non-metric units of measurement that are accompanied by numeric values. Jadi ini, seperti ini nih contohnya, yang examples tadi, dia di dalam kurung ya. E.g. 4 cm, 30 seconds, 12 minutes, 8 hour, 45 degrees gitu. Jadi ini cara menulisnya. Sekarang unit of time, ini nggak boleh singkat day, week, month, year, itu nggak boleh disingkat menjadi day itu day aja. Jadi one day satu day itu nggak bisa, one week satu way, dan seterusnya. Jadi harus lengkap day, week, month, year. Alright. Now let's look at common abbreviation for units of measurement. Jadi ini ada yang biasa ya, ada yang ampere, ada angstrom, AC. Some of them are familiar with us or maybe relevant, but some are not relevant juga. Sebagian juga tidak relevan ya, tapi asal tahu aja, oh ada loh yang seperti ini gitu ya, for your knowledge aja. So ada ampere, ada AC, ada AM. Ini yang sering ditanya itu, misalnya jam 7 AM, AM ini diambil dari Latin, NT meridian, and then degree Celsius. Ada cm, centimeter, CPS, cycles per period, dB, decibel, and then DC, direct current, dex, degree per second, and then DL, deciliter. Degree Fahrenheit itu yang pakai degree F. Kalau di Amerika orang pakai Fahrenheit. Kalau di sini kita pakai Celsius. And then gram itu pakai G. Gravity juga pakai G. Z in untuk inch. And then IQ yang tadi intelligence quotient. IU international unit. kg, kilogram, kilometer, oke. Ini semuanya bisa dibaca di sini. Ada mikrometer, miligram, mm, ada Newton, PM, ini yang biasa kita pakai di bahasa Inggris, PM, post meridian, P, titik, M, titik gitu ya, dan huruf kecil. And then V, vol, and wall. Jadi ini common abbreviation for unit of measurement. Ini bisa jadi bahan rujukan kita ketika kita mau meningkat gitu ya. Jadi ada ketentuan internasionalnya terutama dari EA gitu. Kalau untuk jam itu kita pakai HR, hour gitu misalnya. Jadi kalau 1 jam itu 1 hour. Kalau lebih dari 1 jam itu kita pakai HRS, hours. Bukan HRS yang lain. Jadi ada 2 hours. Misalnya, itu bisa disingkat seperti itu. Kalau misalnya 1 menit, 1 min. Kalau 2 bisa 1 min. Bisa ditambah S terus. Millisecond, nanoseconds, and seconds. Kalau misalnya seconds itu didablekan S. For abbreviations untuk jam. Okay, now let's move to the next one. Wah, ini kita skip aja nih. Ada chemical compounds and concentration. We can go back here when we need it. Balik lagi ya kalau kita perlu aja. And then road of administrations. Jadi ada Ini juga istilah-istilah untuk menyatakan misalnya intercerebral ventricular, singkatnya ICV, IM intramuscular, and then intraperitoneal, intranervous, sama subcutaneous, and so on, dan macam-macam ya. Jadi disingkat seperti itu. Jadi caranya adalah anesthesize with sodium pentobarbital seperti ini, 90 mg per kilogram IP. IP tadi intraperitoneal. Anesthesize ya, anesthetis. Oh, berarti ini untuk term-term kedokteran. Terus the first two yang nggak boleh, the first two of the subcutaneous injection, tapi nggak bisa nggak bisa kita tulis langsung gitu SC, dia harus di dalam kurung. Gitu. Jadi misalnya ada berapa kalinya, baru kita singkatnya di dalam ini. Jadi nggak bisa langsung subcutaneous itu SC injection. Jadi itu nggak boleh, dijelaskan dulu baru di dalam kurungnya SC injections. Anyway, that's for medical purpose, I think. So if you need to see other abbreviations, you can go to this www.apastyle.org. Di situ ada banyak abbreviations yang lain, tapi when I check it, sebenarnya itu kayak website itu kan selalu diupdate ya. Mungkin harus dicari-cari dulu nih yang mana. Karena APA, website APA itu, I think it's more accessible right now, lebih mudah diakses, ada contohnya semua. And I think for many reasons, tidak hanya untuk melihat singkatan-singkatan yang lain, tidak hanya harus ke sana, tapi ke apastyle.org ini bisa, di situ kita bisa belajar dan melihat contohnya langsung bagaimana, dan tinggal klik ya, contoh-contoh yang cara-cara penggunaan APA style. Jadi kalau orang seperti saya ini, kalau dijelaskan seperti ini mungkin nggak terlalu nangkap, tapi kalau melihat contohnya, itu bisa lihat gitu. Misalnya abstraknya itu berapa spasi, terus kata abstraknya itu yang mana digaris miringkan gitu ya. Terus setelah abstrak, terus ada keyword. Nah, setelah keyword itu ada keyword dan ada words-nya, kira-kira yang mana yang harus garis miring. Terus keywords-nya itu boleh nggak pakai misalnya capital letters. Dia di situ bisa dilihat di www.apastyle.org. Jadi bisa dilihat semua. Ya kalau di luar negeri ya, kalau saya sharing sedikit ya, maybe kalau di Amerika terutama, maybe Mr. Hadi knows more. Jadi style itu memang sangat-sangat diperhatikan gitu. Bahkan ada writing center di mana kita bisa datang dan diskusi masalah style ini. Kadang-kadang kita juga tidak ahli dalam mengecek ke website APA itu, masih ada juga kesalahan. Misalnya dalam cara pengutipan, kebanyakan sih pengutipan dan paraphrase yang paling sering salah. Karena skill yang penting itu dalam menulis ya paraphrase dan mengutip. Baru kita arahkan ke APA. And when I see in here, kalau di sini yang banyak hal perlu kita perbaiki dulu ya dalam segi menulis, dan style ini ya selalu bisa kita lakukan sambil jalan. Jadi nanti bisa go back and forth, bisa bolak-balik ke websitenya kalau kita ada kendala. Dan style ini juga berubah gitu ya, selalu berubah. APA itu ketentuannya bisa jadi untuk 2000 yang sekarang 2016 itu bisa berubah di 2017 yang seperti itu, ya itu bisa jadi gitu. Jadi harus selalu update APA style. Okay. Now, let's look at the way we pluralize the abbreviations. Bagaimana sih cara mempluralize-nya, membuat dia menjadi plural? Yang pertama tentu saja ya ditambah S ya kebanyakan. Jadi kayak IQ jadi IQs, EDS pakai titik ya, dan false, koma, MS, PSN. Dan NS itu semuanya dikasih S untuk menambah jamaknya. Kecuali katanya, jadi kecuali 12 cm 12 centimeters itu nggak pakai S. Nanti kalau di bukunya ada di section 440 kalau di APA style-nya itu. Jadi 12 centimeters itu tidak perlu pakai S. And then untuk page number juga, ini juga sering kita temui kalau dia ada dua page number yang mau kita kutip itu PP, jadi PP bukan P dikasih S ya. Karena itu to form the plural of the reference abbreviation P or page number jadi PP. Jadi misalnya page 125 sampai 127 jadi PP titik 125 strip 127. Seperti itu. Kalau lebih dari satu. Abbreviations beginning a sentence kalau di awal untuk abbreviations yang misalnya LB ini labels ini kan atau pounds never begin a sentence with a lowercase abbreviation. Katanya nggak boleh kalau misalnya di awal kalimat itu nggak boleh memulainya dengan lowercase, nggak boleh dengan huruf kecil, dia selalu dimulai dengan huruf besar. Or akronim seperti US or APA selalu diawali dengan huruf seperti itu. Or with a connected to a word, jadi bisa kita tambahkan, ya kalau bisa mungkin ya hindari abbreviations ini di awal gitu ya, sebisa mungkin gitu. Tapi kalaupun harus ditulis, kalau kita bisa mengakalinya katanya pakai sebuah kata dulu lah, kata pengantar baru masuk ke abbreviationsnya. Tapi kalaupun dia di awal tidak boleh dimulai dengan huruf kecil. Okay. Now this is interesting. Sekarang kita masuk ke numbers. At least interesting for me. Okay. Numbers expressed in numerals. Angka-angka itu selalu diekspresikan in numerals dalam bentuk angka ya. Jadi misalnya use numerals to express numbers 10 and above. 10 ke atas itu numerals. Angka gitu. Jadi jangan tulis 12V gitu. Tapi pakai angka 12 cm misalnya, sebaiknya jangan gunakan 12 cm wide, tapi you know what I mean? Jadi 12 itu bukan tulisan 12V. That's what I mean. Tapi gunakan 12. Jadi jangan pakai kata 12 seperti ini. Jangan pakai tulisan gitu ya. Jadi harus selalu pakai numeral. The remaining 10% seperti ini, 25 years old, 10th grade students, ini tentang hyphenation tadi. And then the 15th trial, selalu pakai angka. 13 lists, 105 stimulus words, gitu. Jadi 10 ke atas, katanya pakai angka. Berarti 10 ke bawah atau 9 ke bawah itu masih boleh ya. Misalnya kalau kita bilang 9 cm, 9 mini cm gitu, itu masih boleh. Alright, jadi seperti itu numbers expressed in normal. Terus, this is too small. Numbers that immediately precede the unit of measurement itu kalau misalnya langsung itu boleh ditulis F5 walaupun 5 ini kan di bawah 10 tadi ya, tapi karena dia 5 mg dose, karena diikuti miligram dose-nya itu mau ditulis 5. 10.54 cm gitu. Jadi tulisnya seperti itu ya. And then numbers that represent statistical or mathematical functions, functional or decimal quantities, percentages, ratios, and percentiles and quartiles. Jadi juga dituliskan walaupun dia di bawah 10. Jadi misalnya multiplied by 5, 3 times as many, 0.33 of the blah blah blah, more than 5% of the sample, a ratio of 16.1, the 5th percentile, dan seterusnya gitu. Jadi tidak boleh dituliskan angkanya, memang angkanya sebenarnya. Dan berikutnya adalah numbers that represent time, dates, ages, scores, and points on a scale, exact sums of money and numerals, itu ditulis sebagai numeral juga. Jadi waktu, tanggal, umur, score, points itu harus dituliskan di dalam angka. Jadi contohnya 1 hour 34 minutes itu nggak boleh uangnya itu pakai one, tapi 1 hour 34 minutes. At 12:30 a.m. jadi seperti itu, 2-year-olds scored 4 on a 7-point scale. Jadi itu kayak itu dituliskan angkanya. Kecuali use word for approximations of numbers of days, months, and years. Approximations itu kan perkiraan. Kalau dalam bentuk perkiraan kita boleh tuliskan katanya, gitu ya. Jadi contohnya about 3 months ago. 3-nya itu boleh dalam bentuk kata, tidak perlu dalam bentuk angka. Ya. Kalau sifatnya perkiraan. Ya. This makes me want to write maybe. Jadi kalau for myself dengan tahu aturan-aturan ini kayak pengen ngelihat tulisan lagi atau jadi pengen nulis lagi. Right, and then numbers that denote a specific place in a number series, part of books and tables, and each number in a list of 4 or more numbers, katanya. Itu harus dituliskan numerical. Contohnya grade 8, jadi jangan grade 8. Kadang-kadang kita tulis di 8th grade gitu ya. Itu boleh lah, kan masih angka ya, di 8, tapi jangan tulisan, jangan kata, tapi angka. Table 3, row number 5, itu tertulis seperti itu. Right. Sekarang numbers expressed in words. Jadi harus tulis di dalam kata. Itu nggak bisa dalam angka, gitu ya. Jadi any number that begins a sentence, title, or text heading, whenever possible, reword the sentence avoiding beginning with a number. Jadi seandainya kita mulai sebuah kata, sebuah kalimat itu dengan angka tersebut harus kita tulis dalam bentuk kata, gitu. Terus katanya, whenever possible, reword the sentence to avoid beginning with a number. Sedapat mungkin katanya, kalau bisa, jangan sampai angka itu menjadi awal dari sebuah kalimat, gitu. Kalau bisa, gitu. Tapi kalau nggak bisa, ya boleh dituliskan angkanya dalam bentuk kata. Ini banyak yang masuk, keluar masuk ya. But it's alright. Now, 48% of sample showed an increase. Jadi seperti itu, dimulai dengan 48% of sample showed an increase. Subjeknya 48% of the sample dituliskan dalam bentuk kata. And then 2% showed no change. Kelanjutan dari kata itu. 12 students improve and 12 students did not improve, gitu. Jadi bisa aja ditulis 12-nya itu pakai 12V di awal karena dia di awal. Terus 12 students did not improve, baru seterusnya pakai angka. Fractions atau pecahan. 1/5 of the class. Jadi 1/5 itu 1/5, 1/5. 2/3 itu artinya 2/3, 2/3 majority. Okay. Itu yang biasa. Kalau 1/5 itu biasa aja. Kalau 2/3, thirds-nya itu dikasih S dan pakai hyphen. Itu versi ADA-nya. Tadi udah sama Menzelia tentang hyphenation. Banyak sekali penjelasannya. Ya, beda-beda style ya. Ada style-nya itu memang nggak pakai hyphen. Terus universally accepted usage. Jadi secara umum dia itu diterima. Contohnya the 12 apostles, 5 pillars of Islam, gitu. Itu walaupun dia di sifatnya dia itu selalu dituliskan di dalam kata. Itu kita nggak bisa, jarang ini ya. Jarang 5 pillars of Islam itu misalnya kita tulis dalam bentuk 5 angka gitu ya. Itu jarang. Jadi karena sudah universally accepted usage katanya. Jadi 5 pillars of Islam selalu 5-nya itu dalam bentuk kata. That's about numbers. Okay, what time is it? Oh, it's almost 12. Sedikit lagi tentang numbers. Combining numerals and words to express numbers. Kadang-kadang kita harus menggabungkan antara kata dan angka. Itu tidak bisa dihindari. Misalnya two-way interactions. Two-way-nya itu two-nya itu dalam bentuk dua. Two-way interaction. Two-way interactions kayak gitu ya. 10 7-point scales. Jadi dicampur antara kata dan angka. Jadi kalian yang benarnya first two items, yang salahnya adalah first two items. Jadi pakai kata aja. Firstnya pakai kata, karena kan selalu diawali dengan kata sebaiknya baru angka. Jadi first, kalau ada kata ada dua angka, yang angka pertamanya itu kita pakai kata. Jadi first two items. Jadi seperti yang benarnya adalah first two items. Jadi jangan kedua-duanya pakai kata. Jadi seperti itu. Ada aturannya. Oke, it's 12 p.m. Sebelum kita masuk ke berikutnya, ada ordinal dan cardinal, bilangan tingkatan dan bilangan pokok. Maybe Mr. I don't know. Shall we continue or we stop? Mr. Taufik?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. It's still 99 people.
Actually, 12.
Yes, Mr. Taufik, what do you think?
Yeah, 39 people. Okay, actually, how about your material is low?
My material, not so much actually, because nothing much to show. Yeah. Do you want me to continue until finish? Mr. Taufik, we can hear you. Mr. Taufik is. Hello, Mr. Taufik.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Taufik.
I'm joining.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. I don't know about my connection here. Yeah, so how about the material is still much enough or just limit again what's it called that? Wow, just simple more.
I think I can do it fast, not so much. Do you want me to finish it? Just finish it?
Maybe you can finish. How about Mem Zeli?
Finish it.
Finish it? Okay. Hey, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, let's continue. All right, not so many things to share because like I said, we can always go back here and check. Now ordinal numbers. Treat ordinal numbers as you would cardinal numbers. Jadi seperti gimana cardinal number atau bilangan pokok, begitu juga kita menyampaikan ordinal numbers ini dalam tulisan. Contohnya second order factor, the fourth graders, the first item of the 75th trial, the first and the third groups. Jadi sama aja dia. Jadi tidak. Jadi if you really compare, jadi kalau dalam cardinalnya two orders, four graders, the fourth grader sama aja one item, the first item, 75 trials, 75th trials, one group, three groups. Jadi kita samakan aja dengan cardinal numbers. Okay. Jadi for your information, bagi yang belum tahu, ordinal itu kan bilangan tingkatannya. In bahasa Indonesia we say yang ke satu, kedua, ketiga, dan seterusnya. And then cardinal numbers itu yang bilangan pokok 1, 2, 3, sejuta, dan seterusnya. Ini sama aja cara menulisnya. And then decimal fractions ini juga sering use a zero before decimal point with numbers that are less than 1, then satisfaction exceed 1 gitu. Jadi contohnya 0.23 cm atau 0.23 cm. Jadi kelihatan kalau ini di bawah 1 ya, 0. Jadi 0, do not use 0 before decimal fraction when the statistic cannot be greater than 1. Misalnya correlations, proportions, jadi itu nggak usah ditulis nolnya, langsung titik aja. Gitu. I think in your chapter 4, kalau di research papernya itu udah betul semua sih, in my opinion. And then Roman numerals, katanya kalau pakai Romans itu kayak yang duanya itu pakai angka Romawi gitu, itu tetap digunakan. For example, use type 2 error misalnya. Type 2 errors, jadi jangan diganti 2-nya. Tetap aja di Roman. Gitu. And then use commas between group of 3 digits in most figures of 1000 or more. Jadi selalu pakai, kalau 1000 itu pakai koma. That's the difference, itu bedanya dengan bahasa Indonesia. Kalau bahasa Indonesia 1000 kita 1 titik biasanya, atau nggak pakai titik ya. Tapi kebiasaan kita untuk 1000 itu 1 titik. In English, dia pakai koma, itu secara umum ya. Jadi kalau misalnya 35,5, itu komanya itu titik. Jadi terbalik, kalau ada titik dalam bahasa Inggris itu koma di bahasa kita, kalau koma dalam bahasa Inggris untuk angka ya, itu berarti titik. Tapi kalau untuk tulisan ya tetap koma ya koma, titik ya titik. Tapi kalau untuk angka, 1000 itu misalnya kita pakai 1,000. Tapi kalau kita mau bilang koma itu kita pakai titik. Kecuali, jadi kecualinya itu seperti page numbers, ini nggak perlu, walaupun dia di atas 1000 itu nggak perlu dikasih koma. Binary digits, serial numbers, degrees Fahrenheit or degrees of temperature, acoustic frequency, degrees of freedom, itu nggak perlu pakai koma gitu ya. Jadi yang pakai koma itu ketika bilangan-bilangan biasa. Pakai koma artinya di atas 1000 atau minimal 1000. And then plural numbers. This is very uncommon for us actually, tapi itu very common in the writings, in speakings too. Banyak orang di bahasa kita jarang misalnya I play soccer in Sundays or on Sundays misalnya. Itu kita heran kok Sundays-nya dikasih S ya, on Sundays. Boleh nggak kata Sunday itu dikasih S jadi Sundays? Nah, sebenarnya itu boleh-boleh aja. Bahkan angka seperti 4s and 6s gitu ya. Jadi 4 dan 5 itu jadi artinya banyak 4 dan banyak 5 gitu. Boleh 4s and 6s gitu. Apa ya istilahnya? I forget. Jadi ada kata itu ditambah S juga untuk menunjukkan sering terjadi. And then 1950s, 10s and 20s gitu ya. Oh ya, yang sering orang bilang, oh my score is A's and B's. A's and B's. Jadi A banyak A dan banyak B. Jadi A's and B's katanya. And then di sini katanya 10s and 20s, 10 dan 20 itu boleh dijamakan seperti itu. Gitu ya. Terus kalau mau cek system of units ini, SI ini bisa dicek di internet, itu semuanya ada di situ, boleh dicek di sana aja. System units ini contohnya 19 mm apart gitu. Jadi 19 mm seperti ini tulisannya. The road ini was 3 feet. Kalau misalnya 3 feet, ketika kita mau masukkan ke dalam matrix unitnya, kita tulis 0.91 meter gitu, karena feet ini tidak masuk ke dalam system of units gitu ya. Jadi seperti itu. Jadi kita masukkan ke dalam kurung yang ada method unitnya itu termasuk dalam system of units. And then ada banyak stylenya, ada abbreviation, capitalization, clause, ada periods, ada spacingnya bisa dilihat di sini, ada compound unit dan sebagainya, gitu ya. Tidak terlalu banyak hal yang perbedaan yang biasakan. I usually start with the differences that we always use, karena saya biasa mulai dari apa sih kebiasaan kita dan apa sih APA style. Tapi kalau di dalam hal ini sepertinya tidak terlalu kontradiktif dengan apa yang biasa kita kerjakan. Dan sedikit relevan, hanya sedikit yang relevan dengan hal-hal yang kita kerjakan. Okay, now statistical and mathematical copy. If you need to present 3 or fewer numbers, first try using a sentence, katanya. If you need to present 4 to 20 numbers, first consider using a well-prepared table. Jadi katanya banyak hal yang bisa kita lakukan sebelum kita nulis angka di awal kalimat gitu ya. Jadi kalau kita banyak angka, ya bikin table katanya. If you have more than 20 numbers, graph is more useful than a table. Jadi kalau itu banyak angkanya, kita bisa pakai kalimat. Kalau terlalu banyak angkanya lagi, kita bisa pakai table. Kalau terlalu banyak di dalam table, kita bisa pakai graph. Jadi banyak cara sebelum untuk mempresentasikan angka-angka yang kita punya, gitu ya. Terus untuk statistik, refer statistik, do not give a reference when less common statistics are used, gitu kan ya. Jadi harus yang statistik yang biasa kita gunakan. Jadi katanya especially those that have appeared so recently that they can be found in journals. Seandainya statistik itu cuma bisa ditemukan di jurnal, kita boleh kasih reference. Atau statistik itu digunakan untuk unconventional atau controversial way. Untuk hal-hal yang kontroversi itu katanya ya nggak perlu lah pakai reference-nya itu. Atau statistik itself is the focus of the article, itu katanya wajib kita memberikan reference. Seperti itu. Jadi ada yang wajib, ada yang tidak perlu. Jadi bisa kita sampaikan di dalam table, dalam kalimat, atau di dalam grafik. Kalau ada hal-hal yang belum benar-benar berbeda, kita boleh sampaikan statistiknya di situ, gitu ya. Ada formula, biasa kalau dalam APA itu formulanya itu satu baris saja ya, if I'm not mistaken. Jadi seperti ini, banyak sekali lambang-lambang simbol yang bisa kita lihat nanti. I will share this to you. Jadi seperti ini misalnya, meleset dia. Equation syntax itu biasanya dia itu satu baris dengan kalimat. Jadi dia tidak memakan tempat gitu ya. Ini yang biasanya kalau kita di English Education Department itu kadang-kadang bisa besar itu rumusnya, itu bisa makan 2-3 baris gitu. Sebenarnya kalau versi APA-nya itu bisa rumus yang lebar tadi bisa dibuat ke dalam bentuk satu baris saja. Gitu. Jadi equationsnya bisa seperti ini. Sebenarnya ini kalau di buku aslinya itu ada rumus yang lebih panjang dan lebih besar, itu bisa dibuat ke dalam bentuk seperti ini. Kalau di dalam tulisan buatnya satu baris saja, gitu. Tapi di jurusan itu sepertinya masih banyak ya rumus-rumus yang panjang gitu. Jadi tidak dibuat dalam bentuk satu baris. Oke, Mr. Taufik, I think that's all my presentations related to numbering.
Okay.
Ini bisa dilihat-lihat, selalu dilihat-lihat aja, karena semuanya ada. Karena nggak semuanya bakal kita pakai. Okay,
yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Robi. Okay, that's it. The material from Mr. Robi. That's I hope that you everybody can be adopt the how the mechanics of the abbreviations and also abbreviation mathematical copy equations also. That's it from Mr. Robi. Because the time just limits the discussion ya. Bisa itu Bu Zeli? Ya. limit discussions. Okay. How long we discuss? 20 minutes?
Yes.
20 minutes ya sama Pak Robi ya. Okay. For actually for everyone who want to discuss any questions for material from Mr. Robi, can ask to me. Raise your hand. Anyone?
Yeah. Maybe I know why there's not much discussion in here, because abbreviations is actually important if we talk about like new approach or new methods that is used by the students in their research paper, for example. Like for example, PPR and then GTM or something like that. What we need to see is just the presentation of the students, gitu ya. Karena di awal itu harus yang lengkapnya dulu, baru di dalam kurungnya GTM. Selanjutnya itu boleh pakai GTM terus gitu ya. Kadang-kadang students fail to explain term-term baru, yang ada cuma singkatannya aja, dan that is not very familiar with. Di situ sih kebanyakan kesalahan ketika menggunakan abbreviation. Jadi cara menghindarinya jangan lupa dijelaskan.
Yeah. So it's mean that they still not feel that abbreviations benefit for them, yeah.
Yeah, not too significant.
Unfamiliar, yeah, still unfamiliar.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one to discuss. Jadi inilah salah satu yang harus kita present for today. That's it. How to understanding the abbreviations for everyone on their academic writing ya. Ya. Atau ada yang mau menyampaikan ada style terbaru juga itu tentang abbreviation?
Okay, there is a question from Mr. Abdullah.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Robi, Indonesian tend to use many abbreviations when writing on academic paper. How can we avoid overuse of abbreviations? This is Pak Hadi.
We can use many abbreviations when writing an academic paper. How can we avoid overuse of abbreviations? How can we avoid overuse of abbreviations? This is the question only Mr. Hadi can answer.
Hadi. Yeah, thanks to
many abbreviations by Indonesians, of course. I think it's because of, I just make it up, you know. I don't really know why many Indonesians use abbreviations, but maybe it is the effect of our daily life too. Like we like to abbreviate everything, like WhatsApp, we abbreviate with WA, you know, and then many things. Like Instagram, we abbreviate with IG. But in academic writing, of course, abbreviation should be good. I mean, like not too many, but not too little. You know, abbreviation is important for some reasons. Jadi kalau untuk alasan-alasannya tadi udah ada. Misalnya kita nggak mau nulis terlalu banyak gitu ya. Ada masalah di jumlah kata misalnya. Karena kebanyakan essay itu biasanya dibatasi katanya, misalnya harus 1000 kata dan sebagainya. Jadi kita gunakan abbreviations. Dan untuk terms yang memang sudah terbiasa disingkat. Mungkin masalahnya for Indonesians itu menyingkat kalimat-kalimat yang tidak perlu disingkat gitu ya. Mungkin ada sebuah kalimat, sebuah kata atau dua kata lalu disingkat jadi kebanyakan. I think cara menghindarinya yaitu tidak terlalu ini ya, di per chapter itu harus dijelaskan lagi, maksudnya harus re-explain. Kita harus re-explain, kalau bisa per chapter kita re-explain lagi kata yang kita singkat tadi, atau per sekian halaman gitu ya. Biasanya kalau ada title, subtitle itu sebisa mungkin diulang lagi sih. Jadi tidak hanya di awal, di introductions kita perkenalkan, lalu kita pakai di sepanjang tulisan, dan itu rasanya tidak tepat. Jadi mungkin per chapter itu tetap harus dijelaskan. That's in my opinion. Mungkin Pak Hadi mungkin ada tambahan. Karena abbreviation itu bisa membantu, bisa juga membuat readersnya bingung gitu. Jadi membantu writer sebenarnya dalam menulis, tapi kadang-kadang mempersulit readers dalam memahami gitu. Jadi harus ada titik tengahnya supaya singkatan-singkatan tersebut masih bisa dimengerti. Tapi kalau di dalam in English atau our academic writing sepertinya tidak terlalu banyak singkatan, kecuali yang seperti saya bilang tadi, ada term-term baru yang misalnya pendekatan baru atau model baru yang tidak terlalu familiar, itu mungkin jangan sering-sering disingkat gitu ya. Tapi kalau misalnya udah familiar in our field, GTM atau SLA, ESL itu aman lah ya. Nggak apa-apa disingkat terus karena kita udah terbiasa dengan itu, ESL, EFL dan sebagainya. Tapi kalau untuk hal-hal yang masih baru, itu memang tidak boleh terlalu disingkat. Yes, absolutely. We are happy to have Mr. Hadi here.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks Pak Robi, said Mr. Abdul Hadi. Thank you all, Pak Hadi, for your questions. Are you satisfied? Yeah. Everyone, any more questions? Oh, already azan ya Pak Robi ya?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, may I?
Ya.
Okay.
Vina Rosayanti. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So I have a question for Mr. Robi. It is related to Latin abbreviations, like, for example, verses and etc. And also about EFL, ESL. So, sir, for those abbreviation, it's as you said before that it's already commonly known. So should we put it in the table of content for the list of abbreviation?
Okay.
Thank you.
That is interesting. Maybe the first question, Linda, thank you very much. Mr. Taufik, can I answer?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much, Novinda. Long time no see. I'm very happy that you asked. First of all, related to your questions about etc. like EG yang tadi itu yang from Latin, I think this is very uncommon for us. Kita selalu nulisnya itu gabung saja di dalam sebuah kalimat kita tanpa kita kasih tanda kurung gitu ya. Padahal versi ABA-nya itu kalau yang Latin seperti tadi itu harus dalam kurung. And then untuk some common abbreviations, I think for some reasons we still need to put them in the list karena bisa jadi pembacanya itu bukan dari yang pertama kali. We must make sure that at the beginning we explain what EFL and ESL. Untuk awal itu kita pasti harus tulis dulu English as foreign language dalam kurung EFL at the beginning gitu ya. So whether we need to put them in the reference list, di reference list ya, atau di appendix. I think we still need to do that. I mean, it is not a big deal to put those abbreviations there. Jadi kalau in my opinion itu tetap harus ditulis, tapi bukan berarti kita belum jelaskan di awal. Gitu. Tetap dijelaskan di awal, gitu. Walaupun kita udah familiar. That's it from me.
Okay. That's from Pak Robi. Okay. Are you satisfied, Novinda?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Satisfied.
Yeah. Okay, any more?
If Tita say no.
Ya, karena ini memang apa ya, hal-hal yang baru bagi dalam apa kita ya, Pak Robi ya.
Yes, sir.
Dalam akademik paper kita, kata Pak Hadi juga bilang sih kan, orang Indonesia bagaimana avoid overuse of abbreviations juga ya. Ya, kita orang Indonesia yang seperti ini mungkin melupakan hal-hal seperti itu, padahal hal kecil ini sangat penting, very very useful for our academic writing. Yeah, that's it. I ask again for everyone's any question more. If you know, we close for these sessions. Yeah, not take a long time because of for take a rest for a moment. After this, there is a section from Pak Fauzan, ya?
Yeah.
Pak Fauzan, yeah. The next session is very interest for everyone.
We said the best for the last.
Yeah. You know that Pak Fauzan still on Holland, yeah?
In Holland, yes.
Yeah, it's Holland. Yeah, so for far from us, yeah, how many kilometers from us? Yeah,
many kilometers.
Okay, so no one to ask. Okay, so it's mean that your Pak Robi presentation today is clearly enough. Yeah, very understand, comprehend from the audience ini. Very comprehend from the audience. Okay, say thank you very much for Pak Robi, yeah, for your materials. That's it, very interesting. So we know that the mechanic for abbreviations and all of the mechanic, it could be understandable for the audience. Okay, for everybody, we tell that you may to take rest for a while, and then before closing, say hamdalah. Alhamdulillah. Okay, so sorry for my mistaken. I'm so sorry for not manage the decision for as your expectations. So sorry. Yeah, because sometimes we as human have limited for everything. Okay, we thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you so much for Pak Taufik Ihsan and Pak Robi Kurniawan. Okay, well, I think it is very useful for us. Great presentation. And then I'd like to inform you that please rejoin the same link at 1. So because we have a break, okay, for praying or having lunch, okay. And then we are going to share the attendance link in the end of this meeting. Okay, so make sure you rejoin us at 1 to get the link, okay. And then I also inform you that after this, we still have 2 speakers. And one of them is Mr. Fauzan. okay, from Belanda, Netherlands. Okay, so don't miss it. And finally, the last speaker will be Bu Cut Raudatul Miski. Okay, I think that's all for today. May I say thanks a lot. Thank you very much for all of your active participation today. And then see you at 1. Okay, bye-bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting this virtual event shortly. We'd like to thanks to all of participants who are still with us from morning until afternoon. And then I remind you that we still have two speakers today. They will discuss about interesting topic that it is very useful, of course, for you, especially for those who are on the way, right, in writing thesis. And now Bu Harum Natasha is already with us. Hello, Bu Harum. And also Bu Chutraudatul Miski. So we are waiting for Pak Fauzan and also wait, Bu Maida, I think. Bu Mahmuda, is it?
Ya, Bu.
Oh, no. Bu Maida Fitri, yes. Bu Harum?
Jadi Bu ini, Bu Cut.
Ya, halo.
Bu Cut dulu.
Iya, boleh.
Okay.
Okay.
How about your moderator, Bu Cut?
I'm sorry, Miss Maida has something to do at this moment, so she will not join us this session. So I will take it by myself. That will be fine for me.
All right. Okay, Bu Cut. Well, wait, Bu Cut. I prepare nothing for you, Bu Cut. Is it okay?
It's okay, no problem.
I don't have
it,
your I don't have your CV with me.
No. You don't have to introduce me.
Okay. Well, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, while waiting for others, okay, and to shorten the time as well, we come to our fourth speaker today, Bu Chutraudatul Miski, and I think everybody knows her very well, right? Our former secretary. But you know, it's quite sad when I say former, right? But you are still secretary in my heart. Eternal secretary.
Mashallah.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, well. Okay. And you know, Bu Cut is also active, right? To join some competition, right? I still remember Bu Cut, when you become participant for some event in PB. Do you still remember that?
Yeah, it was long time ago.
Yeah.
When
And
I was
you got
young.
some you got
When
some
you were there.
award, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, Bu Jut, are you ready with your presentation today?
Yes, that's right. I'm ready, inshallah.
Well, the title is about the mechanics of style punctuation.
Yeah.
Is it correct, Bu Jut?
Yeah, that's right. That's my topic today.
Okay. Please, time is yours. Bu Jut Raudatul Miski.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kurnia Budianti, for introducing me to the participant this session this afternoon. Ya, Alhamdulillahirobbilalamin. Thanks to Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala for giving us health and His mercy for us. So we are now here in this session. Actually, I will have to present after Pak Fauzan, but it's okay because Pak Fauzan perhaps has scheduled at 12 p.m. in our time, and we will try to wait. We will just wait for him, yeah. So I will move to the next session. My sound, is the voice clear?
Yes, very clear.
Alhamdulillah. So thanks to Bu Kurnia. And salawat to Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam by saying Allahumma sholli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Well, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share my material to you all. This session, I would like to, bentar, kita share screen. Can you see this slide? Can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I can see my screen, but I would like to see. Also the participants. Kenapa partisipannya pada off semua kameranya ya? Apa nggak kepingin nih nengokin mukanya ke Mamcut? Hi everybody, how are you?
Fine, good.
Yang lain nih, itu suara Miss Deli. I can recognize my friend's voice, but I cannot recognize yang lain ini kayaknya. Mana suara mahasiswanya nih? Halo? Ini melihat ada Iftita Rahmi. Oke. Ada lagi yang lain? Nah, cuma Iftita aja yang standby. Yang lainnya mana? Oke. Di sini ada berapa peserta kita nih ya? Ada ratusan peserta. Nah, ya sudah ada juga yang sedang join di YouTube. Terima kasih sudah join dengan kita ya di ruang YouTube. Sekarang kita di sesi Zoom. Ada beberapa yang sudah standby. Thank you. Mungkin kalian sedang mempersiapkan diri karena kita baru saja selesai dengan ibadah sholat zuhur ya. Now, allow me to present my material while you are preparing yourself to be seen in the video. Here is the slide. Sebentar, I'd like to okay. The mechanics of style in writing. Topik ini has been discussed. This topic has been discussed by Ms. Zeli Putriani in the previous session. And my topic is this part. Here is the topic of from me, punctuations. Yeah, punctuation. Dalam bahasa Indonesia or in Indonesia, in Indonesia we say it tanda baca, symbols, yeah. As what the Cambridge Dictionary says, the use of special symbols that you add to writing to separate phrases and sentences to show that something is a question, and etc. Okay, we talk about the definition of punctuation. Now, perhaps you are wondering, what for is this punctuation? You can say that this slide, this punctuation is very useful. First, it tells the readers where to stop, to pause, or to take a detour. Jadi kalau ada punctuation, the punctuation itu akan membuat pembaca tahu mana yang titik, maka dia akan menghentikan. So the idea is stop there. To pause, it means that there is a pause atau jeda in this text, or take a detour. As the second, it is to establish the fall in pitch of the voice in the sentences. Can you imagine kalau nggak ada titik koma dalam sebuah text, if there is no punctuations in the text, there is no fall of the pitch of the voice in the sentence. Jadi suaranya tidak tahu kita di mana, pitch-nya terasa tidak enak didengar dan tidak baik dibaca karena maknanya pasti akan jauh berbeda. And commonly, different kinds of lengths of pauses is determined by the kinds of punctuation used in the sentence. Nah, this is right. Jadi jenis-jenis dan lengths of pauses itu selalu ditentukan oleh jenis atau macam atau tipe punctuation yang digunakan di dalam kalimat tersebut. Okay, look at here. What are the punctuation? Can you guess? Yeah. Here is the punctuation. We have spacing, we have dash, semicolon, quotation marks, period, colon, comma, slash, parenthesis, and also brackets yang akan dibahas ya. This is my discussion this session. Okay, take a look at now to the first punctuation. Spacing in bahasa we say it's spasi. Kapan sih kita gunakan? When we use the spacing. We need to use spacing. Insert one space, satu spasi after commas, colons, and semicolons. And then use it after periods that separate parts of reference citation. And we use it after periods of the initials in personal names. Jadi habis koma, ada koma, nanti masuk space, give a space with one click on the computer, kemudian colons and semicolons. Nah, initial and personal names, for example, here is my name, Cut Raudatu Miski. So I write the initial, the second initial C, yeah, C for Cut, R for Raudatu. And space once after punctuation marks at the end of a sentence. Ya, contoh kalimatnya adalah, is this the example? Quotation mark. And the answer is, it is. Full stop. Okay, spasi, full stop. And then, you don't need to add, you don't need to insert a space. You don't need to insert a space after internal periods in abbreviation. For example, abbreviation of A, periods, and M, ya, anti-meridian, itu untuk menandakan pagi, Ya, jadi nggak perlu dikasih spasi setelah periodnya. Jadi A titik M titik itu dalam bahasa Indonesianya. Atau in English we say EA. Ya, ada yang tahu what does the IE means? Sorry. IE means in English. Ada yang tahu nggak ya? It stands for it is, which means that is in English. Sorry. And the second, period is used to end a complete sentence. Ini dia ya. The second punctuation is the period. The period is used to end a complete sentence. Yeah, we use period after we finish to. Bentar, ada yang mau masuk. Kita lihat. Okay, period is used to end a complete sentence. It means that after we completely write the ideas, we put the period at the end of it. Okay, we also use the period with the initials of names. Initials of names. For example, C period, R period, ski, and period. And abbreviation for United States itu juga biasanya selalu mendapatkan period, U, full stop, S, period, and S, period, and Navy, US Navy. And also we use it to identify counseling labels for study participants. It means, for example, when we have a research and we want to hide the names of the participants, so we can give a label for by using their initial. So the initial names we use it with we use a period after the initial names. And next, we use it after Latin abbreviation. Nah, ini dia seperti yang di awal tadi ya. With Latin abbreviation. AM is Latin abbreviation. AE is Latin abbreviation. So we put some periods after it. And also we use it after the reference abbreviation. After the reference abbreviation. Volume, vol disingkat. Ya, abbreviation means singkatan ya. For period one, comma, second, ed, which is stand for edition, second edition, full stop atau period, and comma, dan lanjut dengan p for page. Do not use the period. Yeah, do not use the period with abbreviation of state names. We don't use the period after singkatan nama negara. And why we don't add period there? Washington DC, we don't put period in DC, but especially for only the United States yang tadi ya, yang di awal kita bicarakan. So the capital letter, abbreviations, and acronym itu juga tidak perlu diberikan period. For example, APA, IK. Okay, participants, ada yang ingat nggak apa sih IPA stand for? What is it stand for?
American Psychological Unit.
Okay, ini siapa yang ngomong? Who is talking?
American Psychological Association.
Iya, that's right, American. Ini perlu dapat sepeda nanti nih, Bu Zeli.
Nama, Iftita ya?
Siapa tadi, Iftita?
Iya, Ma'am.
Kasih sepeda nanti, Bu Kajur.
Sama Pak Jokowi nanti.
APA, okay, that's good, Iftita. IQ, Intelligent. Kalau ini apa IQ ini, Iftisa?
Qualification nggak tahu.
Intelligent.
Intelligent.
Question.
Oh.
Intelligent question. Carilah IQ itu singkatannya apa, okay? Right. So we don't put the period after the capital letter of abbreviation and acronym. Next, we don't use period with the abbreviation for roads of administration. Ya, roads of administration. Jadi misalnya ada IM, IP, ICP. Nah, ada yang tahu? Do you know what does the IM means in internet? No? Okay, IM stand for instant message. IP for internet protocol. ICP itu dalam istilah komputer, kalau tidak salah saya, it stands for I'm sorry, I forgot a little forget itu. ICP itu istilah dalam alright, I will tell you later on. Let it be my homework. I forget it. I'm sorry. And we don't use the period also in a metric and non-metric measurement or abbreviation. Misalnya metric, metrical, and non-metric yang bisa diukur dan yang tidak diukur. Misalnya kilogram, you don't put abbreviation K, titik, G, tidak. Jadi ya, centimeter, you don't use period between C and M. Yeah, so we don't use the period in it. Next, we come to the comma. Right. Next punctuation is comma. You use comma between the elements, including between the elements including before and or in a series of three or more items. Jadi kalau ada 3 atau lebih items, ya kita tambahkan koma setelah masing-masing item. For example, the rise, comma, the fall, comma, or both, comma, are the crucial things. So don't forget to put comma after both. An example, this is a study by Widodo, comma, nanti minta sepeda sama Pak ini ya. He is a good man. And Yudhoyono, comma, Habibi, and 2022. Okay, this is just example. To set up a non-essential or non-restrictive clause, check out this one. There is a comma between the glass and there is a comma after the floor. The comma used here to set off the non-essential or non-restrictive clause. Artinya apa? Kalau kita omit this one, ya kata-kata atau clause yang ada di dalam di antara koma ini, so the meaning will not, the meaning will be okay. Ya. The glass which was on the floor is colored red. The glass is colored red. Itu sorry, ada yang kurang dengan tulisan color. The research, comma, which was controlled carefully, comma, showed the result poor. So, klausa yang ada di antara koma itu menunjukkan informasi yang not really essential, the additional information saja. If we omit it, it will not ruin the meaning of the sentence. And then we use comma to separate two independent. We use comma to separate two independent clauses joined by a conjunction. Joined by a conjunction. Jadi jika ada 2 kalimat independent dan dia join, disertakan conjunction, maka kita tambahkan koma sebelum conjunction tersebut. For example, this study is aimed at giving a clear spot on the way it is processed. Itu adalah independent clause yang pertama, ya. Kemudian digabung ada tanda koma, ada conjunction and the next it tells how to handle the problem occurs in it. Sorry. Okay, so we put comma in it. Next, we use comma to set off the year in exact dates. To set off the year in exact date. Example like this. August 9, 2021, was the correct date. Nah, jadi cara penulisannya seperti ini. Tapi yang tidak benar dari yang saya buat ini ada 2 titik di sini, itu yang salah ya. Jadi harusnya hanya ada 1 saja. And then August 2021 was the correct month. Nah, ini dia, we don't use comma here kalau dia pakai tahun dan bulan. Next, we use comma to set off the year in parenthetical reference citation. Jadi kalau ada citasi yang ingin kita kutip, ada tahunnya di sana dan namanya, so you put comma here between the name and the year. Here is the example. To separate groups of 3 digits in most numbers. Nah, jadi ya kalau berikutnya we use comma pada angka-angka yang 3 digit atau lebih. 1000 itu you put comma pada after the numbers. Each number 1000 berarti 1.000 gitu. Kalau ada lagi nanti 1 juta you put I'm sorry, that's a period. Ya, or more itu maksudnya. Do not use comma. Okay. When we may not use a comma, take a look here, before an essential or restrictive clause. Nah, jadi ini kalau tadi kita menggunakan koma pada non-restrictive koma, sekarang kita tidak gunakan koma pada yang esensial atau restrictive clause. Karena dia, kalau digunakan koma, dia kalimatnya jadi tidak lengkap. Ya, jadi gini, the switch that stops the recording device also controls the light. Ini adalah satu kalimat yang maknanya jelas, tidak ada koma. Seandainya kita tambahkan koma, the switch, koma, misalnya, the switch, koma, that stop the recording device also control the lights. That's not the APA style. Sorry. And then we use between the 2 parts of a compound predicate. Between the 2 parts of a compound predicate. We don't use it between these 2 parts. All subjects completed the first phase of the experiment and return the following week for phase 2. Nah, ini ada 2 kalimat. Nah, perhatikan. You may take a look at here for the examples. I put some examples you can use so you can compare. The tick one is the true and the cross one is the false. Look at here. Ada compound predicate, ada kata completed, which is verb, and returns also verb. Ya, return the following week. Nah, dibandingkan dengan ini salah ya pada yang ada crossingnya. Lihat, all subject completed the first phase of the experiment, koma. Nah itu kita tidak berikan kata koma di situ harusnya, karena sudah ada n pada kalimat ini dan dia kategorinya adalah compound predicate. Berikutnya, to separate parts of measurement. To separate parts of measurement. Jadi kalau ada measurements, kita nggak perlu tambahkan koma. 8 years, 2 months. You don't put anything there. Next, we have semicolon. Semicolon seperti ini. Lihat titik di atas koma sejajar vertikal. Nah, we call it a semicolon. What is that for? Nah, ini ya, here is. The semicolon is used to separate two independent clauses that are not joined by a conjunction. Right? Contohnya, example, the participants in the first study were paid titik. Ini saya tulis ya. Titik koma harusnya di sini ya. Ini saya kesalahan teknis. Those in the second were unpaid. Sorry for this technical mistake. Satu lagi, to separate elements in a series that already contain comma, use colon. Jadi jika dalam satu kalimat itu ada seri beberapa elemen yang sudah ada koma di dalamnya, kita tambahkan semicolon untuk memisahkannya antara seri yang pertama dan yang kedua. Lihat sini yang diberi warna merah, the color order was red, yellow, and blue. This is the first series, and then blue, yellow, red. This is the semicolon. Jadi dipisahkan oleh by the semicolon. And next, colon. The colon ya, satu tadi di atas semicolon, yang sekarang adalah colon. Titik dua itu bahasa Indonesianya. Between a grammatically completed introductory clause. So we use a colon ya kalau ada between a grammatically complete introductory clause and a final phrase or clause that illustrates, extends, or amplifies the preceding part. Ya. If the clause following the colon is a complete sentence, it begins with a capital letter. Nah, look at the example. Freud, ini nama orang, 1930/1961, ya, slash ini garis miring. Nanti kita bahas apa makna garis miring di sini. Wrote of two urges. Ini adalah atau ideas yang akan disampaikannya. Okay. Introductory clause. Yang pertama apa? An urge toward union with others and an egoistic urge towards happiness. We put colon here. Kemudian ada contoh berikutnya. They have agreed on the outcome. Informed participants perform better than do uninformed participants. Jadi ini ya complete thoughts. Kita beri dia capital letters ya, I ditulis dengan huruf kapital. Karena apa? Karena klausa yang mengikuti the colon adalah sebuah kalimat lengkap. Ya, kalau dia kalimat lengkap, ada subjek berarti ya, dan ada objek, maka dia diberikan capital. Huruf awalnya ditulis dengan huruf besar. Sedangkan yang tadi tidak pakai huruf besar karena dia tidak kalimat lengkap. We use colon in ratios and proportions, ya, in ratios and proportions. Misal, the proportion of salt water was 1:8. Bahasa kita 1 banding 8. Jadi kita tidak menggunakan slash, but we use colon. In references between place of publication and publisher. Nah, ini dia untuk memisahkan tempat of publikasi sebuah references, rujukan, dengan yang publisher-nya, tempat dan orang. Publisher itu sorry, apa Miss Kurnia? Can you help? Publisher, blank. Okay. Tempat dan okay, sorry. What happened to me? I'm sorry. Am I so nervous here to be with you? Hello, everybody. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Bu Chut. Go ahead, Bu Chut. Bahasa sorry, Bu Chut.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Right. Ini jangan-jangan terlena ini ya. Okay. Next ya, do not use a colon after an introduction that it's not an independent clause or complete sentence. Do not use a colon after an introduction that is not an independent clause or complete sentence. That's it. If you have a complete sentence or an independent clause, so we don't put a colon here in it. For example, the instruction for the task is itu ya Kak. Contohnya ini biasanya ada pada instruksi untuk mengisi latihan. So we don't put colon here. You will group these items into its rank. Kita tidak tambahkan colon di sana. Next is dash. Now here is dash. If you remember dash, okay. Is the symbol for dash. Use dash to indicate only sudden interruption in the continuity of a sentence. Do not overuse it. Do not overuse it. It can weaken the flow of material. The dash indicate only a sudden interruption. If you want to add some information in your sentence that you have, okay, you can put a dash there. For example, the two participants, one from the first group and one from the second, were tested separately. Jadi ini memberi penjelasan pada kata partisipan, two participants, ya, were tested separately. So you put dash here between them. Quotation marks. Use double quotation mark to introduce a word. Jadi double quotation. Quotation marks itu tanda baca atau tanda petik ya. Tanda petik ada yang double, ada yang single. So this is the double quotation mark. To introduce a word or phrase, use an ironic comments as slang or as invented or coined expression. Coined expression ya. Use quotation marks the first time the word or phrase is used. Setelah itu nggak perlu digunakan lagi. Jadi kalau kita ingin mengintroduce atau memperkenalkan sebuah kata atau frasa yang merupakan ekspresi kita spesial gitu ya, kita ingin tuliskan dalam sebuah kata itu, maka kita berikan dia double quotation. Kalau sudah kita gunakan double quotation di situ di awal, maka setelah itu jika ekspresi tadi atau kata yang kita ingin koinkan tadi itu tidak perlu diberikan quotation mark lagi. Next, to set off the title of an article or chapter in periodical or book when the title is mentioned in the text. Nah, jadi ini dia. Kalau kita mau memisahkan antara title sebuah artikel, nah ini dia ya, ada kita gunakan double quotation antara ini dia contoh Riggers in 1992, ini ada tanda kurung brackets, nanti kita bahas kapan kita gunakan brackets. Nah, ini adalah judulnya, kemudian ada colon here. Nah, dan kita berikan quotation double quotation marks here. Next, to reproduce material from a test item or verbatim instruction to participants. Ini dia ya, to reproduce material from a test item. For example, the first fill-in item was quotation mark could be expected to. Nah, jadi ini contoh kalimatnya. Ini jika kalian if you just listen to my explanation without watching the slide, it will be difficult for you to grasp what I mean, yeah, because I write the example here. So the quotation atau the punctuation is written. Yeah, the first fill-in item was reproduce material from test item. Jadi kita gunakan double quotation marks here. Kapan kita tidak boleh menggunakan double quotation marks? Yang pertama adalah to identify the anchors of a scale. Daripada kita melakukan double quotation marks, we can italize them. Ya. For example, the scale is ranging from 1 in the brackets all the time. Ini dia, we italize them. Ya. We don't put any quotation mark here, double quotation especially. Kemudian to cite a letter, word, or phrase or sentence as linguistic example. Instead of giving double quotation, we italize them. The word further and farther is a distinct. Jadi biasanya kan ada kita gunakan quotation di sini. Jadi sebenarnya daripada menggunakan double quotation marks, it's better for us to use italize the words. We also we don't use the quotation mark to introduce a technical or key term. Sama seperti yang di awal yang di barusan itu, daripada kita memberikan tanda kutip double quotation mark, we italize them. It's rather like that in APA mechanism of style ya. For example, kita mau introduce kata miss. Nah, jadi kita tidak berikan tanda quotation mark di sana, but we italize them. Nah, do not use any punctuation with such expression. Misal ya, nih ada kalimat ini biasa saja, tapi kita ingin memberikan informasi kepada pembaca ya, kita ingin stressing pada kata reward. Tapi sebenarnya nggak perlu gitu ya. The teacher rewarded the classes with tokens. Teacher, kita berikan tanda quotation mark di antara kata reward. Nah, itu sebenarnya tidak perlu. Ini kalimatnya adalah kalimat biasa. Bagaimana lagi? Apakah kita ingin menggunakan double atau single quotation? Nah, ini dia. Kapan kita gunakan double atau single quotation mark? Jika dalam sebuah kalimat atau dalam sebuah teks, kita bisa gunakan double quotation marks to enclose quotation in the text. Use single quotation marks within double quotation marks to set off material that in the original source was enclosed in double quotation marks. Contohnya gini, coba perhatikan. Perhaps you can see it. There is the example, the correct one and the incorrect one. Oke, di sini ada sebuah kalimat di paragraf yang kita buat. Biasanya ada pada literatur review nih ya, kita membuat kutipan. Nih, lihat, the quotation mark itu diletakkan di awal sekali, kemudian di akhir sekali. Nah, di awal dan di akhir. Di awal pembuka sentence, kemudian di akhir ketika menutup teks atau sentence yang ingin kita kutip. Di sini ada satu lagi yang kita ingin tekankan pada pembaca, misalnya pada kata placebo effect. Ya, kita berikan tanda single quotation pada kata tersebut. Sebelumnya kita berikan tanda koma pada kata atau frasa tersebut. Jadi kita tidak menggunakan double quotation di sini. Jadi tidak ada dua double quotation dalam satu kutipan. Nah, jadi yang ini yang dalam kotak warna pink, ya apa namanya nih, pink, itu ada double quotation di sini, so we don't do like this, ya. Nah, kapan lagi kita gunakan dia? Nah, kalau dia adalah block quotation atau kutipan yang lebih dari 40 kata. Ya, kalau kutipannya lebih dari 40 kata pun kita gunakan kutipan. double quotation mark. Right? Oke, ini dia tadi penjelasannya. And then number 9, parenthesis. The parenthesis next is the next punctuation. Kapan kita gunakan parenthesis? Pertama adalah the first is to set up structurally independent elements. Dalam bahasa Indonesia, we call parenthesis itu tanda kurung, ya, tanda kurung. To set up structurally independent elements. Contohnya, the patterns were statistically significant. Nah, tanda kurung ada see feature 5. Ya, ini tanda kurungnya pada kata see feature 5. When a complete sentence is enclosed in parentheses, plus punctuation in the sentence inside the parentheses like this. Contohnya, kemudian satu lagi, perhatikan, you can take a look at this example. If only part of a sentence is enclosed in parentheses like this, nah ya, jadi ceritanya seperti ini nih. Plus punctuation outside the parentheses like this. Nah, di mana kita mau letakkan tanda kurungnya dan titiknya? Ya. Jika kalimatnya lengkap, maka kita yang ada di dalam parenthesis, punctuation-nya kita letakkan di dalam. Ada kata like this ya, kita letakkan dia di dalam, baru tanda kurungnya, tutup kurung gitu ya. Jika dia yang seperti ini, if only part of a sentence is enclosed in parentheses, nah dalam tanda kurungnya ada koma, like this, di kurung, you give parentheses here and then koma. Nah, baru kita letakkan tanda titiknya itu terakhir. Yang kedua, to set up reference citation in text. For example, ini dia contohnya ya. Untuk memisahkan citasi, rujukan ya dalam sebuah teks. Ini dia, kita berikan tanda kurung. Contohnya, kemudian kapan lagi untuk introduce atau memperkenalkan an abbreviation. Kita beri tanda kurung pada kata yang disingkat tadi. Yang keempat, to set up letters that identify items in a series within a sentence or paragraph. Jika kita dalam satu kalimat itu kita ingin menuliskan beberapa items atau series, maka setiap items itu ada A, B, C, D. Maka A itu kita berikan parenthesis, B juga kita berikan parenthesis. Ya. Dan kemudian, number 5, to group mathematical expression. To group the mathematical expression. For example, ini dia. So we put parenthesis here. Okay. Dalam kurung K minus 1 in the bracket, tutup kurung gitu ya. 6, to enclose the station of or page numbers of direct quotation. Nah, dalam sebuah direct quotation kita berikan ini dia page numbernya citation pada kutipan langsung maksud saya ya. Ini, for example, page titik Lopez tahunnya kita kasih kurung. Found that the effect of, ini adalah contoh kalimatnya, kemudian ini ada halamannya. Nah, halamannya kita beri tanda kurung. Yang nomor 7, to enclose statistical values. Nah, ya, kalau ada statistical values, kita berikan tanda kurung juga. Yang berikutnya 8, to enclose degrees of freedom. Nah, ini merasa anak-anak research ini tahu semua. Jadi ini kalau ada istilah seperti ini biasanya diberikan tanda kurung. Kapan kita tidak berikan parenthesis? We don't use parenthesis when we want to enclose material within other parentheses. We use bracket instead, or use a comma before a statistic to avoid nested parentheses. And then back to back. Jadi welcome Pak Fauzan dan Pak Siswandi. See you here.
Go on. Thank you.
And next we have brackets here. Atau dalam bahasa Indonesianya kurung siku ya, kurung siku. Bahasa Indonesianya brackets itu kurung siku. Betul tuh Pak Sis. Oke, kapan kita gunakan kurung siku itu atau bracket? Nah, ini contoh kurung siku, take a look at here ya. To enclose the values that are limits of a confidence interval, to enclose the material inserted in a quotation by some other than original writer. Number 3, to enclose parenthetical material that is already within parentheses. Jadi contohnya seperti ini. Okay, next number 11 slash kita sudah use a slash to clarify a relationship in which a hyphenated compound is used. Slash atau garis miring kita gunakan untuk mengclarify, to clarify relationship in which hyphenated compound is used. For example, the classification slash similarity judgment condition. Oke, nah ini adalah memisahkan ya. Bentar. And the second, to separate numerator from the numerator. Jadi untuk memisahkan antara pembilang dan penyebut kita juga gunakan slash. Number 3, to indicate per atau as a unit of measurement. Units of measurement. Jadi ini dia kita gunakan kata per. Jadi 9 meter per kilonya atau contoh lainnya ada di sini. You may take a look at here. And then number 4, to set off English phonemes. Jadi yang belajar phonetics dan phonology ini biasanya dengan Bu Arum atau Bu Kurnia pasti tahu phonemes itu apa. Kita berikan tanda slash di sini, double slash ya. So this is tanda baca C, the ch. To repeat number 5, sorry, to cite republished work in text. Ini dia. Jika kalian menemukan nanti ada yang seperti ini di dalam kurungnya ada 1923, kemudian diberi tanda slash 1961, berarti karya ini atau artikel ini atau tulisan ini ditulis oleh Freud tahun 1923 and then direproduce ulang atau republish ulang pada tahun 1961. Do not use a slash. Okay, slash itu ada yang bilang Virgil, Valdez, or Shell itu nama lainnya, tapi we commonly recognize it as slash. When a phrase would be clearer, jadi kalau sudah jelas maknanya, we don't need use a slash. For example, here is, ada kata mother or guardian. Nah, di sini ada kata mother slash guardian. It's not like that, so you can use or saja. For simple comparison, use a hyphen or short dash atau disebut juga and dash, ya. Instead. Nah, jadi seperti ini ada kata test and retest, the comparison antara test dan retest. Reliability, we don't put slash between them. Wow. Yeah, it is at 2 p.m. right now. This is the end of my presentation. If you have something to ask, I allow you to give me question. Thank you so much. And next, kita kembali ke sesi tanya jawab. Silakan jika ada yang ingin bertanya dengan saya.
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Jud. Well, so this topic is very interesting. It seems that it is quite simple, right? But actually, is not too easy to do as well, right? Okay, and I do believe that we have some question from our participant today. Not only from Zoom room, but we also have a lot of participants in YouTube channel. Okay, so you can give question directly to Bu Chut Raudatul Miski, or you may type your question on the room chat, please. Iftita, it seems that you have question for Bu Chut. Right, come on, Iftita.
It seems that this material is easy. It's easy, Miss Kurnia. It's just punctuation. Apa sih susahnya tanda baca, gitu ya? Tapi ternyata setelah kita baca-baca, ternyata there's a lot of things to do, should be understood here. Ternyata banyak yang harus kita mengerti.
Yeah, that's right, Bu Chut. If Tita realize it very well, I think. You know, even when we read our students' paper, right? In terms of dot, okay, right, comma, right? They still do mistake, right?
Yeah, that's right. Me also especially. It's quite amazing for me to find out that we use quotation mark or the double quotation mark. We have a rule, or we have a guide in doing it. When I written my paper, I just write what I like. I write just the way I like it. Just the way I like it.
Okay. Well, Bu Chut, if Tita has question for you. Please. All right.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Saya Sita Rahmi dari ID angkatan 2015. Ini pertanyaannya lebih seperti misalnya lebih ke pembimbing skripsi. Jadi kalau misalnya mahasiswa tuh banyak membuat kesalahan dengan tanda baca, apakah pembimbing tuh mencoret atau terus memberitahu atau disuruh atau dilewatkan saja? Nggak mau karena tanda baca itu kan banyak kan tadi. Itu aja.
They will be crazy, right, Bu Chut?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Iftita. Please, Bu Chut.
Karena dia banyak itu ya, Iftita ya.
Iya. Jadi mungkin cuma inti sari skripsinya teori banyak atau tanda baca tuh juga diperhatikan juga bagaimana?
Iya. Kalau kita membuat sebuah tulisan, tanda baca itu paling penting. Itu kalau ibarat kita berbicara, pausnya di mana, beri dia tanda koma untuk pause. Kalau kita ngomong, coba kita bicara tanpa ada tanda baca, lurus aja, cepat aja, you don't have a period there. Do you understand what your friends talk to you?
Iya,
kalau
understand.
Atau bicara, conversation mungkin lah ya. Harus pasang pikiran, harus ekstra keras untuk mengerti, tapi at least we can find it. Tapi dalam writing kan tidak ada gitu ya. Tidak bisa dialog dengan readers kalau kita tidak menggunakan tanda baca yang tepat. Karena reader membaca, bukan berdialog dengan kita. Tapi kita menyampaikan our ideas itu supaya dia jadi clear, supaya dia teratur dan jelas maknanya. Tentu kita harus gunakan, we have to use correct punctuation yang sesuai dengan panduannya gitu. Kalau kita sekarang menggunakan APA style itu. Jadi itulah dia. Sebenarnya kan banyak seperti kata Pak Hadi di awal kemarin, ada banyak cara penulisan ini yang digunakan mau pakai style yang mana. Gitu. Tapi hari ini kita menggunakan APA writing style dalam webinar ini. Gitu. Begitu. Jadi dalam skripsi apakah itu harus dikoreksi? Sure, yes, harus. Harus dikoreksi. Karena kalau tidak nanti especially ketika diuji ya, pengujinya tentu akan susah membaca, mengerti makna apa yang ingin kita sampaikan, apa yang ingin mahasiswa tersebut sampaikan. Tapi itu tidak berarti tanggung jawab mutlaknya kepada pembimbing ya, Sita. Tidak. Mahasiswanya tentu juga harus menuliskan ideasnya dengan benar, menggunakan tanda baca yang benar tadi. Jadi jangan diserahkan bulat-bulat ke penguji atau pembimbing. Pening juga lah. Nah, jadi kerjasama antara pembimbing dan mahasiswanya itu harus bagus gitu ya. Apalagi udah belajar itu kan, udah belajar sebenarnya tanda baca itu di mata kuliah tertentu. Ya, di mana kamu ini, Vita? Di tempat kerja, ma'am. Alright, that's great.
Okay, thank you, Bu Chud. And then more question for Bu Chud, please.
Because I think Pak Fauzan has joined us, yeah, so we don't take too long.
All right. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Pak Fauzan from Netherlands. Thank you for joining us today. It seems that we have no more question for you, Wujud.
Yes.
Well, maybe can you give the last statement for this topic, right? Especially such an advice perhaps for our student dealing with punctuation itself. Please, Wujud.
Thank you so much, Bu Kurnia. Well, dear all participants, especially the students of English Education Department. Here is the presentation from me. It's about punctuation. It seems that it is easy to understand. Sepertinya sangat mudah untuk dimengerti, tidak sulit nih. But when we try to find out the real application, the real use of it, I think it's quite hard. So we need to be very careful in using it and memahami bagaimana cara menggunakannya. That's a solution, I think. And thank you. I'm sorry for all the mistakes. That's all, Bu Kurnia.
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Chud, for your great presentation today. And then, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the last session for today. And I'd like to invite Bu Harum Natasha to lead the last session. Please, Bu Harum Natasha.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcome everyone. Welcome Mr. Fauzan Ansari, right from the Netherlands. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us for this webinar today. My name is Harum Natasha and I'm the moderator at this session. Next topic that would be presented, online literature search and citation management, and it would be inshallah presented by Bapak Muhammad Fauzan Ansari, the Associate Professor of Curriculum and Material Development at Maastricht University. I would like to introduce you all a little bit about him. He has spent half of his education abroad, that is in the Netherlands. So he got his pre-master and master degree at University of Twente in the Netherlands. And now he's getting his PhD at Maastricht University in the same country, also in the Netherlands. He also has participated in several international events such as the annual Learning and Teaching Conference at University of York, European Doctoral Summer School in Maastricht University, leadership program at Texas, Dallas, Texas, Washington, D.C., and also CESOL Summit in Greece. So you have been to Greece, Pak?
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. So if you have any question, I mean for the audience, if you have any question during the presentation, please type the question into the question box in your Zoom control panel. I'll bring them up during the presentation, and we will also have time for questions at the end. So now, without any further ado, we will turn the time over to Mr. Muhammad Fauzan Ansari. Okay, please, Bapak silakan.
Okay, thank you, Bu Arum. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. So in this opportunity, I'd like to discuss with you about online search and citation management. So let me share my presentation today. Yeah. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, today I'm talking about online search and citation management. And this is actually very crucial for students because in this digital age, online resources, there are many online resources that you can search, and then these online materials or resources are really useful for your study or research actually. This is just an illustration, because many people now are not going to a library to read the printed books, but they, most of the times, because we are, and during the pandemic, we have access to the university's online library. I just access those resources online from my home, and I do not need to go to the university physically to get those resources actually. Okay, before we start, I'd like to discuss the reasons why we need to search for scientific information online. So suppose that you start a project in the field of English language teaching. For example, your research project is about English proficiency and digital literacy. It looks a fancy topic, right? Digital literacy. I think many people talk about it now. So this is only a fake research project. Yeah? Suppose that we have an English proficiency and digital literacy project. So why do we need to search for scientific information? So there are several reasons. First of all, if we do online search for scientific information in relation to the topic we are studying, we'll get some kind of questions that has we will find some questions that have existed in the topics that we are studying. So it's about what kinds of question exist in the field. And the second one, what kind of question have been answered, or what kind of questions have not been answered. So by online, by searching for scientific information, so we read the previous studies, we read some online resources about the topic that we are studying. We will know later about the questions that have or have not been answered in the field that we are studying. And the third one, how are questions being answered? So we'll also know about the method or the way how the questions were answered by various researchers in the field. And the next year, how to interpret results in the light of prior research. And the last one, it is also very important to know whether your study or research is novel, has a novelty. Was there someone before you, or you are the first one in the topic? So when you are publishing your article, it's very important the novelty of the study, because whether the research is new to the literature, or it is something that many people have already talked or discussed about it. This is only the starting point for us today. So before we move on, I want you to answer this question. So let me, I will share in the chat box later. Question. Okay, is everyone still there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me prepare for the question, please. It take some time.
Ya, diharapkan untuk khususnya mahasiswa ya, atau ibu guru kalau ada, boleh berpartisipasi nanti untuk menjawab pertanyaannya, supaya kita langsung praktek atau apa namanya, menggali lagi background knowledge yang kita punya. Diharapkan partisipasinya dari ya sekitar 40 peserta mungkin ya. Terutama bagi yang akan mengajukan judul atau yang membuat sinopsis. Yang semester 1 juga boleh, semester 1, 3 itu juga bagus buat mengasah pengetahuannya.
Okay, well, everyone, I will share the link in the chat box. I hope it works. Can everyone open the link?
Ya, silakan peserta diharapkan partisipasinya untuk mengklik link yang ada di kolom chat. Kemudian nanti pilih sesuai dengan pengalaman masing-masing. Ya.
Okay, where did you commonly search for online scientific information? Yeah, it's a simple question actually. Okay, has anyone completed the survey?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So let's see. Okay, can you see the result? Okay. Uh, okay, I think there are still some people completing the survey. So we can see from this survey, yeah, most people search for scientific information or online in Google. And the second is in the Google Scholar. The third one in Eric. The fourth is Scopus, and the last one is Portal Garuda. So it's interesting. Not many people are using Portal Garuda for the answer. Yeah. Okay, someone is talking. That is quite interesting actually, because not many people are using Portal Garuda. This is actually Indonesian database. Most people are using Google Scholar, yeah, Google and Google Scholar in general. Well, some people are using Eric. Yeah, not many people are using Scopus. Yeah, yeah, I think Scopus is no doubt because it's yeah, it should be. You should have like a subscription to Scopus. Otherwise, you have to pay. Well, it's a nice overview. Let's go back to the topic. Okay, so when you are doing an online search, this is the steps that we need to know before you do an online search. Because in online search, we cannot just type whatever you want and see the results. Yeah, it will be too many results that you will get if you do not do online search systematically. So there are some steps that we need to know. First is selecting topic and formulating your questions. So what is your topic actually, and then what is your questions? That's a kind of a guiding a question for your online search. So determine your topic. Yeah, for example, English proficiency and digital literacy. That's your topic, for example. And then based on that topic, what is the questions that you would like to answer, or the question that you would like to search the articles, yeah, from the online resources. Yeah, for example, what is proficiency? What is digital literacy? Or does English proficiency correlate with digital literacy? Okay, those are some example questions actually. You can develop your own questions in relation to your topic. So the most important one here is, yeah, you need to underline the most important concept of your question. So please remember, yeah, what is your topic, and then try to develop the questions based on your topic. So I will later show you some examples. The second one is developing search terms and criteria. So determine the search term that you want to use for your search, and think about the broader, related, and narrower terms. For instance, when your topic is about ability, So you do not need to focus only on one term like ability, but you need to think of other related terms, either general terms or more specific terms. Yeah. So when you are searching for example, a proficiency, maybe you need to think of other terms like ability or skills or some other related terms that you need to use when you are searching online. Okay? This is only one example. So, yeah, when you are talking about English ability, maybe some people use the terms skills, English skills. And some people, some authors, maybe they use the term English proficiency. Or maybe some people are using capability and some other terms. It's very important to develop the search terms before you search the resources online. And then please set the criteria for the online sources. Yeah, you need to have some criteria. So otherwise, you will have a huge number of articles, and yeah, we will not have time to read all the articles. Okay, in a short time. For example, the criteria that you might set like, okay, I would like to find an article which is peer-reviewed articles. Yeah, the articles that has been reviewed. Yeah, not an open articles. Or maybe I would like to find out the articles that study, for example, English proficiency in the primary and secondary levels. I don't want to find articles talking about English proficiency at higher education level, for example. And then I'd like to find the articles, yeah, that have been published, for example, in the last 5 years, and some other criteria. So you may develop your own criteria. These are some databases that you can use for your online search. Yeah, I think yeah everyone is familiar with Google. Yeah, and Google Scholars, of course. Yeah, I think in Indonesia, many people, students are using Google Scholar for their online search. And yeah, based on our survey yeah, today, some people are also using Eric. Yeah. And the other databases like Web of Science, yeah, Garuda, EBSCOhost, Science Direct, and Scopus. Yeah, those are some other familiar databases that we can use to search articles online. Yeah, but it was yeah really interesting. Yeah, I mean the result of the survey that not many people are using Garuda for their online search. Actually, this is the Indonesian database. You can find online articles, yeah, from this database. Yeah, mostly the articles published in Indonesia, of course. Yeah. So it depends on your purpose. If you are looking for articles published, yeah, all over the world, around the world, so you might need to go to Google Scholars, ERIC, and some other databases like Scopus or Science Direct. But you would like to find articles published in Indonesia, maybe it's better to find them in Garuda. So when you are searching for articles, so I would like to suggest you that you need to think of or maybe to know the journal ranking. That's very important actually. So for journal rankings, you can go to yeah Shimago journal and country ranking. You can just type Shimago, and then you can find okay. Let me show you. Maybe we can go to Simago, TR. So I will show you here. Yeah, can you see it? Yeah, for example, so you can find here the journal ranking. Okay, let's see the journal ranking here. You can choose, for example, the topic. Yeah, of course, we are education in the social science. Okay. And then all subject categories, maybe you can find here education. Yeah, country, all regions, types, journals. Yeah. You can hear the journal ranking. So many journals like review of education, educational research. This is the top journal and education. Belongs to US. Okay. You can go. Yeah. There are so many. Learning and instruction. Like we want second language. Yeah. Studies in second language acquisition. That's a good journal. It's ranking number 27th. Yeah, you can access the journal. Yes, some articles are yeah, are free actually, and some articles yeah, you have to pay for that. Yeah, unless you have a subscription, journal of higher education and so on. So it's better to check the quality of the journal. Yeah, yeah from this website Shimago. And I will suggest you to check this. Maybe we can move to the next page. Here, for example, this all quarterly like this. For example, you can yeah. Let's see the home page. This one is the article. So like this is open access, so you can download easily. The other one, yeah, maybe you have to pay. Yeah, you do not need to pay. Yeah, at least you can find some open access articles. Yeah, like this. Okay, this is open access. It's free. You can download. This one, oh, you have to pay. Oh, for me, I have an access, so I need to connect to my university. Okay. Oh, you have to pay if you don't have access. Or you can access through your institution. Okay, so I can download later. This is only the example. Okay, next, the third step, yeah, in your online search, you need to combine some keywords that you are using during your online search. For example, skills or proficiency, yeah, motivation and learning. For example, if you have two variables that you would like to search, this is we call it the Boolean operation. It's very common when you are searching online, and or not, yeah. Maybe like this, also quotation marks, parentheses, and asterisk. Okay. Next, yeah, we can execute the search. Yeah, execute, yeah, your online search. For example, in Google Scholar, Eric or Scopus, write down and export and the font references in the IPS style, in 6 or 7 editions. I will show you later how to do it. This is an example, yeah, when you are searching online. I think it's better for me to show you to do it online. Color, Google. Okay. Yes. Can you see my screen? Yeah. Okay, this one is Google Scholar. Yeah.
In Dutch, yeah?
Yeah, because sorry. Yeah, because this is the Google in the Netherlands. Okay, this is an example, for example. So I use the word motivation and teaching English, for example. So we can type it here. You can find so many articles here. But when you look at the articles, yeah, I mean the result from the Google Scholars, yeah, maybe first of all you need to read the title. What is the title about? Is it the one that you are looking for? And then read the abstracts. Maybe not this, because I think this one is, what language is this? It's Greek or something. I cannot read it.
Is it Russia, I guess?
Yeah, maybe Russia. Yeah. Like this one, yeah, work, satisfaction, motivation, and commitment and teaching English. So we can see, for example, this one. Oh, it's in Arabic. So we can read the title of the article and the abstracts, whether this article, yeah, fits, yeah, your search. Yeah. If not, just forget it. Yeah. And move. Yeah, if it is important, maybe you can download it. Yeah, of course, not all articles are downloadable. If they are not downloadable, maybe you can email or contact the authors asking for the articles. So many articles you can download. Okay. All right. Maybe we can do it also in Eric. This one you can also type okay, English. Oh, so many articles. And then later in Eric, you can select, for example, you just want to find out articles that published since yeah 2017. Just click this, and Eric will only provide articles published since 2017. Or I would like just to focus English proficiency or language proficiency in general, or English second language. So I will click this. And then the sources, for example, English language teaching, this one. So it's mostly related to your search. Okay. Okay. Did you try to find articles in Eric or Google Scholar? Yeah. So many articles here. And here, showing 1 to 15 or 20 results. Yeah. So we have how many articles that we have. So we can also save and export the references that we are searching here from Eric. This menu. You can save or export the references. It's very helpful actually. So you don't need to rewrite the titles. Yeah, this one is downloadable. Yeah, this one is also downloadable. Oh, many downloadable articles. So you need sometimes to read the titles and the abstracts. Yeah. It's a kind of a screening the articles. Yeah. Okay, you will take the articles that you think is related to your topic. If it is not, then you just forget it and skip the articles. Okay. Okay. This one is Scopus here. I think you cannot access it because you don't have an account. But if you have an account, you can access this. So let me show you. Okay, this one is Scopus. Yeah. If you don't have access, so the Scopus homepage is like this. So let me connect to my university. So I will connect to my university, University of Maastricht. So when you log in, so the page is like this. You can type the articles here. For example, English proficiency. Okay, English proficiency. And search. Oh, so many. Yeah, 11,000 documents. For example, in the year of 2021, there are 1918 articles. Okay. So yeah, so many articles, so you need time to read it. Yeah. The impact of English proficiency on healthcare access, use, and outcomes among immigrants. A qualitative study. Yeah. You can read the abstracts. This is BMC. English proficiency in the medical science. Yeah. So from the abstract, you can find out whether this finding is interesting or not. Yeah. Or the article is related to your study or not. Otherwise, just forget it or skip this article. Okay, well, this is Scopus homepage. Let's go back to our topic. Yeah, for me, when I do online search, so I search articles online and then I download it, and then I will read each article, and then after reading the articles, I will write, yeah, in a matrix like this, what I call literature review matrix. For example, this is the question: what factors influence higher education teachers' motivation to teach and remain in the teaching profession? For example, Article 1, the study. I mean, here is who is or who are the authors, and then context. Where was the study conducted? Is it maybe Indonesia, U.S.? Yeah. What the country? You can write the country here, and field. What is the field? Is it in English language teaching, or it is in the medical science, or whatever? And then what is the study research question? We can write here. Because I was searching for the theory of motivation. So I also include this theory of motivation use. What is the theory of motivation the author used in his or her articles? And then the method, what is the research approach, number of respondents, instrument, analysis technique, and the main findings of the study. So just write those in this matrix. Yeah. And then the study one, the article number 2 here, number 3, and so on. If you have 20 articles, then you have 20 rows. Yeah, this is the criteria that I use. For example, the criteria is addressing teachers or instructors' motivation to teach and remain in the profession. And then the context is higher education context. And then research articles, or literature review, including thesis or dissertation. And then the articles, must be published in the last 10 years, for example, from 2008 and to 2018. And this is what I mean by motivation theories here. Theory of motivation. The first is expectancy value theories or goals setting, goal-oriented theories, or SDT, self-determination theories. This is an example of metric that you can use when you are searching online. This is also another example. This is how I write in relation to, for example, this is the question. How are metacognitive strategies? According to Brown 1992, metacognition is knowledge about and control of on learning. And then Plaffel, this one is definition, by this one, and so on. And this is the conclusion, yeah. So I concluded the definition of metacognition or metacognitive strategies. Based on this, these authors, for example. And I find this very useful because we can write systematically, yeah. So we can write easily. Otherwise, you will write, okay, whatever you have in your mind, and sometimes it's not really well structured, and your ideas sometimes, unstructured. Yeah, this really helps you when you are writing. This is an example of in our publication, yeah, my publication with Pak Dodi, Pak Kalayu. Look at my statement here. Previous research has investigated factors in relation to in-service teachers' motivation. Yeah, this is according to Carlson, Dornier, Mansfield, and some other authors. Okay. How did I know this? So I knew this from the matrix that I made. And the reasons why teachers stay in the profession. However, studies conducted at Islamic higher education institutions with non-permanent professionals are still scarce in the literature. How can I say this? I said this because I already knew from the literature search. I already read articles in relation to these topics from the previous articles. So I know the gap. Yeah, I can see the gap in the current literature. This is a kind of, when you are writing a research project, when you are writing the problem statement, the gap in the literature, you can write like this. Okay, let's continue. However, studies conducted at Islamic higher education institutions with non-permanent professionals are still scarce in the literature, which makes this exploratory study challenging and also unique and timely. And it explores teachers' motivation in this particular environment. We have opted for a qualitative exploratory study of motivation levels of non-permanent or part-time English instructors at an Islamic university, language centers, and the factors with regard to what elements sustain their motivation to teach English and to remain in the profession. Okay, this is only an example. So by doing online search and then you tabulated the results into the matrix and then you synthesize the results and then you can write like this based on the online search result. Okay, we move on. This is citation management tools that are commonly used by many people around the world. Okay, like Mendeley is very common in Indonesia. I think many people talk about Mendeley, but I'm not really familiar with this. And then Peppers is new to me. I don't know how it looks like, but some people talk about this. And the other one, which is also common in Indonesia, is like Zotero. Many people talk about this, many people use this, but I'm not familiar with this also. The only one I'm using now is EndNote. So I'm using EndNote when I write. But for you, yeah, you have to pay for this. That's the problem. It's not free.
Oh,
For
it's not.
yeah. For Mandalay, it's free. Yeah, Zotero is free. Yeah, that's the reason why they are really famous in Indonesia. And not you have to pay. I don't have to pay. My university pays for me. I can use this.
How lucky you are.
Yeah. It's very expensive. Actually, it's about $100 or something. So I can show you how to end note. Okay, let me.
How the end not work, sir? Is it similar with Mendeley?
Okay, I will show you. I'm not familiar with Mendeley. I never use it. I'm using EndNote, so I can show you. Wait,
Because Mendeley is free.
yeah. You can use any software actually. Okay, this one is EndNote. I have so many already. Example, this one. Okay. So I didn't write all of these references. I mostly export it from the online resources. For example, here, so I can show you this one. We can export this. There is a menu export. So I will choose this one. There is also Mendeley. If you are using Mendeley, you can choose Mendeley and then export. Because I'm using EndNote, so I choose this. And then export, okay. It's already downloaded the references. And then once I click this, it's automatically imported into my library. This one. Okay, it's already here. You can see. So
Sorry,
let
sir,
me.
my signal is lost. Can you repeat again, sir, for the another resources?
Oh, okay.
I lost my signal before, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Well, there is one. Maybe we can look at another article.
Thank you.
Yeah, for example, this one, okay.
Okay.
This is from Scopus actually. So you can download the reference of these articles, okay. You can, you see here the download menu, print, email, and save, and so on, okay. And then export here. Click export. If you are using manually, you can just choose this button, okay. Because I'm using EndNote, so I will choose this. Yeah. And then download. Sorry, export. Oh, it's already exported. Oh, I haven't clicked it. Oh, citation. And then export. Oops. No, no, I think I made a mistake. Okay, let's try again. This one, for example, vaccine completion. Okay, no problem. This is only an example. Okay, you can try this English. Oh, okay, this one, remember, so let me click this title. Mm, this one is reference. This format. And then export. Why it goes here? I think something wrong with this. Maybe
Just
I can find.
continue, sir.
No, this way. Let me show you another example, maybe from here. No, 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 no. For example, in the Journal of Teaching and Teacher Education, we can find the articles here. Okay, just click this. This is only an example. Okay. And the connection is a bit slow. Just go to this dissolve quarterly. This article, so I try to click the article. Yeah. And there is tools here, for example. So in every journal has different different layouts. Yeah. Here in the TESOL quarterly, for example, you can click tools and then export citation. Yeah, this is the format. Because I'm using EndNote, so I will use EndNote. And then type of import, direct import, of course, and then download the citation. It's already downloaded here. So once I click this, it's automatically connected to my EndNote. So it's already in my EndNote now. Yeah, actually it's very simple. Just export the references. So now let me show you when I'm doing. I'm using EndNote in Microsoft Word or Microsoft Office. Okay, let me write here. So if you have EndNote installed into your computer, so you will see EndNote here in the menu here in the top here. Let me write. This is an example, yeah. As was evidence, for example, in the previous studies. Okay. And I would like to cite here. I would like to cite here. So now I click EndNote here and then insert citation. For example, I would like to include, yeah, you can type, yeah, for example, who is the author? For example, I'm Sherry, find, oh, this one, for example, okay. And just click OK. So it's automatically here. It's already here, the references. You can add many references as you want. And blah 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 blah. Yeah. Yeah, one study, for example. I try to cite my article here. Yeah. It's automatic. So here you can choose the style, okay? You can choose the style. There's so many style. Like triple A style guideline, blah blah blah. So 100 of styles that you can use. Because we are using IPA, we can just use IPA here as the style. You can just Chicago and some others. Okay, we are using IPA. So the references are automatically, alphabetically ordered by the EndNote. It's much easier. Okay, anyone? This is only an example. I think we can do workshop for this if you would like to practice more.
Yeah, I agree. It should be workshop, so everyone
it should be workshop.
having the laptop and install the application. I have experience on that workshop on this kind of.
Okay, what software did you use?
At that time, Mandalay.
Oh, Mandalay, yeah. It's very common, and it's free, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think many people use Mandalay or Zotero also. So for you, maybe you can just it's easy now. You can read also online tutorials, or you go to YouTube and find an instructional video.
Yeah.
It's much easier now.
Right.
Okay. This one is I'm sharing now. Okay, let me. Yeah, this is the not displaying. Yeah, if you would like to see an example of online search, you can look at one of my articles. Yeah, I can send you the link to the chat box. You can find the article here. There is an example of online search. This article, especially in the method part, you can read later. You can download it for free actually because it's already granted by the university.
The other two person, who are they, sir? Christoph and siapa lagi?
Oh, they are my supervisors. Okay, Bu Harum, I think we can have a question and answers. If some participants would like to ask.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Fauzan, for the valuable knowledge for all of us, not only for the students, but of course to enlighten us as sebagai dosen, guru juga gitu ya, pasti perlu buat menulis jurnal ilmiah gitu. Iya, nah. Okay, please, everyone, you use this great opportunity to directly ask question to our speaker for this last but not the least session. Yeah, it is the time for you to ask anything related about citation management ya, karena mengutip ini kalau yang namanya tulisan ilmiah itu pasti ada kutipan dan tidak sembarangan mengutip gitu ya, sumber-sumbernya harus diperhitungkan gitu. Nah, mungkin tadi ada masuk satu pertanyaan di sini. Disebutkan di banyak ketentuan penulisan jurnal bahwa referensi yang digunakan hendaknya tidak melebihi 3 atau 5 tahun terakhir. Bagaimana menurut pandangan Bapak jika referensi yang kita gunakan melebihi 5 tahun? Dikarenakan teori atau sumber utama yang kita pakai memang sudah berabad lamanya, seperti teori pembelajaran bahasa dari Skinner. Jika memang diperbolehkan, berapa persen kira-kira jurnal atau referensi tersebut bisa digunakan?
Okay, it's a good question ya. Ya mungkin dalam bahasa Indonesia saja ya. So I will answer it in bahasa. Referensi. Biasanya ya masing-masing jurnal itu punya kebijakan masing-masing ya. Memang ada jurnal yang menentukan harus referensinya 5 tahun terakhir ya. Tapi kalau kita melihat di jurnal-jurnal tops, mereka tidak menyebut itu lagi. Itu sudah otomatis sebenarnya. Itu biasanya jurnal-jurnal mungkin yang menengah ke bawah atau gimana begitu, atau jurnal baru biasanya itu. Jadi terkait referensi baru itu, memang kalau untuk publikasi kita harus merujuk kepada publikasi atau hasil-hasil riset yang terbaru, yaitu jurnal-jurnal terbaru. Bagaimana kalau kita harus mengutip misalnya teori-teori yang dipublikasikan pada jurnal atau buku yang sudah lama? Ya sebenarnya tidak ada masalah kalau memang itu adalah istilahnya main teorinya. Teori yang sudah mungkin tidak bisa, sudah sampai sekarang itu sangat terkenal sekali. Katakanlah misalnya kalau kita berbicara motivasi tadi, Abraham Maslow, itu kita mengutip teorinya. Tentu itu terbitannya sudah sangat lama. Tetapi kan itu tidak hanya satu-satunya yang bisa kita kutip. Kita harus melihat juga bagaimana riset-riset terkini terkait dengan hierarki motivasi Abraham Maslow itu dalam kondisi atau situasi kekinian. Bagaimana hasil-hasil researchnya. Teori itu kan selalu berkembang itu ya, selalu berkembang ya. Cuman kalau kita di jurusan bahasa Inggris ini, maaf ya, I'm really sorry to say this, kita masih banyak merujuk kepada teori-teori yang sudah lama. Katakanlah teori ya, mungkin publikasi buku-buku yang tahun 60-an. Deskripsi mahasiswa kita masih sangat banyak ya. Mengutip Brown tahun 60, 70.
90-an aja udah cukup tua ya, Pak?
Iya. Misalnya mengutip juga David Noonan, itu terbit tulisannya yang tahun-tahun berapa, 60-an, 70-an. Itu kan ya mungkin sudah banyak yang tidak relevan lagi. Sudah berkembang, ilmu itu berkembang.
Ya, betul.
Jadi ada sumber-sumber lama yang bisa kita kutip, terutama teori-teori yang mungkin sampai sekarang masih berlaku. Tetapi pasti banyak perkembangannya dari teori itu. Jadi satu teori itu pasti dikembangkan, berkembang terus, orang meneliti terus ya. Maka kita harus melihat keterkinian daripada perkembangan teori itu. Itu gunanya mengutip sumber-sumber yang baru itu.
Oke.
Kalau Anda publikasi dalam jurnal yang memiliki reputasi, kalau rujukannya referensinya itu referensi lama-lama yang sudah tua-tua, sementara kita tidak mengutip riset terbaru, jangan pernah berharap bisa terbit. Kalaupun bisa terbit, berarti itu kualitas jurnalnya bermasalah, itu saja. Jurnal-jurnal bagus itu pasti itu otomatis. Saya rasa itu ya. Jadi ya secara bijaksana saja mengutip kalau memang ada teori-teori yang harus kita kutip dan terbitannya sudah lama.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe second question nih ada lagi Pak. Bagaimana menghadapi jurnal predator yang ternyata terindeks di Scopus atau Thomson Reuters?
Oke. Ya, ini yang banyak yang kena nih. Di Indonesia itu banyak sekali yang kena jurnal predator ya. Mungkin bagi mahasiswa kita yang dimaksud dengan jurnal predator itu adalah bahasa sederhananya apa ya? Bahasa jurnal abal-abal lah begitu ya. Jurnal abal-abal. Dia tidak memiliki reputasi sebenarnya, tapi karena kelihayan mereka memainkan mempromosikan dan lain sebagainya, sehingga mereka bisa misalnya terindeks di Scopus. Scopus itu mereka selalu mengadakan evaluasi sebenarnya. Jadi setiap tahun itu ada jurnal baru yang mereka masukkan dalam database mereka. Ada juga jurnal-jurnal yang mereka keluarkan.
Oh, oke.
Setiap tahun itu ada evaluasi. Kalau saya biasanya kalau ada jurnal itu biasanya saya cek jurnalnya. Ini saya masuk ke websitenya, saya baca, saya lihat. Ya kita harus berpikir kritis juga.
Ya.
Kadang-kadang ada jurnal yang dia menerbitkan artikel. Saya lihat artikelnya, secara bahasa saja banyak masalah. Ya dari segi tata bahasa banyak salah, tapi juga kok bisa terbit begitu kan?
Oke.
Kita belum berbicara kepada konten isinya ya. Kita lihat dari bahasanya saja banyak salah, tapi kok bisa terbit. Berarti jurnal ini tidak memiliki kualitas.
Oke.
Kesimpulannya. Kemudian kita bisa lihat juga kalau di Scopus itu kan kita di Simago tadi, kita bisa cek itu. Kita bisa lihat juga review-review orang tentang jurnal itu. Ya, review orang tentang jurnal itu seperti apa. Kemudian ada juga saya lihat, misalnya kita penelitian di bidang bahasa Inggris ya, pendidikan lah begitu kan. Lalu terbit di jurnal Medical Science. Ya.
Iya.
Ya kadang-kadang itu juga itu agak aneh itu ya.
Weird ya.
Memang ada medical science itu bidang pendidikannya ada, maka kita harus baca terlebih dahulu tujuan jurnal itu apa, skopnya seperti apa.
Iya, iya.
Kita lihat. Cuman kadang-kadang kita lihat di skopnya tidak ada. Mereka misalnya membahas tentang farmasi dan medical medical gitu kan.
Syarat ujian, Sir.
Iya, medical issues. Ini maaf ya kalau ada Bapak Ibu ini, saya frankly speaking saja.
Syarat ujian.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. It's really a kind of warning ya. For all of us.
Itu untuk kita semua ya. Jadi itu perlu dibaca kadang-kadang untuk menghindari itu ya. Ya kalau kata Bu Asya tadi untuk syarat itu lain kasus itu ya. Tapi maksud saya itu, saya tidak mengatakan untuk menyinggung siapa-siapa ya, tapi ini juga terjadi di mana-mana.
Oke.
Itu perlu concern kita semua ke depannya untuk memperhatikan itu. Makanya saya biasanya selalu mengecek kualitas jurnal itu misalnya di Simago itu. Kita lihat rankingnya seperti apa. Kemudian di situ ada reviewnya biasanya itu, review dari orang-orang itu. Ya macam-macam lah, ada yang bagus, ada lain sebagainya. Tolong hati-hati dan teliti seperti itu. Apalagi itu yang sifatnya berbayar. Ya berbayar. Kadang-kadang kan bayarnya mahal itu. Saya dengar juga ada orang sanggup menghabiskan puluhan juta untuk menerbitkan apa itu ya. Bagus untuk beli kerupuk kan, banyak itu.
Bagus untuk apa Pak?
Beli kerupuk.
Oh.
Kan banyak hasilnya kan.
Oke.
Beli
ya,
kerupuk nanti
iya.
Pak.
Iya. Banyak jurnal itu yang tidak berbayar sebenarnya. Ada yang berbayar.
Berkualitas ya, Pak? Tidak berbayar dan berkualitas.
Ya. Ya, biasanya saya terbit di Journal Educational Research Review. Itu kalau ranking dunia itu nomor 11. Itu bisa bayar, bisa tidak. Kalau Anda mau open access artikelnya, itu kita harus bayar. Karena kan mereka harus untuk manajemennya ya, open access-nya. Itu sekitar 1.800 euro berapa itu ya. Kalau open access-nya. Tapi kita punya pilihan lain dengan subscription, itu tidak perlu bayar. Kita tetap bisa terbit. Jadi biasanya kalau jurnal-jurnal yang bagus itu mereka memberikan dua pilihan. Apakah open access artikelnya? Kalau open access Anda harus bayar, atau subscription fee. Ya, artinya tidak open access, kita nggak perlu bayar. Ya kalau kita punya sponsor, ada yang mau membayarin kan bagus untuk open access gitu ya. Kalau tidak ada sponsor ya untuk apa bayar begitu.
Iya.
Ya intinya jurnal itu berkualitas atau tidak bukan tergantung bayar atau tidaknya ya, tapi perlu dilihat di review jurnalnya.
Oke. Review itu maksudnya di bawah tampilan websitenya itu ya, Pak?
Ya reviewnya itu biasanya kalau di Simago itu turun aja ke bagian bawahnya, klik jurnalnya, ini mungkin juga bisa tunjukin. Nah ini ya Simago ya. Misalnya saya cari jurnal education research review. Ini di bagian bawah ini. Nah, ini biasanya kan ada komen-komen ini di bawah ini. Ini kadang-kadang nih banyak ada review juga, ada yang mengatakan bahwa jurnal ini begini begitu dan lain sebagainya macam-macam. Ini bisa kita lihat juga apa komen-komen mereka tentang jurnal itu. Walaupun tidak semua komen yang ada di sini berkualitas sebenarnya.
Iya.
Atau bisa dilihat di sumber-sumber lain juga bisa dilihat. Ya, kalau saya pribadi saya lihat di Simago ini, di jurnal ranking ini. Itulah kualitas untuk melihat kualitas jurnal itu dan menghindari kita dari itu ya, dari predatory jurnal. Ya, maka lihatlah yang jurnal ada di ranking ini. Baik untuk kita tujuan publikasi maupun tujuan kita untuk mencari artikelnya ya dari jurnal-jurnal yang memiliki reputasi lah begitu ya. Bu Arum, any other questions ya?
Oke. Ya. Masih ada lagi dari peserta? Kalau tidak ada, kita close saja ya Pak ya?
Ya, boleh.
Oke. Apa ada pesan-pesan mungkin sebelum kita tutup Pak? Untuk mahasiswa?
Izin.
Bu Aisyah.
Tadi alhamdulillah terima kasih sebelumnya Pak Fauzan sudah bergabung dengan kami. Alhamdulillah. Topiknya sangat menarik sekali. Tadi menjelaskan bagaimana kita mencari teori-teori, kemudian referensi menggunakan media digital ini. Alhamdulillah sangat menarik. Dan jika diizinkan, saya lihat permasalahan yang ada saat ini di mahasiswa kita ini kurang referensi. Kalau seandainya Pak Fauzan bisa berbagi linknya, kan gitu. Ini linknya untuk Google Scholar, yang ini untuk yang berdasarkan link-link yang sudah diberikan tadi sebelumnya. Kemudian nanti link itu akan kita share ke mahasiswa semester 6 ataupun semester yang akan melakukan seminar proposal, sebelum melakukan seminar proposal. Jadi anak-anak ini tidak ada lagi alasan untuk mengatakan kurang referensi gitu. Jadi pihak jurusan saat ini memberikan media melalui bimbingan Pak Fauzan. Kemudian untuk feedbacknya kami berharap nanti dikasihkan linknya, di-share di WA juga boleh, nanti saya share ke grup-grup mahasiswa perangkatan gitu Pak. Terima kasih banyak Pak Fauzan sebelumnya.
Oke Bu Sekjur, Bu Aisyah ya, terima kasih. Ya nanti mungkin saya bisa share nanti di mana saja kita bisa mengakses sumber-sumber ya, terutama sumber-sumber yang free ya, free of charge.
Betul Pak,
betul. Ya intinya sekarang itu sebenarnya sudah sangat mudah sekali untuk mencari sumber-sumber yang murah itu sebenarnya ya. Bahkan kadang-kadang buku juga bisa dicari secara online, ya, bisa download, walaupun tidak semua begitu kan. Oke, nanti bisa saya apain Bu Aisyah.
Terima kasih banyak Pak Fauzan.
Ya, sama-sama Bu Aisyah. Oke, mungkin sebagai closing statement-nya ya dari saya, melanjutkan apa yang disampaikan oleh Bu Aisyah tadi, bahwa sebenarnya sumber-sumber online itu sangat banyak sekali yang bisa kita cari. Tapi untuk mencari itu kita perlu panduan ya, perlu panduan. Makanya saya sampaikan tadi langkah-langkahnya seperti apa. Pertama topik kita apa, kemudian kita harus memformulasikan pertanyaannya apa, sehingga topik dan pertanyaan tadilah yang akan memandu kita untuk mencari itu. Kalau tidak kita nanti bagaikan orang yang ada di taman bunga begitu kan. Ketika orang masuk ke taman bunga kan semua bagus kan.
Iya.
Ya kan? Ya, mungkin ibu-ibu yang suka bunga ini masuk ke taman bunga semuanya bagus. Hanya kita ke sana kemari tanpa ada tujuan yang jelas. Ya, artinya kita saya itu sebelum kita masuk ke taman bunga itu kita harus punya tujuan dulu. Apa yang mau kita cari? Itulah question-nya itu. Oh, saya mau mencari misalnya bunga apa? Bunga mawar jenis ini. Jelas. Jadi ketika masuk ke taman bunga, banyak yang kita lihat, oke, bagus dan sebagainya. Oh, ini saya tidak mencari ini. Kita forget it. Kita cari terus sampai kita menemukan apa yang kita cari. Jadi purposeful, bertujuan ya. Kalau tidak rame-rame saja terus kan, ini lihat sana. Apalagi mencari jurnal itu, ketika kita cari misalnya katakanlah di Google Scholar, kita buka satu, kayaknya bagus ini. Ini menarik juga ini. Padahal bukan yang kita cari. Hanya habis waktu kita di situ.
Akhirnya ganti judul.
Ya, hanya ganti judul. Aja kan nggak pernah itu kan, nggak pernah selesai, nggak pernah tuntas untuk tujuan kita itu tadi. Mungkin itu yang perlu saya ingatkan untuk kita semua, apalagi kepada ini mahasiswa kita yang akan atau sedang menulis, perlu memahami itu agar apa yang kita lakukan itu tepat sasaran, bisa tercapai begitu kan, dan kita tidak banyak menghabiskan waktu. Ya, efisiensi itu sangat penting sekali. Ya. Lagi membaca jurnal itu ketika kita cari nanti akan muncul ribuan kan, dari ribuan itu kan kita harus, ya nggak mungkin 10.000 itu kita baca semua, nggak mungkin. Makanya kita perlu kriteria untuk menseleksinya itu. Sehingga lah mungkin nanti dapat ya 20 artikel terbaik lah dari sekian ribu itu ya. Dijaring lah begitu ya. Nggak mungkin semuanya kita ambil. Mungkin itu saja sekedar closing statement saya. Mudah-mudahan ada manfaatnya. Ya, mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Saya tutup dengan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Ya, Zeli ada yang mau disampaikan?
No.
Oke. Alhamdulillah telah kita ikuti bersama-sama sesi terakhir kita ya, tapi insya Allah Ya, sebelumnya saya ucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Pak Fauzan Ansari sudah meluangkan waktunya langsung dari the Netherlands. Semoga kita semua bisa mendapatkan manfaat dan dari ilmu yang sudah dipaparkan tadi. Dan juga sekaligus saya mewakili moderator utama untuk MC ya, mewakili MC untuk menutup sesi kita kali ini. Di chat box itu sudah ada link daftar hadir untuk hari ini. Silakan diklik dan diisi untuk mendapatkan sertifikat hari kedua. Dan jangan lupa besok masih ada hari ketiga. Jam 8 pagi akan di-share linknya besok di grup WhatsApp. Ada lagi Zel yang lain? Itu ya kayaknya ya.
Yeah, that's all.
Oke, terima kasih banyak sekali lagi Pak Fauzan. Semoga sehat-sehat selalu bersama keluarga di sana dan terima kasih juga kepada seluruh partisipan yang sudah aktif sampai sore hari ini ya 39. Oke, see you everyone. Saya tutup dengan hamdalah, alhamdulillahirobbilalamin. Usikum binafsi wa taqwallah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Terima kasih Pak Fauzan.
Terima kasih
sama-sama semua. Makasih, bye-bye.
Oke, bye-bye.
Terima kasih Mem Zeli, Mem Harum.
Oke, ada yang mau buka kamera nggak buat foto keluarga? Anda nih sombong-sombong nih nggak ada yang buka kamera.
Pak Siswandi belum buka nih. Pak Siswandi.
Kak Cut. Ambil jarum.
Udah langsung di.
Where are you now, Miss Cut?
Off kan aja YouTube-nya Mem Zeli.
Oh iya.
Oh ya, YouTube. Ya, thank